And new video just into the Weather Channel that we are sharing with you. Take a look at this. Florida power crews out and about, working overnight to restore power to customers across South Florida. We're talking 10,000 people out and about trying to restore those goods and services. They come from all over the country. Crews from places like South Dakota, from the Midwest, from the Northeast, all converging to do what they can. And you can see in Palm Beach County, look at this, power lines in. Folks, common sense, stay away from down power lines. We've seen quite a few of these sparking up. I fear there's going to be something far more numerous as we make our way up and down the coastline. Meaning, speaking of which, new video also in from Palm Beach. Look at that, the ocean just whipped up. I mean, you see it almost a mixing bowl. Big waves coming on shore. Actually, I guess there's a power line video that we're taking a look at. You see the crews repairing the lines this morning. And yes, that's going to be tall order. It's going to be something that's routine that we're going to see up and down a lot of our streets, not only along the coast, but also farther inland. Now let's go to the waves that we have for you in West Palm or Palm Beach. You see them, just the Atlantic completely in a frenzy this morning. And again, it's going to be something, a very similar sight, not just limited to Florida's coastline, but into the Carolinas, back up into the Outer Banks of Virginia Beach, the Delmarva, and even up into New England and the Maine coast. Yeah, we're talking about a sprawling system, no question about it. Let me lay out the groundwork for where I happen to be. Vero Beach right now. Conditions are interesting because we've got the whitecaps out there, these big rollers that come through occasionally. You'll notice some of them come through. You'll see the spray that hits the bottom of this pier that's been around since about 2005. The original one was knocked down in 2004 because of Hurricane Francis. What a year 2004 was in the state of Florida. But sure enough, you've got folks that are out here taking a look at the waves coming on through. Quite a few surfers off here in the distance too, catching a few curls here or there. The ride is a brief one, and the beach has been shrinking. I can tell you that the walk was considerably longer out to the water's edge a short while ago, but sure enough, things have changed. We've had this metamorphosis of conditions, and now right on cue we begin to have the rain that's coming on down. Now maybe some of you at home can see it moving across the screen. A better way to see it is with this thing called radar. That's right, you see it right there. Yep, we got the rain coming in. At times it is very light, at times almost like a mist, but then it picks up. Then you have the bands that are combined with the strong wind, and occasionally you can have tornadic activity. Tornadoes can't form with these landfalling systems, or just even in close proximity to the coast. You don't have to make landfall, and you can have tornadoes that form on these bands. And when they do, these tornadoes, they seldom last very long. They're often weak, but you know what? They can still cause a lot of damage. They are often rain-wrapped, and they can cause loss of life. So have a plan of where to go. NOAA weather radios, get those going. Make sure they've got the batteries in them, ready to go in case your power goes out. You can stay informed, but of course, keep it here on the Weather Channel, and we'll keep you up to speed over the next several days. And it's not just going to be something we mentioned here in parts of the South, but sure enough, Alex, it's going to be affecting people and to the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic. So a lot of folks affected by this one system, Alex.
Yeah, Reynolds, you said it. Really, when it's all said and done, we're talking about the entire East Coast that'll be dealing with it here with Isaias. So brushing past Florida and then making its way up the coast. Carolinas, you'll be dealing with some of the impacts as well. So certainly got to be on alert there. The Outer Banks will have to keep a watch on you. Here's what it looks like in terms of the projected path as we head on through time. Heading into our Monday, there you can see brushing its way along the southeast coast of Georgia, eventually up into South Carolina. That's where we could actually see the landfall. At least that potential is there into South Carolina as we head into Monday, that second part of the day, and then continuing to move up through the Mid-Atlantic Tuesday and into Wednesday. It's really going to start to zip on by as we head on into the Mid-Atlantic, picking up quite a bit of speed at that point. There are the alerts, tropical storm warnings. Those are the areas that are in that red. Georgia, South Carolina, and now spreading on into North Carolina. A few counties under tropical storm warnings. So tropical storm conditions are expected in those zones here within the next, we'll say 24 to 36 hours. And then tropical storm watches extend a bit farther on off towards the north. They're getting into eastern North Carolina as well as even around the Raleigh area. So even pushing inland, we could potentially see tropical storm conditions there. The possibility certainly exists. We'll also watch out here right along the coast. Again, this is northeastern Florida working up into southeastern Georgia. Coastal flood advisories now being put out here for us. So right along the coast, there's that potential we could see some of those areas, particularly low-lying zones, those spots that tend to flood on a regular. Those will be some of the areas that we have to certainly keep an eye on here as this thing continues to work its way up the coast. Then we've got some of these areas inland where we have flash flood watches. Now, the good news is, again, this thing will be picking up speed, so that's a good news. But even despite that, it still will be able to dump quite a bit of rain to lead to some flash flooding here. So heads up here, eastern South Carolina into North Carolina, and even a bit of Virginia here. A lot of these watches going into effect tomorrow and then lasting into Tuesday. Some of the rainfall amounts certainly could add up to lead to those problems here. So that's an issue we'll have to face. Heading into tomorrow, here comes the system moving up the southeast coast, bringing us more of that rain, and we talked about Savannah, Charleston seeing some of that, and then spreading the rainfall up through the mid-Atlantic and into the northeast. And you can clearly see where the heaviest rain is expected to be here for us Monday through Wednesday. Anywhere in that yellow. And it's a pretty wide zone here from Virginia through Maryland, getting up into even southern portions of New York State. 3 to 5 inches of rain. And there certainly could be some higher amounts. Can't rule that out locally here during that time frame. Also, watch the winds. Maximum wind potential here for us. This is what we're looking at through the Carolinas. Farther inland here, close to Columbia, up towards the Greensboro area, 39 to 57 mile per hour winds will be possible there. Now, the farther to the east you head, the better shot you get into the higher range of tropical storm force winds. 58 plus mile per hour winds cannot be ruled out in those areas. So still some gusty winds, still some rain to come down the road as we work our way through the early part of next week.
This is my new Shakaroni pizza. Extra cheese, extra pepperoni right to the edge, and the biggest slices in Papa John's history. But it's bigger than pizza because $1 from each sale is donated to support communities.
Is mealtime a struggle? Introducing Ore-Ida Potato Pay, where Ore-Ida Golden Crinkles are your crispy currency to pay for bites of this with this. When kids won't eat dinner, potato pay them too. Ore-Ida, win at mealtime.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product, very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
If you're a small business, you can tell. Things are back. Customers are out and about. Orders are picking up. And to adapt, you're going to need faster internet and reliable phone for less. So Spectrum Business is proud to offer new customers 1 free month of internet with speeds up to 200 megabits per second and business phone with advanced calling features. Call 833-919-2122 today. We're here for you because you're here for all of us.
Shake it, kiddo. Love, comma, Dad.
I've got this. Rice Krispies Treats. A little love when it's needed.
I just couldn't stay in shape like I used to. But luckily, I found Nugenix.
Nugenix is a unique man-boosting formula that helps increase your free testosterone levels. To get a complimentary bottle, text RANK to 369-369.
Almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up.
We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 82 degrees under cloudy skies. Today, thunderstorms developing in the afternoon. High 87. Chance of rain 50%. Tonight, partly cloudy. Low 77. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Monday, sunny along with a few clouds. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 92. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Zero G and I feel fine. Check it out, folks. NASA astronauts, they're heading home. The two-man SpaceX Crew Dragon undocked from the International Space Station. They're going to splash down in the Gulf of Mexico. That's going to happen this afternoon. That's right. The astronauts, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, they were in space for 2 months. The target landing is actually in the Gulf off the coast of Pensacola. Now, the crew had originally intended to splash down the Atlantic, but obviously Isaias changed those plans. So you take a look at the altered plans. Well, on one side of the peninsula, that being the east, you have Isaias. But on the other, the targeted splashdown expected right around 2:40. And folks, it has been more than 40 years since Americans made a splashdown. So pretty amazing. There's your forecast of what you can expect. Looks like it should be A-OK. Goodness, goosebumps thinking about it. Amazing time, no doubt about it. What an accomplishment. Best wishes to the crew and to the team. All right, folks, so welcome back, everyone. And the story that we've had on this part of Florida, this part of America, has been one that's been just ever-changing. Just 2 days ago, we had all the sunshine. We've had the gray skies. We've had steady showers that have come on through. Heavy rainfall well offshore. We had some sprinkles in a time, some rain that's been picking up quite a bit. But let's get you up to speed with what we know at this hour, and that is we can expect the conditions and dangerous storm surge to occur in the parts of the Bahamas. Eventually, they could spread their way into the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. In fact, if you are tuning in from the Northeast and you're in Boston this morning, and you're thinking, not a problem with this system, not so fast, because you'll notice we expect this track on Tuesday into Wednesday, even Thursday. You're going to be feeling the effects of it, not just onshore, but also offshore, right along places like, say, Cape Cod, Martha's Vineyard, heavy wave action, but inland on both sides of the 95 corridor, even back in the Berkshires, you could have heavy rainfall, and there's the prospect of flooding that could occur well inland. So the story doesn't really just stick around the water's edge. You see the story into Tuesday, into Wednesday, and there's your total rain forecast. Look at that, from Washington, D.C., back up into places like Philadelphia, into, could even affect places like New York, and as we mentioned, Boston. Now, one man who knows that area very well, especially up in, well, that would be New Jersey, Dr. Greg Postel. And I know, Dr. Postel, we're trying to be observant. We are being observant. We're being vigilant because there's so much to watch in the tropics.
Oh, yeah. And yes, there is more than just Isaias, and let's get to that briefly just to show you what's down the line. We have a couple things out there, not so much remnants of 10, that's gone, but Invest 94L, something to keep, just keep a gander on, because you know what, I mean, this thing is going to be moving through parts of the Caribbean. It's a tropical wave with a lot of the bad weather here on the east side of it, as they typically do. It's sort of a wave-like feature in the atmosphere, kind of rolling around like that. It's not in any hurry to develop into a tropical cyclone, but it is indeed moving in this direction, and so interest in the northern Caribbean, or maybe even down the line, parts of the Turks and Caicos. Just keep an eye on this thing. It's kind of moving in that direction. But let's talk about what's going on right now off the Florida coast, because this is Isaias. A very impressive flare-up of thunderstorms with this CDO. I don't even know if you want to call it a CDO, but it's a canopy of high-altitude cirrus up above 40,000 feet. Very large. It's not raining everywhere underneath it, but it's just a reminder that this thing is still here. I mean, even though maybe the weather from time to time across parts of the Florida coastline, not all that bad, but it is still the center of circulation here, just off the coast, and most of the bad weather here with showers rolling in, at times with wind gusts over 40 miles per hour. That kind of wind gust can do damage. But let's talk about, let's say, Isaias kind of paralleling the coast with probably the worst weather still staying offshore, but showers from time to time and squalls bringing in 40 to 50 mile per hour winds all the way northward through Melbourne. through Daytona, through Jacksonville, through Brunswick, St. Simon's Island. But then look, as we go through tomorrow, this thing, the center of it, may indeed come very close to parts of South Carolina. Now, if it indeed continues with that asymmetry, with most of the bad weather, let's say, along and to the east of the center, what if the center goes in here? That could bring in the core of the worst weather into South Carolina. Heavy rain, gusty winds, perhaps maybe 60, maybe 70 miles per hour. We got to watch out for that along and to the right of where the center goes late Monday in South Carolina. And then we have this moving into North Carolina and through the Northeast, carrying with it rain, gusty winds, and a significant flooding threat. Alex, the story continues. It does not end in Florida.
It absolutely doesn't. We'll be watching this here through the middle part of next week. Now, there's other issues to deal with here across the nation for the day. I want to quickly check on those spots. Pretty quiet in the west, dry conditions and comfortable. As you head east, things start to heat up. D.C. for the day, 95 degrees. In fact, we're dealing with a heat alert, heat emergency, I should say, that's in place there for us. So some of those cooling centers are opening up because it's getting so hot and humid. Also watching for some storms to fire up here as well across the Northeast, Mid-Atlantic into the western parts of North Carolina. Some of these storms could produce damaging wind gusts, maybe even an isolated tornado. In fact, we've got Torcon values in that 3 range, so that possibility exists as we head on through this afternoon. Of course, we've got plenty to come when it comes to Isaias next.
This is Firehouse Subs, where we're still making our hot, hearty, mouth-watering subs. Order online at firehousesubs.com or use the Firehouse Subs app. Your order will be boxed, bagged, and ready for pickup or delivery. This is Firehouse Subs.
It's so hard to sleep when it's hot, impossible to work, and even uncomfortable to relax. You need a fan, but they're bulky, awkward, and never put the breeze exactly where you want it. Introducing My Fold-Away Fan from Bell & Howell, the compact cordless fan that unfolds into your own personal wind machine and extends to nearly 4 feet high. Amazing! Forget plug-in fans that never reach. This rechargeable lithium-powered fan goes anywhere you need it with a charge that lasts up to 10 hours. And oh yeah, it has power, enough to blast a breeze to the other side of this room. Now that's some wind. At an ultra lightweight of less than 2 pounds, it's easier than ever to have a personal targeted breeze inside or outside in just seconds. Plus, this whisper quiet fan has 3 separate speeds, so set it on low to stay cool while watching TV, or use it on the patio to battle the summer heat. Crank it up to high for a refreshing breeze in the kitchen. And it's so portable. Use it to chill down outdoor activities like gardening, fishing, or even camping trips. Plus, with a unique telescoping stand, you can place it on the floor so the breeze will easily reach atop the bed, across the top of the dinner table, or even over your work desk at the office. Then the whole thing folds away for easy storage. There's never been another fan like it.
I've never seen anything like this. It's so compact and it magically unfolds into a full-sized fan.
It's portable and rechargeable. I can take it anywhere.
Other fans sell for over $100 and they're not rechargeable. But get My Fold-Away Fan from Bell & Howell for just 2 payments of $19.99. It comes with the USB cable to make charging fast and easy, plus our 90-day warranty. My Fold-Away Fan, the ultra-portable, compact, and rechargeable fan that will keep you cool anywhere. Call or click now.
To order, call 1-800-916-9072 or go to myfoldawayfan.com. That's 1-800-916-9072, or you can order online at myfoldawayfan.com. Order now.
A lot of folks are asking me lately how to get their dishes as clean as possible. I tell them, you should try Cascade Platinum plus the power of Oxy. Cascade Platinum plus Oxy breaks down food soils some detergents can leave behind, washing away even the smallest food residue so it doesn't redeposit on your dishes. And Oxy is Cascade's most powerful clean, formulated without chlorine bleach for a hygienic clean you can see and feel. Cascade plus the power of Oxy, the #1 recommended brand in North America.
Oh, it's a beautiful day. Oh, I never felt this way before. Give us some more.
How do you make a Pinot Noir taste like no other?
Start with grapes from 3 California regions. Push flavor in new directions. And put a bear on the label. Made like no other for a taste like no other. Mayomi. Flavor forward.
It's the beginning of more than 500 miles of tropical storm warnings.
We're definitely taking this seriously as we would for any major rain event.
Still going to have all the rainfall, dangerous rainfall, and flash flooding in some areas, plus that storm surge.
Be safe, be careful, and certainly stay off the beach.
And welcome back, America. You're watching continued coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf. Just a mere cog on the machine of an army of so many people at the Weather Channel, behind the scenes, on the camera, working round the clock. Every second, every minute, every hour, every day to give you information that is so important to you, your friends, your family, your communities to stay safe during tumultuous times. And that's what we're dealing with the system. Back in the studio, Alex Wallace, great meteorologist. Also, Dr. Greg Postel giving us the nuts and bolts, everything about the system. But let me tell you, right now, we're getting a kaleidoscope of conditions here. We'll have some showers that'll come through. Really, the constant has been the wind for today. It was non-existent really a few days ago. We didn't have much wind at all to speak of. The beach is disappearing for the most part. We've got the waves that have come up considerably. I'd say the beach has really been cut by 2/3 of what we saw just a few days ago. This pier that you see behind me, truly a testament to what we've had here, part of the storied history of Vero Beach. This is a replacement because the original pier was actually struck down in 2004 by Hurricane Francis. And this one, again, a grand one holding up rather well as we have one wave after another that just batters. The waves expected to rise considerably. Hey, we've got something else that's up. That's the very latest in terms of what's going on. Let's get you up to speed with what we have at this hour. The latest headlines: 16 Florida counties have declared states of emergency. The President of the United States has approved Florida's request for an emergency declaration ahead of Isaias. Florida's governor warns that there will be impacts even if the storm stays offshore. That is such a great, folks, you got to, number one, you need to remember that far inland you can have impacts that could really be dangerous. And we're going to talk more about how that could affect millions of others up the eastern seaboard. Let's continue. People need to be vigilant. Governor mentioned that. Also, Florida utilities say 10,000 workers are standing by to handle power outages. There have been some reports of it down in just to our south in West Palm Beach. And I expect those numbers are only going to rise for so many people as we make our way over the next several hours. Let's make our way also back to the studio with Dr. Greg Postel with the very latest, the nuts and bolts of Isaias. Dr. Postel.
Reynolds, thank you very much. The most recent advisory from the National Hurricane Center has Isaias as a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm very close to the Florida coast. Look at this flare-up of thunderstorms. Again, it happened this morning. We saw a new cluster develop just offshore, and it's going to be with us, I think, for at least a few more hours before it probably weakens and dissipates, at least before a new one flares up later on tonight and tomorrow. That's been the theme. Up and down we go with those thunderstorms. All the while, Isaias is kind of traveling along a path like that with most of the heavier rain showers and bad weather along and to the right of where the low-level circulation is. What do I mean by that? Well, let's just say the low-level center is right about there. A lot of the bad weather, as you can see, with lightning and heavy rain and strongest winds are over there. But we are still dealing with a lot of rain showers that are rolling in off the Atlantic from time to time, bringing wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour. And this will be the case throughout the afternoon and into tonight. Don't be fooled by the relatively calm weather in between these rain showers, these rain bands. This is what happens with the tropical cyclones that are nearby. They bring in these squally weather conditions that last a few minutes, and then it clears up, and then it happens again. And then it clears up. Off and on we go. That's going to be the case today. Vero Beach right now, 25 gusts to 32, and higher gusts with those showers and squalls. Same thing across central and south Florida. We are dealing with that kind of weather, and that will be the case throughout the afternoon. But this is what's important, and at least is for now, where the center of circulation at low levels, I don't know why I lost the satellite picture there, but the idea is that the low-level center's here. This is the fix on where Isaias is right now at low levels. Mid-level circulation is here. That's what's associated with a lot of the bad and really, really bad weather where the winds near 60 miles per hour plus. Notice that it is along and to the east of the center out there. if that continues to be the case, with the wind shear, the westerly wind shear impacting it and keeping the worst weather along and to the right side of where Isaias tracks, that's good news for Florida. That means Florida basically gets away with what we got now, with the strongest winds likely offshore. Again, there's the low-level center. Here's where the strongest winds, and there's the code, 40 to 50 to 60 mile per hour sustained winds here. Let's say, again, Isaias goes that way. I like what we get with Florida. Maybe some maximum wind gusts in the 50-plus mile per hour range from Vero Beach all the way on through Daytona Beach. That's the worst case scenario, probably 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts at most. I like that scenario. Could have been a lot worse. But let's now track Isaias on northward, because you know it's northward from here? Well, that would be Georgia and South Carolina and North Carolina. Isaias probably parallels the coast with the worst weather today offshore. Most likely. Again, a little wobble to the left, and we could be dealing with a different story for Florida. Needed to keep that in mind. But if this indeed verifies, that, for example, with the center perhaps moving in like that, or maybe like that, brings in the core of that bad weather, let's assuming it flares up again tonight, that could bring it in to South Carolina and North Carolina with higher winds. Here's some estimated wind gusts across South Carolina along and to the east of the track of where Isaias goes, and then maybe even wind gusts up to 70 possible along parts of the coast of South Carolina and North Carolina. That would likely be tomorrow night and on into, let's say, early Tuesday morning. Here's an example. This forecast from the Hurricane Center, I'm going to stop that. Sorry, I got to pull this back. I just want to show you exactly what I'm going here. 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow evening. That's the Hurricane Center's position of Isaias. Look at the bad weather around it. Heavy rain showers, gusty winds, maybe 50 to 70 miles per hour. There is also the chance for some tornadoes on the edge, and all the while with the wind onshore bringing in some coastal flooding along the coast with some storm surge potential, and bringing the heavy rain northward from the Carolinas into the Northeast with flooding, a real significant risk, Reynolds, into New York and maybe Boston, even still as a tropical storm. NHC has this thing as a tropical storm near New York City Tuesday evening. Reynolds.
Yeah, this thing just keeps on going and brings all the trouble with it, especially that rising water you were talking about in terms of heavy rainfall, then the surge. Surge issues that we have on this coast all the way from, say, my gosh, let's see, it is from, Jupiter Inlet clear up to Ponte Beach, anywhere from 2 to 4 feet possible. That's 270 miles. The thing to consider, though, the impacts from this system, get this, go all the way from the Florida Keys, clear up to the Maine coast. It's unbelievable. And as Dr. Postella mentioned, one of the biggest issues is the threat of that rising water. Now, earlier we spoke with Senator Rick Scott, and he is a great guy to chat with about this because, number one, he served time as governor and dealt with many hurricanes. Then as a senator, here we go once again dealing with more of the same. And he offered some great advice that sound not only for people in Florida, but up and down the eastern seaboard. Listen to what he said.
If this thing wobbles to the west a little bit, it's going to be on land, and we're going to get all those horrible winds on the right side of the storm on our land. And if we don't get it here, it looks like the Carolinas might get it. So I hope everybody is already taking this seriously, getting ready for this. And then we're in the middle of hurricane season, so this most likely won't be our last one. So I hope everybody that is here and everybody that has moved here has taken this seriously and gotten prepared. Get your water, get your plan, all these things. You can go to ready.gov, but it's here now, so everybody's got to everybody's got to hunker down today and stay out of the water.
And those roaring winds are going to continue to carry the senator's advice all the way from Florida clear up into Maine. Now, if we were to go in the opposite direction, that would be down this coastline, making our way down to Palm Beach. Well, over there, guess what? We'd find Paul Goodloe. Paul Goodloe was there this morning dealing with the changing conditions. He had this to say.
Isaias is a tropical storm, but the winds are still up, also creating some pretty big waves. Take a look at Lake Worth Pier out here, and the bottom of that pier and the top of the ocean, typically about, say, a 20-foot distance. But right now you see the waves crashing well halfway up, maybe even 3/4 of the way up towards the end of that pier. And that equates to maybe 15-plus foot waves out there. A little bit smaller as they come crashing ashore, but the rip current danger is sky high. Many officials, governors, the governor of the state, as well as city officials, they're saying, hey, ride this one out inside. There'll be plenty of beach days as we head into this week, but right now, if you do head to the beach this coming week, remember, Isaias may be gone, but the rip current danger will remain sky high as we head into this week.
Right, that was Paul Goodlow. Now, one thing we want to do is give you some timing, some city forecasts. And one thing I want you to notice is although the cities change, the locations will change, the conditions are eerily similar. They really are. Notice that we have the heavy rain, we've got the wind, we've got the chance of the rising water, but also quite a bit of pop with some of these storms. And as these bands come on shore, said it once, say it a gazillion times, you can't rule out the chance of tornadic activity. Tornadoes can spin up. Usually, when they are associated with the tropical system, they are very weak. They don't last that long. But still, the thing to remember is they are often rain-wrapped. They can cause loss of life. So you've got to be taking it seriously. At the same time, you've got a place to go very quickly in terms of shelter. Have a secure place. Lowest floor away from walls and windows. That is the best place to be if you have tornadic activity in the midst of this tropical system. Now let's bring in Dr. Postel. And Dr. Postel, we heard Senator Rick Scott mention it earlier. Storm surge. Huge issue here, but a huge issue possibly up and down much of the eastern seaboard.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more of an issue, let's say, for South Carolina and southern North Carolina that it will be for Florida. This is now the latest forecast of the storm surge potential. And numbers have come down. We're dealing with 1 to 3 feet of potential water rise. Now, that's kind of like a high-end forecast. That's kind of like the maximum you could see, right? And that really goes from South Florida all the way through Jacksonville, all the way up to Georgia border. So this is high tide. You could get some minor coastal flooding. And the real reason why Florida is, at least right now, seems a little bit off the hook from some of the higher storm surge potential is because of the track Isaias is taking. It's kind of along like that, right? With an onshore wind along and to the north of this path like that could, at times of high tide, lead to some issues. Of course, the waves are huge. The rip current factor is high. So even if from time to time in the Florida beaches today, the weather's not so bad like where it is in Vero Beach, where Reynolds is, there will be showers that roll in, squally weather with gusts over 40, maybe 50, rip currents, and some very big waves. So that's what this is showing you, the wave action offshore. So this is where the ocean is really, really rough. And as we move Isaias northward during the evening tonight, perhaps off Melbourne, maybe Cocoa, and then northward from there, closing in on, let's say, Savannah perhaps, there's a large onshore component of the wind tomorrow morning, perhaps leading to some significant water rises at the time of high tide, which I believe tomorrow morning is across parts of South Carolina and Georgia as well. We got to be careful of that. But it goes onward from there because if indeed, let's say Isaias does make a landfall tomorrow evening somewhere along the South Carolina coast, well, that would bring the core of the very bad weather, the strongest winds, perhaps wind gusts over 70, coming in here with an onshore wind, leading to some coastal flooding all up and down the coast of South Carolina and southern North Carolina. Something to be very careful of tomorrow evening, which is why I believe the newest forecast for storm surge does include a heightened chance here of 2 to 4 feet of storm surge all the way from central South Carolina through Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, Wrightsville Beach, and Cape Fear as well. So this, to me, of all the places along the southeast United States that has to be concerned with storm surge, it's here because of the ultimate path of Isaias, which probably brings a landfall, at least the forecast for now, across portions of South Carolina tomorrow night. Along and to the east of that is where the most storm surge will be. Let me show you what I can. I'm going to bring this map up again with the forecast of Isaias to show you what I mean. Let's take it now. This is the Hurricane Center's forecast into South Carolina Monday evening. That brings the storm surge risk along and to the east of that path with that onshore wind and the surge coming in. So this is a very significant issue through tomorrow night and into Tuesday, along, of course, portions of eastern North Carolina as well. And then I'm just going to show you this one more time because we can't give you the forecast enough times because, Alex, this is going to carry the bad weather into New England with a significant flooding risk as well later on Tuesday.
Yeah, Dr. Post, a lot of folks going to be feeling the impacts as it continues to work its way up the coast. There's that path here as we head on through the early part of the week. As you mentioned there, making its way, potentially that landfall there somewhere in South Carolina tomorrow evening, and then continuing for Tuesday. Notice picking up the speed by Tuesday evening. This thing's going to be all the way up into parts of the Northeast. So it's slowed down a bit now, but we do think it'll be picking up speed as it marches its way up the rest of the East Coast. Tropical storm warnings anywhere in the red, essentially across Georgia, South Carolina, into North Carolina until you get up to around the Wilmington area. Then you get to tropical storm watches, where we could be looking at the possibility for tropical storm conditions in those zones, and even farther inland. Raleigh's a spot that could experience tropical storm conditions. Not out of the question as we look at the maximum wind potential. So looking at how high those wind gusts could potentially get. We're talking about the yellow zones, maybe 35, 39 to 57 mile per hour winds. Raleigh to the Greensboro area, even around the Columbia region. But the farther to the east you head, the better shot you have to deal with some of the stronger winds, anywhere from 58 miles per hour to around 73. I can't rule that out. Again, that would be on the higher end of the scale, closer to where we have some of those stronger winds. So let's take a look at when those winds could set in. At least the earliest arrival time of the tropical storm force winds moving up into basically southeastern Georgia, South Carolina, basically early tomorrow morning. And the key here is it's an important time because once those tropical storm force winds start to get in, it's too late for outdoor preparation. So get that done now before those stronger winds come in. We can time it out here. There it comes as we work our way into Monday evening. We're working our way those stronger winds now into parts of Georgia as well as South Carolina, and then marching its way up the coast, heading into Tuesday morning. We're with you here all afternoon and evening. Live team coverage here up and down the coast.
COPD makes it hard to breathe. So to breathe better, I started Once Daily Anoro.
COPD tries to say go this way. I say I'll go my own way with Anoro.
Once Daily Anoro contains 2 medicines called bronchodilators that work together to significantly improve lung function all day and all night. Do not use Anoro if you have asthma. Anoro won't replace rescue inhalers for sudden symptoms and should not be used more than once a day. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition, high blood pressure, glaucoma, prostate, bladder, or urinary problems. These may worsen with Anoro. Call your doctor if you have worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain while taking Anoro. The most common side effects are sore throat, diarrhea, and pain in the arms and legs.
Ask your doctor about Once Daily Anoro to start treating your COPD.
We're here for you during this challenging time, and always find support at Anoro.com.
At Safelite, we're committed to taking care of you and your car. We'll fix it right with no contact service you can trust.
So if you have auto glass damage, stay safe with Safelite.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
Your new Honda is ready to go, like the Pilot or Passport. Get a great deal on the Passport at the Honda Summer Clearance Event today.
I'm feeling summertime.
Crack open summer with the taste of freedom. Budweiser's red, white, and blue camo cans. Available for a limited time only. In stores now.
Where can a healthier heart lead you? For people with heart failure taking Entresto, it may lead to a world of possibilities. Entresto helps people stay alive and out of the hospital. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto.
It's a motorhome, Junior. Modern invention.
Modern invention? We carried our homes with us since, like, forever.
Yeah, but humans have Geico to protect them. Something goes wrong, they're covered. What do we have?
What could go wrong? Ooh, a feather.
A feather? Duck, Junior!
That's no duck, Daddy. That's a vulture!
Geico for RVs. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
I'm Jeff Anderson. For 37 years, we have been fighting for survivors of child sex abuse. Even in these uniquely challenging times, we're still fighting with dedication and devotion. New York law gives survivors a chance to take legal action, but only for a limited time. If you were sexually abused by a priest, scout leader, coach, or teacher, contact us confidentially today. It's time.
As you get older, staying sharp is more important than ever.
Where's my tab?
Oh, you have to remember the names of your grandkids, pets, your son-in-law.
Favorite son-in-law.
And the eternal question, where did you put your glasses? Sure, you can spend the day looking for things that you misplaced, or you can take Natrol Cognium. Cognium improves memory and recall in healthy adults. It's safe and is shown to be effective in multiple human clinical trials.
6-letter word for head?
Noggin. Stay sharp. Stay you with Natrol Cognium.
And my password?
It's almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up.
We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 84 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Today, scattered thunderstorms. A few storms may be severe. High 87. Chance of rain 40%. Tonight, partly cloudy skies. Low 78. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Monday, sunny along with a few clouds. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 92. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Throughout the day today, Florida is going to start seeing some of those winds, mainly right along the coast, mainly offshore, but in those rain bands, you can definitely see those winds. By Monday morning, getting into off the coast of Georgia. But here's what we need to look at. The higher probability of those getting to Monday evening into Tuesday, you start seeing those winds reach South Carolina, North Carolina, and into Virginia, the higher probability of winds. That's where we're looking at the track bringing the winds, and also the associated storm surge, also the associated rain. And those winds, even by Tuesday evening, getting up to portions of Massachusetts and New England.
Well, it looks like we're having some trouble there with Reynolds' shot. We'll try to get to him as soon as possible, but want to update you on what's going on with our tropical storm Isaias and what we know. It's going to be eventually moving its way up the East Coast. First, again, just off the coast of Florida now, kind of skirting right on by, then eventually southeast coast, and then moving up into the northeast. As it's doing that, we're expected to pick up some speed, quickly moving up the East Coast as we head through the mid part of the week. But as it heads up the coast, watch for the issues in the waters, large waves, and the rip current risk. We're going to see that really jump. So getting into the water is not going to be something that we want to do here, and really up and down the entire East Coast. Not safe to be doing that. And watch out because there's flash flooding. That'll be a possibility. That could be even life-threatening for some locations. So here we are moving down the road as we head on through the early part of the week. Tuesday throughout the day, essentially it's the mid-Atlantic into southern portions of New England and then really racing. By the time we essentially get to Thursday morning, this thing is way up into eastern Canada. The Canadian Maritime's having to deal with it. So picking up speed, which would be a good scenario here. The faster it goes, the less time we have to deal with it. But despite that, again, we're still expecting some impacts for us. So let's take you through it. This is looking at Tuesday. Notice all the areas that are in that green. That's where we have that risk for the rain to roll on in with some gusty winds as well here for us. D.C., Baltimore, Philly, eventually NYC, and Boston. All areas here up and down 95. So some of the big cities, the megalopolis, you'll be having to deal with this. And then as we head into Wednesday, there's the position of Isaias. They're basically northern stretches of Maine, but still finding the rain, but it will be ending from south to north as we move through our Wednesday night. Looking at the European model's depiction of the rainfall, this is going from Monday into Wednesday, and you can see there's quite a bit of yellow showing up. Indication of 3 to 5 inches right in that particular zone. And of course, there could be some locally higher amounts. Certainly can't rule that out. So that is a threat. Flooding coming on through, at least that heavy rain leading to the potential for some flooding in those zones. The GFS model, similar flavor in terms of where it spits out some of the higher totals. Again, that 3 to 5 inch yellow zone that stretches from basically southeastern Pennsylvania, including the Philadelphia area, into portions of New England. So that kind of rain could certainly lead to some problems when it comes to flash flooding. Here's your forecast in a spot like Atlantic City, which actually starts off pretty quietly here for at least the start of the week. It will be hot, near 90 for the day, but mostly sunshine. Monday night to Tuesday now, that's when we start to see conditions moving downhill with more rain showers and potentially some storms. Some gusty winds start to set in as well. And out in the waters, those wave heights. This is Tuesday later in the day. Notice the purple zones. That's at least 15-foot waves here for us. Parts of Long Island dealing with that. But quickly as this thing races out, the wave heights come down, and we'll be looking at a much improved situation there. All right, let's get back out to Reynolds. I believe we have you now, Reynolds, there. Vero Beach, how are things faring for you right now?
I'll tell you, technology can be a funny thing, Alex. And right now, what we're dealing with is it's just kind of the kaleidoscope of changes where you'll have some skies that kind of brighten up a little bit. You'll see a patchwork of blue, but then the gray fills right back in. The rain really has been intermittent, mostly light, but the wind has really been kind of more of the constant, but that is also expected to build. At Vero Beach, our present location, right here in Indian River County, this is essentially a barrier island where we happen to be, and it lives up to its billing. It's nature's barrier to hold back the onslaught of the ocean from the mainland. It's a protected barrier, and there's quite a bit of coastal erosion that does occur, and there will be some with this. But the big story that we have from this location, actually from points farther south to Jupiter Inlet, clear up into Ponte Vedra, some 270 miles, you've got the threat of some flooding, some surge that could range anywhere from 2, 3, as high as 4 feet of surge. And that's something that's going to be an issue not only for the shoreline itself, but all issues that you'll have with all the connected waterways. Let's make our way up into the Carolinas. We have an issue, again, not just stays to the shore, but also well inland along the 95 corridor back into even high elevation of western Carolina. You could have some heavy rain, some flooding in places like Boone. Orographic lift is the real enhancement that's going to cause that and the potential life-threatening problems that we could deal with. But the story doesn't just stay in the Carolinas, but you could see some heavy rain there. Eventually, it will trickle its way up through places like D.C., Philadelphia, New York, Boston, all the way up into Maine. Even Burlington, Vermont could get some shower activity out of this, and the potential of flooding is there. Now, this all bears watching. There's still a lot of moving parts to it. There have been changes in the forecast. Odds are there will still be some changes with the system. These tropical entities do tend to be full of surprises every now and again, so being vigilant is always the key. But one thing you'll notice from yesterday was a hurricane, now a tropical storm, but please, I implore you, do not let your guard down. You've got to have that sense of preparedness, and it's something that hard to believe we're only in 90%. We've got 90% of the season left, gang. Really do, over 90%. So a long way to go before we get to November 30th. Well, right now, it's churning up considerably. We do see these waves coming on in, but you know what is coming your way? More team coverage. That's right, at the Weather Channel. We've assembled a great army of people there in the control room, behind the scenes, here in the camera, those behind the camera, to give you the latest. Stick around.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there. Nope. Watch this. Brake. Rear automatic braking. So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right. Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know, but that Parker promo saved me so much on my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
I know people love the dish remote. It's great. So why build in the Google Assistant? I mean, who really needs a TV remote that can turn the thermostat up,
Change temperature to 72,
the lights down,
dim the lights,
and still access their DVR?
play video?
Actually, some people could absolutely use a remote like that. The new Dish Voice Remote. Dish, tuned in to you.
This summer, we've all got miles to make up. Miles to the job site, to the campsite, and anything else we set our sights on. Miles that take us back to the people we've missed, and to those who could make this summer mean more than ever before. Get the most out of those miles during the Ram Summer Clearance event.
Kids can change minds. They can even change the world around us. Packed with protein plus 21 vitamins and minerals, we nourish them with Carnation Breakfast Essentials. Because today could change everything.
Pop a little fun. And pop a whole lot of deliciousness. Lay's Poppables are crispy, tasty, and full of perfectly poppable flavor. If you like to mix it up, we got you covered. There are 5 delicious flavors to brighten your world. Lay's Poppables. Taste the possibilities.
The fighting spirit is one we all share. Amanda Nunes wears hers with pride. From standing up for herself against the doubters, to being the only woman in her MMA training gym. Amanda refused to let stereotypes get in her way, whether inside the octagon or out. Since 1925, we've proved that it doesn't matter where you come from. It matters what you're made of. Modelo, the official beer of UFC.
Do I use a toothpaste that whitens my teeth or one that's good for my teeth? Now I don't have to choose.
Crest 3D White. It removes up to 95% of surface stains and strengthens enamel. From the #1 toothpaste brand in America, Crest.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
When you've got auto glass damage, Safe Light can come to you.
And you'll get a text when we're on our way. Just leave your keys on the dash, and we'll replace your windshield with safe, no-contact service. Schedule at safelight.com.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
Isaias, now a tropical storm.
It's all the way from the Carolinas all the way up, and we're going to have a fast-moving but pretty potent tropical storm moving over the big cities of the Northeast. A potent tropical storm, a windy one, a rain-making one, and it could be a significant event.
So we're seeing waves easily 10 feet there, and we could see 5 to 20 foot tall waves as we head through the entirety of the approach.
We want everybody pretty much to stay put. The weather conditions are going to start deteriorating pretty soon, so I expect that we'll have trees uprooted, power lines down. Let's get hunkered down, and then let's stay put.
Hello, America. Welcome back to continued coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias. I'm meteorologist Reynolds Wolf coming to you from Vero Beach. This system is a tropical storm, but still poses a big threat up and down the eastern seaboard. I want you to think of just a very flat pool. You've got flat water, the water's calm, no one's in it, and then someone jumps in and just does a giant cannonball. You've got a big splash, but the waves, initially big, still affect every single bit of the water's surface. The same holds true for Florida. You've got 470 miles of coastline. Over that, think about it, from Nassau County to our north, clear down to Miami-Dade and even into the Florida Keys. Every bit of that coastline will be affected by the storm. But there's more. It's going to affect all the way up to the Maine coast. That's right, to the mid-Atlantic. We're talking Long Island Sound, Martha's Vineyard, all could be affected. Let's get you to speed with what we know at this hour. The latest headlines for you. Florida utilities say 10,000 workers are standing by to handle power outages. We've already had some of those well to our south. Those numbers are going to be on the uptick. Brevard County on Florida's Space Coast has put Mathers Bridge under lockdown. Also, Florida emergency officials say COVID testing sites on the state's east coast are closed for now. And finally, Port Canaveral is closed until further notice. So, a lot to adjust there. And we've got more information that's going to be, again, as we get it, we'll certainly pass it along to you. But now it's time to send it over to Dr. Greg Postel for the very latest on this swirling system.
Yeah, Reynolds, we're looking at the latest advisory, the most recent one from the Hurricane Center, and there really haven't been any changes all morning long. 65 miles per hour in the wind speed, moving north-northwest at 8. That brings it kind of paralleling the Florida coast during the day today and tonight, assuming that general motion continues. Now, what we're watching is an area of thunderstorms that flared up, let's say, early this morning, and is still with us, and that's a sign that we need to keep an eye on. That if it hangs on another 6 to 12 hours, then we might be dealing with some intensification. But for now, it doesn't really look like it, because when you look inside of these clouds and you see the radar, you see a rather irregular system underneath those very ominous clouds. It's important to keep an eye on what's actually happening underneath that nasty cluster of thunderstorms. And what we've got is here. This is where the core of that stuff is. Lightning strikes out there. That's where the bad weather is, where the winds over 60 miles per hour are. But what we've got also on the beaches today is round after round of squally weather coming in at a distance from the center, but still it's going to be gusty, and the weather's going to get bad from time to time with wind gusts 50 to 60 miles per hour in spots. There is definitely that possibility. Now, in between those bands, which is probably the majority of the day, the weather may not be that bad. But when these things do come in, be careful, because they can do some damage. And those outer rain bands of tropical cyclones are notoriously kind of tricky and can be very angry, so to speak, weather-wise. So let's have a look at now. There's the core of the circulation. This is a mid-level circulation aloft. The actual surface center is probably somewhere in there. So it's not co-located with what's happening upstairs. And that kind of segmented view to it tells us that the atmosphere around it is not really supportive of strengthening, at least in the near term. We're dealing with some gusty winds from time to time on the coast, but very manageable weather otherwise in between. What I meant by the strongest winds being offshore, well, there you are. That's what they are. Estimated 40 to 50 to even 60 miles per hour in the wind speed out here. So as long as Isaias continues to move parallel to the coast, let's say the center does, it should mean that the worst weather, the strongest winds, the heaviest rain should stay offshore. We'll get those scattered showers rolling in, Reynolds, from time to time, even in Vero Beach, but up the coast from you, Daytona Beach, Jacksonville, we'll have much more about this future forecast, because it means it means some significant issues, I think, for places like South Carolina, North Carolina, if indeed, Reynolds, it makes landfall there later on tomorrow evening.
Oh, you were so right, Dr. Postel. We were talking about how the Treasure Coast has their own history with rough tropical weather. Same holds true for the Carolinas. And in fact, let's go ahead and go, if we can, for a moment, check out some of the cities to our north. We make our way up to Savannah, Georgia, River City, and look at this. On Monday afternoon, that's when the wind really begins to pick up, possibly in gusts exceeding 40 miles per hour. Then we go to Charleston, more of the same. We get from Battery Wagner clear over to the ramparts of the Citadel, more of the same on the parade deck. Be careful. We'll see you coming up in a few moments. You're watching the Weather Channel continued coverage on tropical storm Isaias.
With Domino's $5.99 mix and match deal, you can feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person. So we asked one of our families to help us make this commercial about that deal.
Enjoy your pizza.
Safely feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person with the $5.99 mix and match deal.
Power outages can be unpredictable, inconvenient, and disruptive to your life, posing a real threat to your comfort and safety. When the power goes out, you have no lights, no refrigeration, no heating or air conditioning. Your well or sump pump won't work. Your modern daily electronics are rendered useless. And what if the power's out for days or weeks? Are you prepared? You can be with a Generac home standby generator.
24 days we were without power. I had water, I had ice, I had coffee, I had air conditioner. I was able to stay here because of Generac.
When an outage occurs, your Generac home standby generator automatically powers up, so your life goes on without disruption. You and your family are comfortable, safe, and secure. Generac generators run on your home's existing natural gas or propane. And Generac's standard Mobile Link remote monitoring system keeps you posted on operating status, maintenance updates, and more. Generac generators are designed, engineered, and purpose-built in the USA. Generac is the #1 manufacturer of home standby generators in the world. 8 out of 10 home generators are Generac, with thousands of satisfied customers.
Very good product. Very, very good reviews from everybody.
Prices start at just $19.99, and special financing is available with surprisingly affordable monthly payments. Call now to schedule your free in-home assessment with one of Generac's 6,000 nationwide dealers. The call is free, the assessment is free, and there's no obligation to buy. Plus, if you act now, you'll receive a 7-year extended warranty absolutely free. That's a $695 value. Call now, so the next time there's a power outage, your home powers up. Power your life with Generac. Call or go online to schedule your free in-home assessment today.
We're Carvana, the company who invented car vending machines and buying a car 100% online. Now we've created a brand new way for you to sell your car. Whether it's a year old or a few years old, we want to buy your car. So go to Carvana and enter your license plate, answer a few questions, and our techno wizardry calculates your car's value and gives you a real offer in seconds. When you're ready, we'll come to you, pay you on the spot, and pick up your car. That's it. So ditch the old way of selling your car and say hello to the new way at Carvana.
On the road again. Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
It's hurricane season. You need to know what weather is heading your way.
We've already got some rain out there this morning and severe storms developing.
America's Morning Headquarters has you covered. So start every day with the best in weather.
Time to check out the tropics for you. We're focused in here on the western Atlantic.
AMHQ.
Welcome back into AMHQ, your morning headquarters for weather.
Join Jim Cantori, Stephanie Abrams, and Jen Carfagno. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
And welcome in, everyone. You are watching Weather Underground.
Both weekend days look great, Saturday and Sunday.
Get outside, enjoy, go for a bike ride, walk the dog. Why? Because it's going to be awesome.
Wow. Looks fantastic.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for waking up with us on AMHQ.
Jim, Jen, and Steph all here with you to get you out the door, help you kick off a new week.
Can you get a better forecast than that?
I have never seen anything like that. Summer is just better when it starts with the Weather Channel.
Nature is the artist, but the atmosphere, well, that's just the canvas. Beautiful shot that we have here. This is gorgeous. Deerfield Beach. Look at that purple sky. Just beautiful. Stunning sight. This ahead of that strong storm. Check out the hues. Just incredible. All the Crayolas. Just gorgeous. This happened on Saturday. Tropical storm Isaias creating also big waves and bright colors as it makes its approach to much of South Florida. Now, we've been speaking much of the morning about the concerns in Florida, but we also have problems in Georgia and, yes, the Carolinas. Now, we're going to go now, if we can, to Ocracoke Island. They actually restricted access again, mandatory evacuation in effect for Ocracoke Island. That's in North Carolina, of course. Now, this system is on track to brush the island as it makes its way up the eastern seaboard on its trek. Let's bring in Peter Vankovich, if we can, with the Ocracoke Observer about the restricted access to the island. Good morning to you, sir. And right now, who is allowed on the island?
Well, we started up in a mandatory evacuation, and the way it works, our county commissioners make that call. We do have a control group that there's a whole bunch of guys and gals who work on this issue. Once that mandatory evacuation starts, though, it's visitors first, okay? Anyone that's on the island renting houses or whatever. And then the next day will be for residents. And I'll just give you a normal observation that pretty much everyone would agree with. Most residents do not leave for mandatory evacuations. Dorian was a game changer, however, but we don't have that right now.
I have to ask you, you live in one of the prettiest places in America, one of the prettiest places on the planet, but what makes it so vulnerable to tropical systems?
You know, I've been talking, and I did a kind of an oral history story for the anniversary for Dorian and interviewed 4 old islanders here who pointed out, you know, during the 70s, right up to about Gloria, mid-80s, there was very little hurricane activity. And then, boy, it resumed, and especially in the last 10 years. We're very vulnerable. I like to say we're living on the edge here. And weather is one of the big issues there. We're 13 miles, and it's all national seashore except for a little community that's nestled away, and it's elbowed in very safely, by the way, from a lot of areas there in terms of storm surge, etc., for the most part. But, you know, we're 1,100 people here, and our access, 99%, is through ferries. And once those ferries shut down, that's it. There's no exit.
Ocracoke Island it's more than just a place for the people you mentioned. It's home. its home. And for those who evacuated, when will they be allowed to come back on the island?
That will just depend on several factors, how quickly this storm moves through, and it does seem to will be moving fairly rapidly. And then, the Coast Guard has to check on the routes and the ferry system to make sure it's all safe to restart our ferry system. And once that's up and approved, and believe me, everyone's on a fast track to get this island reopened. We've been taking several hits. Dorian shut down this island for longest that anyone ever can remember, which was just about 3 months. And then, of course, we, like everyone else, dealt with the COVID crisis and with COVID-19, and we closed down our island for that for a while. So we need to have this island reopened and have our businesses going.
Last question for you. It seems as though the Outer Banks as a whole are affected time and again by these glancing blows of these tropical systems, and one thing that seems to fall apart, parts of Highway 12. Now, I know Highway 12 was reopened back in December after being damaged by Dorian just last year. Have any safeguards been made to try to prevent damage this season?
I don't know if you can do the preventative damage. If you walk, we're vulnerable on Route 12 as you get towards the ferry terminal, as you go towards the Hatteras Inlet. And our dunes are very high. We have a lot of vegetation on them, so hopefully they're going to withstand it. But a good storm will just kind of wipe that out. And the same thing up on Hatteras Island. There's very little you can do. I mean, when these overwashes get so powerful, and they can come from either the Sound or the ocean, and once that's done, you're going to have to close the road down. But I will give a shout out to the Department of Transportation. Boy, they're right on the scene and trying to get those roads back up. That is our lifeline. Just realize we're an island, and it takes 1 hour to get over onto Hatteras Island and a nice little 70-mile drive to OBX Hospital up in Nags Head. So just think when you have health issues what that really means. We do have a backup, of course. We have medevacs. We'll bring in a helicopter, but the weather conditions have to be just right. They will not come if it's deemed to be dangerous here. So health is a major issue for all of us down here. And so we all have a good stake. And I just think everyone works very well together to keep Route 12 open. And, Hatteras Island, boy, they have their challenges up there. And so, and that does impact us as well down here.
Okay, well, Peter Vankovich with the Ocracoke Observer, thank you so much for your time. What a story. So much to tell. And, every store, every place, every town, every person's got a story, and we've got so many to share with you with this system. And the story is yet to be finished. We've got a long way to go, folks. We truly do. Dr. Greg Postel is coming up with other systems that we have out there. Yes, the tropics are still brewing. More information coming up.
Around here, nobody ever does it.
I didn't do it.
So when I heard they added Ultra Oxy to the cleaning power of Tide, it was just what we needed.
Dad, I didn't do it.
#1 stain and odor fighter. #1 trusted. It's got to be Tide.
Be right back.
More fun in summer with WeatherTech. From laser measured floor liners, seat protectors, cargo liner, and more. Order your American made products at WeatherTech.com.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carryout, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Delivering.
Frisbee it.
So we went with what we do best. Delivery. To your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, truck's perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
Who are you? I'm your daydream. Come.
What a day for a daydream.
What a day for a daydream. You're never too far from the Life Artois.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
It's a familiar story. Allergies ruining your sleep and next day too. Taking Zysol at night relieves allergies while you sleep, so you wake refreshed. Plus, it works faster than Claritin and on first dose provides the same relief as Zyrtec at nearly half the size. Be wise all, take Zysol at night.
I found a way to relieve my constipation that's both gentle and fast.
New great-tasting Dalcolac soft juice works naturally with the water in your body in as little as 30 minutes. Puts you comfortably in control. New Dalcolac soft juice.
Almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up.
We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 85 degrees under mostly cloudy skies with windy. Today, scattered thunderstorms. A few storms may be severe. High 87. Chance of rain 40%. Tonight, partly cloudy skies. Low 78. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Monday, sunny along with a few clouds. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 92. Here's our 7-day outlook.
New video into the Weather Channel. Who'd ever believe that a space mission would end with help from something on the water? That's right, SpaceX recovery ship. This is Go Navigator sailing out of Pensacola earlier today. It's going to make its way into the Gulf of Mexico, headed for a landing zone of the Crew Dragon Endeavor. That's right. Now, which is set to splash down with this crew of 2 astronauts. That's right. You, of course, know that great story. It's going to happen in just about an hour or so. The mission made so much history. It truly did. What a great thing. In May, as the first manned commercial spacecraft to reach orbit. What an accomplishment. And it's definitely making history, Dan, this morning. It's first splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico, and it's the first time that we have had, think about this, a splashdown in over 40 years. If you're a space fan like I am, it's the kind of thing that give you goosebumps. But what about that forecast? Well, this is the reason you'll see in the forecast why conditions on the East Coast were unsuitable because of Isaias, but in the Gulf of Mexico, warm, inviting water should be great. Splashdown at 2:40. Congratulations to not only the 2 great astronauts, but also the men and women behind the scenes that work so hard. What an incredible accomplishment. Just incredible times. What is not incredible is Isaias and what it is going to do and what it has done to our friends in the Turks and Caicos. The heavy rainfall in places like Puerto Rico. It's affecting the Bahamas now, and certainly we're catching some of it at this point. It's been primarily the wind and the waves and the issue that we could have from some 270 miles of coastline here in Florida, from Jupiter Inlet clear up into Ponte Vedra. But that 2 to 4 feet of surge, that's not just an issue here. We could have more impacts into the mid-Atlantic and up into the eastern seaboard. So this morning, if you're tuning in, say, from the Outer Banks, and you're wondering where is it? It's such a hot day. Well, you got something else that is cooking, and that is this system, this tropical storm rolling in your direction, and the trouble that can come with it could be in the form of some damaging wind and some heavy rainfall at times. Notice the water could be piling up right along the, yes, look at this, and along the I-95 corridor. So if you're tuning in, say, on the banks of the Delaware River in beautiful Philadelphia, your weather is going to change in a big way. Heavy rain, can't rule out the chance of flooding. Same for the nation's capital. New York could be in play. Same story for you also in Boston. Whitecaps, absolutely. Some heavy wave action out by places like Martha's Vineyard and into Cape Cod, certainly. And you will feel the effects of the system up and down the eastern seaboard, all the way from Acadia National Park clear down to Key West. Unbelievable. Now, again, that is not the only show that we are watching in the tropics. In fact, let's bring in Dr. Greg Postel with the very latest on what we are watching in the Atlantic.
Yeah, it's not sleeping exactly. There are other things to look at across parts of the tropical Atlantic during our tropical update. Let's have a look at Invest 94L. By the way, there's Isaias, and there was what was once TD10. No longer, it's gone. But this one right here, Invest 94L, let's keep an eye on this one as it moves through parts of the northern Caribbean. It's a tropical wave, sort of a trough of low pressure with the wind flowing through it, about like that, in a wave-like fashion, with the bad weather typically here on the east side of it. So it looks like one of those standard things that comes off Africa every 3 to 5 days, and it is moving northeastward, or northwestward, I should say, and bears watching. And if you only know because we know where it's going to be brushing by, we think, the Caribbean islands, and also maybe closing in on the Turks and Caicos in the next couple days. So some squally weather may accompany that, and there is some chance that this thing could organize a bit better, but it's a long way off yet, and no hurry to turn into a tropical cyclone in the near term. This, however, is what we need to pay attention to very closely. This is Isaias, just off the Florida coast. Very large canopy of high altitude cloud here. It's not raining everywhere underneath it, but what we're looking at is a system that's got some pretty strong winds with it still. There's the center at low levels of the circulation, but most of the bad weather here is on the east side of it. There's a mid-level vortex here aloft that is associated with a lot of the shower and thunderstorm activity. And as long as Isaias, the center of it, kind of moves parallel to the coast like that, it should keep most of the bad weather to the right side of that line. But still, today we will see showers and thunderstorms roll in with 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts up the coast. Yes, all the way to the Florida-Georgia border, with those squalls coming in off the Atlantic. So let's just say this forecast verifies, and it's a good one, and it follows the NHC track closely. With a center like that, the worst weather, Alex, appears to be offshore of Florida. But here's the problem. Going into tomorrow and tomorrow night, we may be dealing with a landfall in South Carolina, which would bring all the hazards, the high wind, the heavy rain, and the storm surge tomorrow night and into early Tuesday in South Carolina. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Dr. Postel. And of course, there's other areas of the country we want to tackle quickly here as we check in on the forecast for the day, which looks pretty quiet on the west coast, comfortable and dry. But as you start to work your way east, you run into a few more showers and storms, and also some heat. D.C. getting into the mid-90s, and the humidity, that's going to be around as well. That's going to mean problems for us, a heat emergency there in D.C., so some of those cooling centers are opening up. And then we've got the severe threat as well, and that stretches across the northeast. Damaging wind gusts, that's going to be the main risk here for us, along with the chance for a few isolated tornadoes. Torcon values right in that 3 range for this afternoon. Plenty more on Isaias as we have live coverage up and down the coast next.
Life doesn't give you many second chances. But a Subaru can.
You guys okay?
Eyesight with pre-collision braking. Standard on the Subaru Ascent. The 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
I like Liberty Mutual. They get that no two people are alike. And customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. What do you think?
I don't see it. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Crack open summer with the taste of freedom. Budweiser's red, white, and blue camo cans. Available for a limited time only. In stores now.
At Safelite, we're committed to taking care of you and your car. We'll fix it right with no contact service you can trust.
So if you have auto glass damage, stay safe with Safelite.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
Kids can change minds. They can even change the world around us. Packed with protein plus 21 vitamins and minerals, we nourish them with Carnation Breakfast Essentials. Because today could change everything.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
If you have moderate to severe psoriasis or psoriatic arthritis, little things can become your big moment. That's why there's Otezla. Otezla is not an injection or a cream. It's a pill that treats differently. For psoriasis, 75% clearer skin is achievable with reduced redness, thickness, and scaliness of plaques. For psoriatic arthritis, Otezla is proven to reduce joint swelling, tenderness, and pain. And the Otezla prescribing information has no requirement for routine lab monitoring. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. It may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Tell your doctor about your medicines and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Otezla, show more of you.
Waves have really been picking up considerably. You're going to be dealing along the coast with conditions that will be getting worse.
Gusty winds, perhaps over 50 miles per hour as this continues. Coastal flooding is going to likely be an issue.
And right now, Tropical Storm Isaias lashing out at Florida's east coast. Winds whipping up big waves, and huge waves, in fact, especially across the east central coast of Florida, and dropping heavy rain. Tropical storm warnings stretch for more than 600 miles from the Sunshine State all the way up into the Carolinas, and where this storm could drop more than 3 inches or more of rain into this week. Storm specialist Carl Parker will take us into the forecast in a few minutes, and we're also going to check in live with meteorologist Reynolds Wolf, standing alongside the Treasure Coast. Welcome into our continuing live team coverage here of Tropical Storm Isaias. I'm meteorologist Chris Bruin. Thanks for joining us here on your Sunday afternoon. The winds, they're growing stronger and rain bands heavier as Isaias moves closer to Florida's coast. Tropical storm force gusts already recorded, especially near Lake Worth and out across the pier in some of the more exposed areas. And beaches in Florida can expect more as Isaias charges up the eastern seaboard. This is what we know about this storm right now. Volusia County, Florida. This covers New Smyrna Beach and Daytona Beach, as well as Ormond Beach, will open storm shelters today. Red flags are flying, and all swimming is banned in St. Johns County, which includes St. Augustine. And as South Carolina waits for this storm to arrive, the city of Charleston is putting in pumps in place in low-lying areas. So we want to get the latest here on Tropical Storm Isaias. We're going to head into the lab now with storm specialist Carl Parker.
Well, I'll tell you, the hurricane hunters are out in the system right now, and they did just find some surface winds of 72 miles per hour. So we may be looking at some slight strengthening of this storm. Now officially a 65 mile per hour tropical storm and moving north-northwest at 8 miles per hour. Expected to skirt the coast of Florida today, but then come right into the Carolinas, and that's going to be late tomorrow. So significant coastal impacts there, along with very heavy rain up into North Carolina, Virginia, and on up into the Northeast as well. We're going to have more on that coming up in a moment. So the hurricane warnings have been dropped in Florida. Tropical storm warnings in effect. You look at the satellite, you see this big burst of thunderstorms, and that's a pretty mean-looking satellite image. But as we discussed yesterday, most of the weather associated with the system is now offshore. The circulation is right along the coast, but all that stronger wind and heavy rain is offshore, and it's likely going to be that way as it moves up and along the coast. So we're getting winds now gusting to 28, 31 miles per hour, Stewart and Vero Beach. And that's the kind of thing that we're going to see, with the exception of these showers that roll in. As these bands come in, occasionally we'll be looking at some stronger winds with those. Winds could easily gust to 40, 50 miles per hour as those roll in. So that's going to be one of the things to watch for, along with that elevated surf. Looking at the max wind potential, we're thinking that it's probably going to be topping out most likely at strong tropical force in the easternmost parts of Florida. And as we discussed yesterday, because we're not getting as much impact, because that storm is not as well formed, the storm surge potential is also down here along the east coast of Florida, now to about 1 to 3 feet. So let's take a look at the forecast model, doing, I think, a really good job of depicting what's going on right now. And again, you've got the circulation that is basically onshore, but because the storm is oriented the way that it is there's a mid-level center that is displaced from the low-level center, and that's where the weather is, and it's mostly offshore, and it's going to remain mostly offshore. Where we see some occasional bands coming in, very gusty winds, certainly elevated surf, and we'll see some water level rise. And then the storm is going to be out over the open water, and that's going to be overnight tonight and going into Monday. And as that happens, and it gets over the very warm waters of the Gulf Stream, it may actually intensify some at that point, and it's going to be coming directly into South Carolina and North Carolina. So we expect to see more significant impacts in the Carolinas, and we're going to talk more about that coming up here in just a few moments. Let's get out to Reynolds Wolf right now. He's in Vero Beach, and Reynolds, very angry sea out there, but that pier behind you is shrugging it off.
Yeah, absolutely. This pier, believe it or not, Carl, is a replacement. This replaces the original Vero pier that actually was ripped apart by Hurricane Francis back in 2004, and it is a great replacement at that. But I'll tell you, this whole Treasure Coast has got a history that is woven with a tapestry that involves tropical weather. The idea that it's called the Space Coast is due to 11 out of 12 Spanish galleons, a small fleet, actually, again, being overtaken by a hurricane back in 1715, and all that silver made its way to the shore, hence they call it the Treasure Coast. That was the past. Let's talk about some of the recent past with an interview, a conversation I had with Senator Rick Scott, who's had a wealth of knowledge when it comes to dealing with the tropics as a Navy man, as governor of Florida, and now as a senator. We asked his take on this system and its movement. Here's what he had to say.
If this thing wobbles to the west a little bit, it's going to be on land, and we're going to get all those horrible winds on the right side of the storm on our land. And if we don't get it here, it looks like the Carolinas might get it. So I hope everybody is already taking this seriously, getting ready for this. And then we're in the middle of hurricane season, so this most likely won't be our last one. So I hope everybody that is here and everybody that has moved here has taken this seriously and gotten prepared. Get your water, get your plan, all these things. You can go to ready.gov, but it's here now, so everybody's got to get, everybody's got to hunker down today and stay out of the water.
Well, this tropical wind should carry that advice a very long way because it's applicable not only to Florida, but up into the Georgia coastline. Same holds true for the Carolinas. Back in Virginia, you've got, again, the Delmarva. You make your way into places like Philadelphia, New York, Boston. All these locations could be affected from this point right now all the way into the middle of next week, even Thursday. We're still talking about this system as it cruises its way up into places like Maine, affecting millions of Americans clear up from Acadia National Park in Maine all the way down to Key West. It is a system that's going to affect a lot of people, in some ways, out on that water in terms of rip currents. So when conditions do improve here eventually, especially by the middle of the week, rip currents are going to be a threat all the way through the week. So a lot to get in with. As you can see at home, we've got the wind and the rain now coming through sideways, and sure enough, we're going to see a bit more, not only here, but for millions of other people. Folks, all I can tell you is to be vigilant, stay on top of this. This system, even though a tropical storm does pose a tremendous threat, we're talking about the surge issues. Well, right now from, let's see, Jupiter Inlet clear up into my gosh, Ponte Vedra. There's a chance of anywhere from a surge of 2 to 4 feet, which could not only affect the coastline, but all adjacent waters. A lot of territory we're talking about, and again, that problem is going to springboard its way farther north, affecting so many of you. So, folks, be safe, be vigilant, keep your ear on the Weather Channel, do your best to stay dry. Let's send it back to Chris Bruin in the studio. Chris, your home state of Florida, dealing with some rough times today, no doubt. Back to you, Chris.
And quick question for you, Reynolds. How much rain have you guys seen today? Has it been just a few spritz, or have you had a pretty good soaking much of the afternoon?
That's a great question, my friend. What we've been seeing here, anywhere from just a few spreads, but now some of the heavier action at this hour. But, Chris, you got to think about what's happening in Indian River County. We've had, 14.29 inches of rainfall just last month, so they've had more than their share. I'm sure there are a lot of people here that say, no more, we're done with it. But more, unfortunately, Chris, is on the way.
Yeah, we want to time that out right now. Let's show you what's in store here, especially across Palm Beach, St. Lucie, Indian River counties. Those are going to be kind of the next in play. And we're already seeing some northern outer bands well up the coast, up towards the first coast, St. Augustine and Jacksonville. There's a quick look at the core. And again, this is an estimation. This is not exact because we look at the current radar and we're seeing a lot more of this intense activity off farther east than what the model is showing. However, we are getting some of these spotty showers showers, and we'll continue with that as we go into dinner time and then into the overnight hours. I think things do wind down. I think we've got a pretty limited flash flood potential here, at least in South Florida and then Central Florida. That risk, though, will be much higher as we work our way up the coast. So as far as timing goes, we will get some bands to filter in once this storm moves well to the north of us throughout your day on Monday. So don't be surprised for still some breezy, squally weather in places like West Palm Beach, up towards Port St. Lucie and even Stewart. So for Melbourne, we're looking at the potential with the rain bands of gusts getting over 40 miles per hour. That will be through the rest of today into the overnight, and by tomorrow, a steady breeze for the most part. 50+ mile per hour gusts are going to be very isolated in some of the stronger outer bands. Here in Orlando, we're going to have a breezy day, too, as we go through the remainder of your Sunday. Heading into dinner time tonight, there we go, 8, 9 p.m. Still seeing that core to the south of the Space Coast. That's here around Titusville and Melbourne, and then getting up towards Daytona Beach. We think the worst of the weather here is going to be offshore. However, again, a slight jog. We're only talking about 30, 40 miles off the coast, so a slight jog 15 miles could bring some of those more intense bands along the coastline, and that's what we have to be prepared for. Regardless, we may be hit more directly in the Carolinas, Carl.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. And the storm is going to be coming back out solidly over the open water, so that certainly is of concern to us. Very nice afternoon right now in Charleston in 91 degrees and partly cloudy skies, but we expect conditions going downhill tomorrow and the storm making its closest approach tomorrow evening, making landfall probably somewhere very close to or on either side of the South Carolina, North Carolina state line. And here's a look at the forecast from the National Hurricane Center, calling for a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm to be approaching by late tomorrow. But again, keep in mind that because the storm is going to be wholly over water, we expect that there is at least some potential for it to be stronger, may re-strengthen to a hurricane before it does move in. Excuse me, and that would, of course, raise the potential impact. So there's a look at the model, high-resolution model, showing you a little more structure here and showing you how that western side of the system is starting to fill in. That's what we don't expect to see as the storm is moving up and along the Florida coast, but that could happen tomorrow during the day as it's approaching South Carolina, and that would increase the impacts as it comes into South Carolina. So right now, tropical storm warnings in effect all along the Georgia coast, up into Charleston, the low country there in South Carolina, Myrtle Beach, and also Wilmington. A tropical storm watch is extending farther to the northeast. A large area of strong tropical storm force wind, and that is certainly going to be enough to drop trees and power lines. Could be widespread power outages and also pile up the water. We're expecting where there's only going to be a 1 to 3 foot surge in Florida and up through the Georgia coastline, 2 to 4 feet from Edisto Beach up to Cape Fear, and that is a life-threatening surge. And the critical time is going to be Monday night. We've got a high tide coming in Monday about 8 o'clock in Charleston, so that's about where we're going to be, Chris, going through the rest of the coastline there. And we expect that those strongest of winds will come in very late on Monday, and so that's when we could be looking at that maximum water level rise along the coast. Over to you.
And this area is very low lying, so rain from Isaias will begin to move across the Carolinas as early as tomorrow. It's hard to believe with how nice the weather is out there right now. You're looking live at Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and also Raleigh. Even inland communities like Raleigh and Goldsboro, Fayetteville, all have to be on the lookout for the flash flood potential and even some strong gusty winds, which will be in effect. We've got flash flood watches, which have already been issued and will go into effect tomorrow afternoon. So there's a look at the green stretching from northern South Carolina through much of the state of North Carolina, and then also here through southern Virginia. That's something we're going to be watching. So flash flooding, not only a possibility, but in that area that you have that yellow, including Charleston, including the Grand Strand, and also here around Wilmington, that is where we expect the likelihood, especially heading into Monday and early Tuesday. Then heading into Tuesday, Wednesday, notice how that shifts farther north. That includes you in Raleigh and Richmond. Yellow's pretty intense. That means we expect flash flooding, especially with some areas. It's hard to pinpoint exactly where, but some areas that could end up with nearly a half foot of rain or more. High tides are going to be something we have to look closely to along the coast. That could enhance some flooding in town. We know how easily Charleston floods, so we look at the high tide. One will be towards sunset this evening. We are going to see a little bit of a push of water well in advance, but that's not the one we're worried about. We'll look towards Monday morning and then again Monday evening, kind of being the most notorious ones for the risk here of more enhanced flooding, coastal flooding, because when you look at Charleston, that water rises, all gets pushed into all of the inlets and bays here along the low country coast with that onshore flow. Keep in mind, that's going to be persistent overnight tonight through much of the day tomorrow. And then we bring in the rain, which will be more later tomorrow into early on Tuesday. And that doesn't allow the water to drain off as quickly or as efficiently as it needs to. Hence, we see the flooding in downtown streets like we typically get in a situation just like this, Carl.
You know, the storm is going to continue to cause problems as it moves farther north, right up into the northeast, those heavily populated areas in the megalopolis along 95 from D.C. and Philly up into New York City. We expect that the storm will be weakening at that time. It is going to be most likely a mid-grade tropical storm, but still producing a lot of very heavy rain across the region. And so what we're thinking is that there's most likely going to be significant flood potential, particularly in the urban areas. There's a look at the forecast from Tuesday and into Wednesday. I want to show you the model forecast. Little bit of a difference as compared to yesterday's run of this European model, but still showing this potential for 3 to 5 inches of rain. The D.C. metro area, Baltimore, Philly, and on up into New York. That is a huge amount of rain for those cities because you've got so much impervious surface. It's a big difference when you've got that kind of rain falling out in open country. When you have that kind of rain falling on roads and concrete, well, the result is that you get a lot more runoff and significant flooding. So if it happens just like that, we'll be talking about a huge flood threat for a lot of major metro areas, and that is going to be Tuesday and going into Wednesday. GFS model very similar in the broad strokes. This could be taking aim on D.C. and Philly in particular. Let's get back out to Reynolds right now. And Reynolds, I understood that you saw some brave souls out there surfing in that rough water.
Absolutely. Yeah, there are quite a few of them out there yesterday where we had cobalt blue skies, but right now we traded those for stormy times. And the surfers, they're still hanging out there, but I'm not sure for how long. All right, folks, for the very latest in this coverage on this storm, keep it here every second, every minute, every hour, every day. Weather Channel, full team coverage that you can depend on right here. More coverage coming up in just a few moments. Stick around.
When the food you love doesn't love you back, stay smooth and fight heartburn fast with Tums smoothies.
Is mealtime a struggle? Introducing Ore-Ida Potato Pay, where Ore-Ida Golden Crinkles are your crispy currency to pay for bites of this with this. When kids won't eat dinner, potato pay them too. Ore-Ida, win at mealtime.
And we've upgraded her with a Sonic Shield.
Impressive.
There is one more thing.
Huh. Jake from State Farm.
Here's the deal. With the Drive Safe and Save app, you'll save up to 30% for being a safe driver. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Kids can change minds. They can even change the world around us. Packed with protein plus 21 vitamins and minerals, we nourish them with Carnation Breakfast Essentials. Because today could change everything.
This year, the Alzheimer's Association Walk to End Alzheimer's is everywhere. On every sidewalk, track, and trail across this country. All of us are raising funds for one goal: a world without Alzheimer's and all other dementia. Because this disease isn't waiting, neither are you. Take the first step on your walk right now. Go to alz.org/walk.
As a real estate agent, I've learned it's excess moisture that causes musty odors. Pro tip, use Damp Rid.
Damp Rid drop-in tabs attract and trap excess moisture out of the air, eliminating musty odors.
Works every time.
Get rid of dampness.
Damp Rid.
Phil Swift here for Flex Paste, the incredible rubberized paste. Right out of the tub, it clings to the surface, and it instantly fills gaps and holes.
Flex Paste dries to a strong, flexible rubber, perfect for sealing RVs and campers. Use it to help prevent flood damage, stop rodents from getting in your home, or even crafts and hobbies. Get Flex Paste and the Flex Seal family of products at FlexSealProducts.com.
The
fighting spirit is one we all share. It's the steady beat in the story of Anderson .Paak, the story of his immigrant mother raising 4 children on her own. His own story of a man who came from nothing, who found purpose and success in the booth of a recording studio. Anderson .Paak found his fighting spirit and uses it to inspire others through his music. Since 1925, we've proved that it doesn't matter where you come from, it matters what you're made of. Modelo, brewed for those with a fighting spirit.
It's Mattress Firm's Summer Save and Sleep event. Hurry in and don't miss savings of up to $300 on our top-rated brands. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select mattress purchase of $6.99 or more. Or get up to 50% off select mattresses from our best-selling brands like Beautyrest, Serta, and Sleepy's. Don't wait. Shop in-store, online, or by phone with a sleep expert for these amazing deals. Only at Mattress Firm.
All OTC pain relievers, including Voltaren, have one thing in common. None are proven stronger or more effective against pain than Salonpas Patch Large. There's surprising power in this patch. Salonpas. Dependable, powerful relief.
We can't just take from nature, so we collaborate. Ocean Spray works with nature every day to farm in a sustainable way.
Cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up.
We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 86 degrees under mostly cloudy skies with windy conditions. This afternoon, windy with scattered showers or thunderstorms. A few storms may be severe. High 88. Tonight, cloudy intervals. Low 78. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Monday, mainly clear. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 92. Here's our 7-day outlook.
No, not at all. Not for me. Once it hits a 3, then I'll be concerned.
Not really. I've battened down the hatches. My yard is all ready. I'm ready. Impact windows, impact doors. Not much else you can do.
The reaction is different. The reaction is so different depending on who you happen to have a conversation with at the time. For people who lived here in Florida for a very, very long time, it's interesting. They can harken back to different parts of their life because each of these tropical systems, Andrew, for example, is a waypoint. It is a demarcation point in their lives. So they know what can happen. They know to prepare. You've seen these people doing the very thing, going out shopping, getting as much needed supplies in terms of water, batteries, putting up hurricane shutters, not just homes, not just business, but just city governments. Everyone's doing the same thing. Everyone is getting on the act. And something to consider, this is behavior that you'll see emulated in parts of Georgia, into the Carolinas, back into Virginia, and up the eastern seaboard into New England. People preparing for the onslaught of Isaias. That's right. This system, which, gosh, just a week or so ago was just a cluster of waves out in the middle of the tropics that has been rolling and building and continues to pose a threat. Again, it was a hurricane yesterday. Now a tropical storm, still a dangerous system, something to be forced to contend with. And where we happen to be at this location from Vero Beach points out the Jupiter Inlet, clear up to Ponte Vedra, 2 to 4 feet of surge is possible. And that's something you got to deal with. The wind and the rain, well, the rain especially could be a big problem in terms of causing some damage. So that is something to definitely know that, well, that's power outages. They've already happened in places like Palm Beach, so we could see more of those also into the interior, not just right along the I-95 corridor, but farther to the north. So, again, this is a story that does not end today. It's going to last through the rest of this weekend into early next week. Ladies and gentlemen, we go into Wednesday and Thursday, and we are still talking about this story and what it's going to do for so many people. Okay, Carl, that is the latest. We got to know you're keeping a sharp eye on this also. This system, a mess, but still poses a big threat to so many.
Yeah, especially I would say in the Carolinas, as it is going to be making a landfall tomorrow. We could be looking at a significant water level rise along the coast and very strong winds over a large area. Right now, what we're seeing on the satellite and radar picture is very much what we were thinking might happen yesterday. The model's picking up on this idea of there being a low-level center that was divorced from a lot of the weather, and so much of the weather is now away from that low-level center offshore. That's where the worst of the storm is, and that's where it is likely to remain for the most part today. So we expect to see some gusty wind, maybe strong tropical storm force, particularly when bands come in. When you get some bands of heavier showers, they're going to bring down some of that stronger wind into eastern Florida, but we're not looking for hurricane force winds any longer. Here we go into this evening, maybe gusting to 44 there in Melbourne and along the Space Coast, and then the wind starting to calm down into tomorrow, and certainly so by the time we get into Tuesday. But then that storm, and by the way, the storm surge potential has lessened because we don't expect to see as much weather onshore there in Florida. But then the storm comes out over the open water and may actually intensify some, and we're looking at some model forecasts showing that we may see more of a cohesive structure to this storm as it moves up and into South and North Carolina. So by late tomorrow, it is coming into the coastline there. Very strong winds driving into, say, Myrtle Beach, into Wilmington, all the way up to Cape Fear as well. We've got a high tide coming up tomorrow evening. And so in that area, that's where we're going to be looking at more significant wind damage potential, along with more significant surge, looking at 2 to 4 feet of surge there in a lot of the low country in South Carolina, Edisto Beach up into Myrtle, and then on towards Cape Fear as well. And again, high tide tomorrow evening. That's when those strongest of winds are going to be coming in. So you really do have to be very careful. That is life-threatening storm surge. You do not want to be along the coast as that is coming in late tomorrow. Chris, over to you.
All right, well, very rough surf along the beach at Singer Island, Florida. That was this morning. Look at the waves here. It's crashing over some of the local beaches. This is just north of Palm Beach. You can even see that spray getting wind blown because of the persistent 20 to 30 mile per hour winds we've been seeing. So let's talk about impacts as we continue down into the beginning of the week. We're going to watch the worst of the weather go downhill in cities like Savannah. So really, it's going to be a windy day tomorrow, generally anywhere from 20 to 30 miles per hour. Now, as those bands get in and you'll get those bursts of rain, like the squalls, you're going to notice those gusts getting over 40 plus at times. We don't expect too much in the way of power outages here, and keep in mind the core is likely to be a little bit more offshore in Savannah than, say, Charleston or Myrtle Beach. So Savannah, Georgia, again, overnight pretty quiet. Some maybe an isolated shower storm creeping in late, but more so throughout the day on Monday and lingering into Monday night. Now let's head up into the low country coast. Let's take a look at Charleston. 30 plus mile per hour gusts expected later in the day tomorrow and heading into tomorrow night. At times, with those bands and storms that come in, we could have gusts at times over 50 miles per hour, hence the tropical storm warning that you guys are under. Rainfall here will be a bit heavier, so we're looking at 3 to 5 inches potentially, and that could cause some flooding, especially if that were to fall in a short period of time. So the worst of the weather certainly later in the Monday afternoon and certainly lingering into Monday night. Now heading farther up the coast, Myrtle Beach, again, similar story. Late Monday into Monday night, that's when the worst of the weather continues, and then we head into parts like North Carolina. Now we're looking at Monday night into early Tuesday. That's when we'll see those 30 plus mile per hour winds, including in around Riceville Beach, and 50 plus mile per hour gusts heading into early Tuesday morning. We've got team coverage, of course, across the southeast coast, Florida into the Carolinas.
With Domino's $5.99 mix and match deal, you can feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person. So we asked one of our families to help us make this commercial about that deal. Safely feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person with the $5.99 mix and match deal.
Domino's! How about no?
No.
No way.
Come on, no.
No. No.
No.
No.
Only Discover has no annual fee on any card.
At Safelite, we're committed to taking care of you and your car.
We'll fix it right with no contact service you can trust.
So if you have auto glass damage, stay safe with Safelite.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
And Doug.
You know, Limu, after all these years, it's the ones that got away that haunt me the most. Because you're not like everybody else. That's why Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance. So you only pay for what you need.
What?
Oh, I said.
Oh, this is my floor.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
We did it!
Wherever you start, SNHU is where you can finish.
Here we go. And it's it. Yay! Southern New Hampshire University.
That gets a hope.
Look at that! Master's degree! I did it! I did this for my children. I am very proud of myself.
Finish your degree at snhu.edu.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
New Lean Cuisine Bowls. With 20% more food. For 20% more satisfaction. They're nutritious and delicious. New Lean Cuisine Bowls. Delicious your way.
Kids can change minds. They can even change the world around us. Packed with protein plus 21 vitamins and minerals, we nourish them with Carnation Breakfast Essentials. Because today could change everything.
Safety. It's not a fad or a trend. It's not even a priority. Priorities shift and change. At Lowe's, we believe safety is more than that. To us, it's a value. Because safety is just something that we do and have always done. And that's never been more important than now. Safety unites us. Home unites us.
Tropical storm Isaias churning up the Atlantic coast of Florida right now, driving tropical storm force wind gusts along the shore and delivering soaking rains, as well as creating the threat of flash flooding. There are more than 600 miles of coastline currently under tropical storm warnings at this hour, and that number may continue to increase. We are tracking Isaias as it charges up the coast, and here's what we know at the latest right now. The Mathers Bridge in Brevard County, that's near Melbourne, is now locked down. Only vehicles being allowed on it. It's the bridge to Florida's Space Coast and communities like Cocoa Beach and Melbourne. 10,000 workers are prepared to handle power outages in Florida, and North Carolina's governor has authorized the use of 150 National Guard members if they're needed. And so we want to get the latest right now on Tropical Storm Isaias. Is there anything notable that stands out to you? Of course, we're waiting that intermediate advisory within the next 30 minutes. Let's get the latest with Carl.
Well, you know, the hurricane hunters have been out in the storm, and they are finding some slightly stronger winds in the 70s. And so perhaps we're looking at a little bit of intensification. Certainly a very impressive satellite picture, though the storm is disjointed in terms of the mid-level center and the low-level center. And it looks like most of the weather is going to remain offshore relative to Florida. But beyond that, the storm posing a very significant risk to the Carolinas in terms of wind and surge and heavy rain, and then a heavy rain and wind threat extending up into the Northeast, including cities such as D.C. and Philly and maybe New York City as well. So this thing is far from over. We've got a long, long way to go with this storm. Right now, tropical storm warnings in effect along the coast of Florida. Tropical storm warnings also in effect up into South and North Carolina. And there's the satellite picture. And again, a huge bursting of thunderstorms in the last several hours here. Very impressive. But when you look at it more closely, nicely. Again, the center of circulation is basically right on shore, while you've got a mid-level center that is away from that. It's not vertically stacked, and so that's where most of the weather is likely to remain. As long as that is well offshore, the stronger winds are also going to be offshore, and we don't expect that it's going to be all that bad, generally speaking, though I will say that as some of these showers pivot in on the periphery of the circulation, we will see some very gusty winds within those, easily winds gusting to 50 miles per hour or more as those outer bands roll through the rest of today. So strong tropical storm force is what is anticipated in coastal areas in central Florida and along the Space Coast there, and a little farther inland towards 95, more like low-grade tropical storm force winds. And here's a high-resolution model, and I think doing a very good job of depicting this storm, showing again that while you've got a center that's on shore, you've got most of the weather just remaining offshore. We're going into 1 o'clock tomorrow morning. Storm is just to the east of the Space Coast there, so it looks like it's basically going to amount to a near miss in Florida, but not so far the north. And we want to bring in the director of the National Hurricane Center, Ken Graham. And Ken, thank you so much for joining us. A phrase that is never uttered here at the Weather Channel is, it's just a tropical storm. And I think people should really know that, particularly with respect to the Carolinas.
No, absolutely, Carl. Thank you for making that point. I've been trying to make that for the last couple of days. No such thing as just a tropical storm. I mean, look at this track. I mean, even though we have the highest winds and the rainfall to the right-hand side, look what happens with time. If you follow our track through the Carolinas, that brings that wind, the highest wind, tropical storm force winds on land through the Carolinas. And look, even up into areas like Long Island, Delaware, even into Connecticut with time. So everybody really needs to pay attention to this, as we have the winds, we have the rain, and also the storm surge.
And we're still looking at some of the output from the modeling here, the European model in particular, showing some very high rainfall amounts in some of those metro areas in the Northeast, in D.C. and Baltimore and Philly. If that were realized, 3, 4, 5 inches of rain, you'd be talking about a lot of potential for flash flooding there.
Yeah, the water is the most dangerous part of these tropical systems, from the storm surge and also the rainfall. Moderate risk of flash flooding through the Carolinas into Virginia. But look at this slight risk all the way through the Northeast. So everybody has to pay attention to the heavy rainfall associated with this. All that tropical moisture, it's all going to move north with the center, and that's going to be a dangerous situation for many people.
And let me ask you, what are your thoughts as regard the forecast point that is a little offshore? I know you've got a strong tropical storm forecast there. Do you think there is some potential that it could re-strengthen to a hurricane in that time?
Yeah, it always could. We're right on that border. So even if we change the wind speed, about 10 miles an hour or so, all of a sudden you get into that hurricane strength. But just like we just started this conversation, no such thing as just a tropical storm. Going to be some big impacts for the Carolinas.
All right, Ken Graham, thank you, sir. Really do appreciate your expertise. And of course, we're going to continue to follow this very dangerous storm for the next several days. Again, it is going to come right into the Carolinas with wind and surge and very heavy rain, flash flood potential. We'll have much more on the storm coming up in a few minutes.
Tara, did you know Geico is now offering an extra 15% credit on car and motorcycle policies?
Wow, okay.
That's 15% on top of what Geico could already save you. So what are you waiting for? Idina Menzel to sing your own theme song?
Tara, Tara, look at her go with a fresh cup of joe, getting down to work early, following her dreams into taxidermy.
It's tax attorney.
I read that wrong, oh yeah!
Geico. Save an extra 15% when you switch by October 7th.
Life doesn't give you many second chances. But a Subaru can.
You guys okay?
Eyesight with pre-collision braking. Standard on the Subaru Ascent. The 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
If you have moderate to severe psoriasis, little things can become your big moment. That's why there's Otezla. Otezla is not a cream. It's a pill that treats plaque psoriasis differently. With Otezla, 75% clearer skin is achievable. Don't use if you're allergic to Otezla. It may cause severe diarrhea, nausea, or vomiting. Otezla is associated with an increased risk of depression. Tell your doctor if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts, or if these feelings develop. Some people taking Otezla reported weight loss. Your doctor should monitor your weight and may stop treatment. Upper respiratory tract infection and headache may occur. Tell your doctor about your medicines and if you're pregnant or planning to be. Otezla, show more of you.
Every glass of Tropicana watermelon has a million little sips of sunshine, turning a moment of summer refreshment into a moment of summer amazement. Tropicana, sip your sunshine.
Crack open summer with the taste of freedom. Budweiser's red, white, and blue camo cans. Available for a limited time only. In stores now.
It's hurricane season. You need to know what weather is heading your way.
We've already got some rain out there this morning and severe storms developing.
America's Morning Headquarters has you covered. So start every day with the best in weather.
Time now to check out the tropics for you. We're focused in here on the western Atlantic.
AMHQ.
Welcome back into AMHQ, your morning headquarters for weather.
Join Jim Cantori, Stephanie Abrams, and Jen Carfagno. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
And welcome in, everyone. You are watching Weather Underground.
Both weekend days look great, Saturday and Sunday.
Get outside, enjoy, go for a bike ride, walk the dog. Why? Because it's going to be awesome.
Wow. Looks fantastic.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for waking up with us on AMHQ.
Jim, Jen, and Steph all here with you to get you out the door, help you kick off a new week.
Can you get a better forecast than that?
I have never seen anything like that. Summer is just better when it starts with the Weather Channel.
All right, take a live image here, live video of inside the capsule of the spaceship Go Navigator. This is going to happen within the next hour, okay? And they are planning on landing in the Gulf of Mexico, which would be a first. That'll be this afternoon, and it'll be the first splashdown here in the Gulf of Mexico. Speedboats and helicopters will arrive at the spacecraft first, followed by the recovery ship, which will haul the Dragon capsule on board. Now, at that point, the hatch will be open for NASA astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken to then get out safely. And now, typically, they land in the Atlantic, but of course, with Tropical Storm Isaias, that's not going to happen, too treacherous weather conditions-wise. So they have several landing points that they take into consideration, and these two are looking like the most favorable. And the weather actually off the coast of Pensacola and Panama City looking pretty good. There's Cape Canaveral, and of course, there's Isaias moving across the far western Atlantic. You can see the targeted splashdown expected about an hour from now, and we'll continue to follow the latest with this. Weather looks to be okay. You can see the bulk of the rain still well off towards the east from the Florida Panhandle and anywhere where they would have any interaction. Of course, there is that chance we could see an isolated storm pop up, and that could, of course, change things as they are working their way through the atmosphere at pretty incredible speeds, but of course we'll follow it here on the Weather Channel.
So Floridians should be executing their plans, particularly if you're on the east coast of Florida, in the Palm Beach and north of there. You should have 7 days of food, water, and medicine. You very well may experience power outages, so just be prepared for that.
And that was Florida Governor Ron DeSantis reminding residents to be prepared for power outages as Isaias passes. And indeed, Florida Power and Light crews, 12,000 strong, stayed busy overnight restoring power to some 25,000 customers. Officials say they'll be working as long as necessary. And as long as winds remain below 35 miles per hour, they can get out there and restore power. And this is one reason why power outages could grow. Watch this. Wind and rain only increasing along parts of the Florida coast, and we've had gusts over 40 miles per hour in several spots in Palm Beach County and points north. Tropical storm force wind gusts, of course, reported, and Isaias continues to roll farther north along the Florida coastline, eventually then getting into the Carolinas. So let's get a full overview on the southeast impacts with our storm specialist, Carl Parker.
All right, Chris, so we're looking for a storm to come back out over the open water. Now, we've still got some of the same factors in play. There's still some wind shear. There's still some drier air surrounding the system. You can see that very clearly in this water vapor image here. That all of that orange color right there is the dry air that is off to the north and west of the system. So that's been plaguing the system all along, and that's still going to be in place. But the system is going to be wholly out over the open water, coming away from the coast because of the nature of the coastline, because it's sort of indented there relative to the track. And so that is going to give it an opportunity to re-strengthen. And in fact, what we're seeing in some of the modeling is more of a complete circle there in terms of the core of the storm. Right now, you've got all the weather on the east side of the circulation. Well, it may be that it does manage to wrap all the way around, in which case you'd have a more dangerous storm. It is going to be a dangerous storm no matter what. I mean, a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm is just a shade away from a hurricane, and certainly no slouch. And let's take a look at some of the impacts that we're expecting as a result. First of all, the wind. And, you know, the model implying this, showing a little more structure in the storm there. And, you know, certainly it's still a right-handed storm where you've got most of the wind displaced off to the east relative to the center. But we're starting to see a little bit more of it wrapping around that center, implying a little more structure, that it's getting a little more organized. And then we see that approaching the coast. I'm going to go back just a little bit, approaching the coast in the evening. So right in there, onshore flow developing in Charleston, coming up into Myrtle Beach as well, right up there towards Wilmington. In all of those areas, that's where we could be looking at a big push of wind and surge as well. High tide tomorrow evening at about 8 p.m., and that is going to contribute to this surge potential. Tropical storm warnings in effect all the way up through Wilmington, and we're thinking now 2 to 4 feet of surge from Edisto Beach up into Cape Fear. That is a life-threatening level of storm surge, Chris, and we certainly don't want anyone to be anywhere near the coast tomorrow evening.
And some of these locations, Carl, they're vulnerable to flooding, especially when you have that enhanced coastal flood factor like higher surge. The concern here focusing on the rain from Isaias and the potential flooding that could follow. You're looking live at Charleston, South Carolina, there on your left, not bad this afternoon, and Raleigh, North Carolina, both of which, by the way, are under flash flood watches. Let's take a look at a specific scenario like Charleston and why flooding is such a big issue. So you've got your onshore push. We're already going to start seeing that, especially going into the overnight hours and certainly throughout the day tomorrow. We've got a lot of waterways and inlets here where that water kind of acts as a catch basin. So when you get that push off the Atlantic, that pushes that water inland. Now that doesn't factor in anything that's falling from the sky. So then you get the rain to push through, and so you're already backing up your waterways. That rain would typically fall and then flow out of these inlets. That can't happen in a situation like this, so we see it rise through the storm drains, and that's often the case in downtown Charleston. So flash flood watches are up through much of South Carolina, North Carolina, and even Southern Virginia, and likely flash flooding here from Charleston right on up through the Grand Strand heading into Monday and then farther north by Tuesday.
My new normal, fewer asthma attacks.
Less oral steroids.
Taking my treatment at home.
Nucala is a once-monthly add-on injection for severe eosinophilic asthma, not for sudden breathing problems. Allergic reactions can occur. Get help right away for swelling of face, mouth, tongue, or trouble breathing. Infections that can cause shingles have occurred. Don't stop steroids unless told by your doctor. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. May cause headache, injection site reactions, back pain, and fatigue. Ask your doctor about Nucala at home. Find your new normal with Nucala.
When you've got auto glass damage, Safe Flight can come to you.
And you'll get a text when we're on our way. Just leave your keys on the dash, and we'll replace your windshield with safe, no-contact service.
Schedule at safelight.com.
Safe Flight Repair, Safe Flight Replace.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Target's same-day delivery. Contactless delivery right to your door, designed for your day, so you can work out, join in, and game on. Just download the Target app and try it today.
The
These fudge brownie M&Ms are really fudgy.
Yes, they are.
To put a fudge brownie center in an M&M's is...
Genius. I know.
I was going to say hard.
Why won't you? Why won't you go in?
New fudge brownie M&Ms.
As a real estate agent, I've learned it's excess moisture that causes musty odors. Pro tip, use Damp Rid.
Damp Rid drop-in tabs attract and trap excess moisture out of the air, eliminating musty odors.
Works every time.
Get rid of dampness.
Damp Rid.
Every glass of Tropicana watermelon has a million little sips of sunshine, turning a moment of summer refreshment into a moment of summer amazement. Tropicana, sip your sunshine.
Introducing Budweiser Nitro Gold, a first-of-its-kind lager infused with nitro for a taste as smooth as silk. Flip, pour hard, wait for it.
If you're a small business, you can tell. Things are back. Customers are out and about. Orders are picking up. And to adapt, you're going to need faster internet and reliable phone for less. So Spectrum Business is proud to offer new customers 1 free month of internet with speeds up to 200 megabits per second and business phone with advanced calling features. Call 833-919-2122 today. We're here for you because you're here for all of us.
As you get older, staying sharp is more important than ever.
Where's my tab?
Oh, you have to remember the names of your grandkids, pets, your son-in-law.
Favorite son-in-law.
And the eternal question, where did you put your glasses? Sure, you can spend the day looking for things that you misplaced, or you can take Natrol Cognium. Cognium improves memory and recall in healthy adults. It's safe and is shown to be effective in multiple human clinical trials.
6-letter word for head?
Noggin. Stay sharp. Stay you with Natrol Cognium.
And my password?
It's almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up.
We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
Currently, the temperature is 87 degrees. This afternoon, windy with scattered showers or thunderstorms. A few storms may be severe. High 88. Tonight, cloudy intervals. Low 78. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Monday, mainly clear. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 92. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Not far from the vaunted and famous tracks of Daytona International Speedway. Yes, you've got all these trucks lined up as though they're about to take part in a NASCAR event. Yeah, these are all power crews. And what they're doing now is waiting. They're waiting for the worst of the storm to come through, to pass, and then once it does, it's very likely these crews are going to be awfully busy. They do a variety of things. One, they help clear out the debris on the roads. Then they get out there and they string that wire. And what they do is restore the services that are so critical to people all across the region. And what you're seeing here, crews that are not just from, well, local offices, but they come from all over the country, and they are going to be busy not just in Florida. The story, mind you, does not just stay in Florida. It's going to be an issue in Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, into Virginia, up the Delmarva, and possibly into Pennsylvania, yes, even into New York, and could be even into Maine, all through New England before all this is over and done with. Welcome back, everyone. You're watching continued coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias. This is a system that, hard to believe, just over a week or so ago was a cluster of clouds, but then became tropical depression, became a storm, a hurricane, and now it is still a tropical storm. Now you heard, just a short while ago, we heard Carl Parker having a great conversation with the head of the National Hurricane Center, and he said at the Weather Channel, we always take tropical storms seriously. And a lot of people that live in Florida that have been here for generations do the exact same thing because they know that a tropical storm can be just as deadly as all other tropical entities. You got to be extremely careful. But with this one, the big issue that we have off these shores will be the threat of anywhere from 2 to 4 feet of surge flooding that is going to occur all the way from Jupiter Inlet, and it covers some 270 miles all the way to the shores of Ponte Vedra Beach. But the problem doesn't stop right there. We're going to see that issue make its way all the way up, as we mentioned, up the eastern seaboard, possibly through Maine. And we're talking through Wednesday, even Thursday. This is still a story that will be affecting millions of people. Now let's send it back to Carl Parker. Carl, we've had that pattern that's come through that you know very well, where you have some dry air that comes through, and then sure enough, it moves out. More rain, more wind, pops right back in. Carl.
Yeah, that's right. As those showers rotate in, we expect to see some very gusty winds in eastern parts of Florida. And let's get the latest on the storm right now. It is a strong tropical storm. And just as Reynolds said, one thing that we've been saying for a long, long time here is the phrase, "it's just a tropical storm," should never be uttered. Some of the very worst storms in American history have been tropical storms. And Harvey is one that comes to mind, a tropical storm that just sat over Houston for 2 days. And you know what the result was there. So this storm is also going to produce significant rain in the Carolinas and Virginia and up into the Northeast. And for the most part, it's going to be skirting the coast along the eastern coast of Florida. And so we expect to see some gusty winds from time to time, elevated water, and certainly a lot of wave action. But then the storm is going to come in to the Carolinas, and that is going to be late tomorrow. So as that happens, that is dramatically going to raise the stakes in terms of wind damage, potential for structural damage, certainly a lot of trees coming down, power outages, serious storm surge values from Edisto Beach in South Carolina on northward up to Cape Fear, 2 to 4 feet of surge expected. And then beyond that, we're going to be looking at very heavy rain in the Northeast. So the hurricane warnings have been dropped along the east coast of Florida. They're tropical storm warnings. Tropical storm warnings also continue up into South Carolina and North Carolina. And, you know, you look at this on the satellite picture, and it's really, really impressive. You see this big bursting. This is what we didn't see yesterday. If you were with us yesterday, this is what we didn't see. Today, we're seeing this tremendous bursting of thunderstorms, but that bursting of storms is not about the center. The center of circulation is actually relatively storm-free, and all that weather is displaced with a mid-level center out to the north and to the east. And we think that that structure is going to continue right as it moves up the coast of Florida. That's going to keep most of the weather offshore until it gets to South Carolina and North Carolina, Chris, and that is going to be a critical time tomorrow night.
Yeah, well, that's something we'll continue to follow as it pushes farther north towards the Carolinas and eventually into the Northeast. But we've also got severe weather. In fact, Torcon's up for cities like New York City and getting across upstate New York. That is where we expect severe weather. Also a stretch across parts of the central Appalachians, western North Carolina, and the Shenandoah Valley. Torcons are going to be greatest across far northern New York and over towards the Champlain Valley. Also here along parts of the tri-state area, the Hudson River Valley, New York City, into Bridgeport and Hartford, Connecticut. Right now, fairly quiet. We are tracking a couple thunderstorms and heavier downpours over towards the Berkshires. But again, it's going to be the next several hours that we've got to watch for some of these storms to turn strong and severe and could even have some rotation. So damaging winds, certainly a possibility, especially with these storms firing up around New York City. That's something we'll watch very closely. And then you can see a fire up of some thunderstorms here near Philadelphia, getting across New Jersey and the Delmarva, and then also across parts of far northern North Carolina and the mountains there into the overnight hours. Then our severe threat really starts to settle down. Damaging winds, though, that'll be a potential with wind gusts over 60 miles per hour at times. Speaking of which, we got full team coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias.
Every day is sweet when we're serving you Blizzard treats like M&M's, cookie dough, and new Oreo fudge brownie. Thanks for being our fans for all these years. DQ, happy tastes good.
This is my body of proof.
Proof I can fight moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis.
Proof I can fight psoriatic arthritis.
With Humira.
Proof of less joint pain.
And clearer skin in PSA.
Humira targets and blocks the source of inflammation that contributes to joint pain and irreversible damage.
Humira can lower your ability to fight infections. Serious and sometimes fatal infections, including tuberculosis and cancers, including lymphoma, have happened, as have blood, liver, and nervous system problems, serious allergic reactions, and new or worsening heart failure. Tell your doctor if you've been to areas where certain fungal infections are common, and if you've had TB, hepatitis B, are prone to infections, or have flu-like symptoms or sores. Don't start Humira if you have an infection.
Humira is proven to help stop further joint damage.
Want more proof? Ask your rheumatologist about Humira citrate-free.
If you can't afford your medicine, AbbVie may be able to help.
This year, the Alzheimer's Association Walk to End Alzheimer's is everywhere. On every sidewalk, track, and trail across this country. All of us are raising funds for one goal: a world without Alzheimer's and all other dementia. Because this disease isn't waiting, neither are you. Take the first step on your walk right now. Go to alz.org/walk.
This summer, we've all got miles to make up. Miles to the job site, to the campsite, and anything else we set our sights on. Miles back to those who can make this summer mean more than ever. We can help you get the most out of those miles during the Ram Summer Clearance Event.
Right now, get $7,300 in total values on the 2020 Ram 1500. Shop and buy online at ram.com.
I know people love the dish remote. It's great. So why build in the Google Assistant? I mean, who really needs a TV remote that can turn the thermostat up,
change temperature to 72,
the lights down,
dim the lights,
and still access their DVR?
play video?
Actually, some people could absolutely use a remote like that.
The new Dish Voice Remote. Dish, tuned in to you.
Who are you? I'm your daydream. Come.
What a day for a daydream.
What a day for a daydream.
You're never too far from the Life Artois.
Every glass of Tropicana watermelon has a million little sips of sunshine, turning a moment of summer refreshment into a moment of summer amazement. Tropicana, sip your sunshine.
Commander, the wheel shark loves light, flaky, buttery club marines, and he's ready to snack. Oh no! Commander, Kyle.
Deliciously simple Club Minis. Mini crackers for big imaginations.
The waves have really been picking up considerably. You're going to be dealing along the coast with conditions that will be getting worse.
Gusty winds, perhaps over 50 miles per hour as this continues. Coastal flooding is going to likely be an issue.
And right now, Tropical Storm Isaias lashing out of Florida's east coast. Winds whipping up big waves and even dropping some heavy rain. Tropical storm warning stretched for more than 600 miles from the Sunshine State all the way up into the Carolinas, and where this storm could drop more than 3 inches of rain heading into this week. We've got storm specialist Carl Parker, who will take us into the forecast in just a few minutes. We're also going to check in live with the Weather Channel's Dave Malkoff. He is live in Stuart along the Treasure Coast. We'll welcome into our continuing live team coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias on this Sunday afternoon. I'm meteorologist Chris Bruin. Thanks for joining us. Winds growing stronger and rain bands heavier as Isaias moves closer to Florida's coast. Take a look at some of this video. This is from Royal Palm Beach, not far from West Palm Beach. Tropical storm force wind gusts already reported, also around Lake Worth. And beaches in Florida can expect more as Isaias charges up the east coast. Well, the latest advisory is in, the 2 p.m. intermediate advisory. And for the latest numbers and details to see if anything has changed, let's head into lab now with our source specialist, Carl Parker.
Yeah, Chris, pretty much a steady state storm right now, 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm. That's a very strong tropical storm. It's a shade away from being a hurricane. We want folks to be impressed with the idea that this is not very different from a hurricane. Please take it seriously. We think that a lot of the worst weather will remain offshore relative to Florida, but that is not going to be the case in the Carolinas, where we're going to see wind and surge and also very heavy rain, and that will continue right up the coast as well. And now moving north-northwest at 9 miles per hour, and it's expected to continue to track along the coast and then come right into the Carolinas, and that is going to be later tomorrow, and then move up that 95 corridor and produce some very heavy rain potentially for some of the major metros in the Northeast. Right now, tropical storm warnings in effect along the coast in Florida. You look at the satellite presentation, and this is radically different as compared to yesterday. Remember that low-level center was exposed. We saw none of this color, none of those very tall clouds associated with deep convection or thunderstorms, very tall thunderstorms, but that is displaced from the center. The center is now right along the coast, but all the weather is displaced because the storm is not vertically stacked. You've got a mid-level center that is tilting away from that low-level center, and it looks like that structure is going to continue through the rest of today. So the strongest of wind is now just offshore, and some of that can be brought in from time to time, particularly when you get some showers, some bands of rain coming through. But outside of that, the winds are not terribly strong. Some stronger wind now showing up at Vero, gusting to nearly 40 miles per hour, now gusting to 26 in Stewart, and then farther north we see winds picking up just a little bit, gusting now to 33 in Melbourne. And again, as these bands, as these showers come in, they're going to be more able to take some of that stronger wind aloft and bring it down to the ground, and so it's going to be more likely that you see wind gusts of 40, 50 miles per hour in those bands. So we'll see some strong tropical storm force winds right along the coast in central Florida, and then just a little farther inland along the 95 corridor, that's where we expect to see winds of low tropical storm force, 39 to about 50 miles per hour. And as we said yesterday, without there being as much wind, without the storm being as organized, we expect that the storm surge values will come down, and so 1 to 3 feet is what is expected along the east coast of Florida. Now, here's the model forecast, and again, you'll notice here that most of that deep convection, which is where all the really significant weather is going to remain offshore. We're going into 1 a.m. there, just east of the Space Coast, and then farther north, storm comes up well east of Jacksonville and Brunswick, but then out over the open water may get more organized before it comes into South and North Carolina. So this does pose a really serious threat to the Carolinas, and we're going to talk more about that coming up in just a moment. We want to get out now to Dave Malkoff. He is live in Stewart, and Dave, pretty remarkable. I know it's a little breezy there. It's overcast. You've got an angry sea behind you. It's incredible to think that the center of this strong tropical storm is now just to your east, and for the most part, it is dry there.
Yeah, there is no rain here, but the storm, as you can see, is out there. Look at those waves. That storm is not only affecting folks here in Florida, here on the East Coast, here in the United States, here on Earth, but it's affecting people up at the International Space Station. Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley there's so much wind blowing around, are on the Dragon capsule, which is the Endeavour, and they actually slept last night on that Endeavour. As they were sleeping, there was an actual orbital burn that pushed them into the orbit of the Earth as they come back down, and they deorbit and they come down here. And at 2:42, in less than 40 minutes or so, they are going to land not out there in the Atlantic like NASA normally would, but they're going to land historically in the Gulf of Mexico, just off the Florida Panhandle, and they're going to splash down there and have the recovery. That is something, because the storm is out here on this side of Florida, they had to push that off to the other side of Florida. That's historic for NASA. It's also historic for the United States, because since the Space Shuttle program, since the other spaceship called Endeavour was actually decommissioned, we have not had anybody come back to Earth on anything other than a Soyuz capsule, which is a Russian capsule that comes back down to Earth. But this is the first time that we've been in the SpaceX Dragon Endeavour capsule, and that will splash down in just a few minutes, and they will have that historic back to Earth moment pushed off to the other side of Florida because of this strong tropical storm that is brewing over here. So we are having huge impacts here in Florida, but also up on the International Space Station. They said goodbye last night. They got through that little hole into the docking unit of the SpaceX spacecraft, and then they slept overnight. And it was really cute this morning. Their sons actually woke them up in the morning and told them, "Daddies, get up. It's time to come home. We can't wait to see you." But unfortunately, they will have to be in quarantine for a while before they can actually physically hug those kids.
That's very interesting, Dave, to see that implication. Thankfully, the weather looks so much better in the Gulf of Mexico, and it looks like things should go smoothly and without a hitch. So we'll continue to check back in to see how the latest splashdown is going, likely to happen within the next 30 minutes. So stick tuned. A bright, mostly sunny sky in the Carolinas. That will change. Let's take a look at timing-wise. So you've got West Palm Beach, Stewart's right there. You got Port St. Lucie, and then getting up towards Vero Beach and areas in between up towards the Space Coast. The core of this likely to hug the coast by about 40 to 50 miles. The west side of the center of circulation, actually on the drier end of the spectrum, with all of the strongest winds and thunderstorm activity well east of the center, impacting the Bahamas and now staying out over water. That's going to be beneficial news here. However, we will still see some squalls, and even as it passes to our north tomorrow afternoon, we could get some outermost bands still lingering across parts of south and east central Florida. So there's a look at the timing. Again, some of the worst of the weather here in Melbourne now through overnight tonight. By tomorrow morning, things should start to slowly decrease. Still could see some of those bands, and we could have at times in those squally conditions 50+ mile-per-hour winds. Farther north, Orlando, you're not out of the woods. However, inland areas away from the beaches, your winds are going to be diminished because you got a bit more friction. You got to go over land farther. We're about 40 or so miles from the beach or so that will slow down your winds a bit. Still going to have some breezy conditions though, and that will make travel along I-4, also along I-95, tough at times. And you can see by tomorrow afternoon, now the core of this well to the north of Daytona Beach and continuing to swirl out over the eastern or western Atlantic. And for Daytona Beach, Sunday night into early tomorrow morning is when we'll have some of the strongest weather, especially when it comes to 40+ mile-per-hour gusts in those squally bands. All right, we got to look towards the Carolinas, though, because that's where we may have more of a direct landfall and much higher wind gusts than what we'll see in Florida.
Yeah, we want to take you into Charleston, South Carolina, and we're hearing that the pumps are now in place, ready to be used. Of course, the problem in Charleston for a long time now has been flooding. When they do get flooding there and the water level is higher along the coast, well, then when there's heavy rain that comes into the city, it can't drain out. That drainage depends on a difference in the water level, and if the water level is much higher, then you don't have gravity working for you, and that's when you have to get those pumps in place. So we're looking for very serious impacts in the Carolinas in the next couple of days. Now, some of the same things that have been bothering the system are still going to be bothering the system, and that's probably going to keep a lid on the intensity. It's not going to jump way up. There's still some dry air around the circulation showing up in orange there. We're still going to see the wind shear in place. If anything, that's going to be increasing over the next couple of days. That's showing up in those purple colors there, the center of circulation right there. But all of that having been said, the storm is going to come fully out over the open water, over very warm water in the Gulf Stream, and that will allow it to at least maintain its strength, if not actually get stronger. This is a high-resolution model depiction of what it may look like. It is possible that we no longer see that structure where everything's on the east side. We may finally see storms wrapping all around the center, in which case you're going to be looking at a more formidable storm. And here's a model depiction of those winds. That is Monday early afternoon. So winds picking up along the coast at that time, and then the storm crashing into the coastline very late tomorrow. And along with that, very strong onshore flow, a serious surge threat, a serious wind threat, tropical storm warnings extending up the coast. Expecting a large area of 58 to 73 mile-per-hour wind, and that's going to be enough to bring down trees and power lines and cause widespread power outages. And again, that surge that I mentioned, 2 to 4 feet, that is life-threatening surge at Edisto Beach and up to Myrtle and Cape Fear. And we're looking at high tide tomorrow evening, Chris. So that's going to be right around the time when that storm is approaching. Over to you.
Yeah, that's when winds could be well over tropical storm force. for some of these locations that you're looking at right now. Hard to believe we've got a tropical storm coming our way, but not a cloud in sight here in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. A lot of people getting in that last beach day here. Rip currents are already high, so be mindful of that. And then in Raleigh, North Carolina, we've already got flash flood watches, which go into effect tomorrow afternoon. Partly cloudy skies, not bad for your Sunday, but get ready for the rain because it's going to come in hard and heavy. So flash flood watches are the areas shaded in green. You see them from the Grand Strand of South Carolina stretching inland over towards I-95 up near Florence, and then getting into North Carolina, Fayetteville, and Raleigh, the whole triangle region under that flash flood watch for the potential very heavy rainfall. And they've been expanded a little farther west. The problem here is that we don't expect the core of Isaias to move in that direction. We expect it to move more in this direction. However, some of those rain bands are going to stretch even into parts of the mountains across western North Carolina. That is an area that has seen a lot of rainfall. It's like, in fact, some of the areas up to this point year to date are running over a foot above average. So flooding has been an issue so far throughout much of the summer, and it's not going to take a lot really to get more. So that possible risk zone stretches all the way over towards the Blue Ridge Parkway, areas around Mount Mitchell and Boone, North Carolina. You're in that. The Queen City of Charlotte, I think the heaviest rain is going to be in that circled area as we head in throughout the day on Monday, and then heading into Monday night in that yellow region from Charleston up into parts of southeastern North Carolina, expecting some of the heaviest rainfall where we expect the likelihood of flash flooding. That will then continue farther north. Now you're getting into Raleigh and then Richmond and areas even near the Tidewater, Virginia, expecting the risk here for flash flooding. That'll be more so on Tuesday as the heaviest rain stretches farther north, and then that potential expands into many of the megalopolises here in the northeast. And then you have a lot more area of concrete and urbanization. So this is an area, Carl, that has seen a lot of rain with heavy storms over the last several weeks, and even 2-3 inches with the tropical system is going to cause some problems here along the I-95 corridor.
Yeah, it doesn't take very much. The flash flood guidance, as we say, tends to be very low along that northeast corridor, which means that it doesn't take very much rain to cause significant flooding in places like New York City and Philadelphia, a lot of New Jersey as well, and then even on down into D.C. So what we're looking for is a mid-grade tropical storm to be rapidly moving across the region, but producing a lot of heavy rain, and that'll be Tuesday and going into Wednesday when that happens. Let's take a look at the model output here showing you how much rain is expected. This is the European model, little bit different as compared to yesterday, but in terms of the broad strokes, it is similar. And, you know, when you're talking about 3 to 5 inches of rain all across the Philly metro. Look at that around the D.C. Look at that bullseye. I mean, it may not happen exactly like that. I mean, this is a model forecast, and there's certainly going to be a variation relative to what actually happens. But the idea is that there is this potential for really significant rain in places where there's a lot of concrete and asphalt, and that could lead to very serious flooding. So that's a possibility in D.C., in Baltimore, in Philly, up through Jersey, and on into New York City as well. The American model very similar in terms of the broad strokes of that forecast, taking the rain up and along 95 and just north and west. All right, let's get back out to Dave Malkoff right now. He's been reporting from Stuart in Florida. And Dave, I don't know if you've seen any of those kite surfers out there, but I'm sort of amazed at what those guys do.
There were some this morning. Hold on, my microphone fell off in the wind. Yeah, there were some this morning on the ocean, but we weren't able to capture them on video just yet because when we went back and got the camera, by the time they were gone. But the beaches are closed. You shouldn't be doing that at all. There are no lifeguards out here. Stay safe on these beaches. We will have more on this storm coming up after this short break. We'll be right back.
Minus 10 seconds to crispy, fluffy, Eggo home-style waffles. We are go for liftoff. When they're this crispy and fluffy,
I think this one's a solo mission.
I understand. Would you Lego your Eggo?
Yeah. Oh, straight, we ain't stopping, believe me. Go straight till the morning, no lie, we won't wait. And we're taking everything we want and we can do it. Oh, straight. Oh, sweat.
When the food you love doesn't love you back,
Stay smooth and fight heartburn fast with Tums smoothies.
Experience the adventure of a bigger world in a highly capable Lexus SUV at the Golden Opportunity Sales Event.
Get 0% financing on all 2020 Lexus models.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know. But that Parker promo saved me so much on my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man.
When you want the real deal, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Try Drive Up at Target. Contactless delivery right to your car, designed for your day. Your moves. Your style. Your taste. So quick and easy. Just download the Target app today.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again. And wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
We know to wash our hands. Here's a reminder from Cetaphil to wash your face, too. Dermatologist recommended Cetaphil washes away germs in 20 seconds and leaves skin moisturized and healthy. Show your sensitive skin some love with Cetaphil.
Crack open summer with the taste of freedom. Budweiser's red, white, and blue camo cans. Available for a limited time only. In stores now.
When we started Carvana, they told us that selling cars 100% online wouldn't work. But we went to work, building an experience that lets you shop over 17,000 cars from home, creating a coast-to-coast network to deliver your car as soon as tomorrow, recruiting an army of customer advocates to make your experience incredible, and putting you in control of the whole thing with powerful technology. That's why we've become the nation's fastest-growing retailer, because our customers love it. See for yourself at Carvana.com.
New Lean Cuisine Bowls with 20% more food for 20% more satisfaction. They're nutritious and delicious. New Lean Cuisine Bowls. Delicious your way.
This is a paid advertisement for legal services sponsored by attorney Andrew Van Arsdale. Attention Boy Scouts of America's sexual abuse survivors. The BSA has declared bankruptcy, which will ensure financial compensation for abuse survivors. But you must file your claim on or before November 16, 2020, or you may lose your rights to hold the Boy Scouts accountable forever. Thousands of men have joined Abused in Scouting in the past 18 months to stand up together and have their voices heard. The Boy Scouts of America have already taken your innocence from you. Do not let them take your opportunity for justice from you too. If you were abused as a member of the Boy Scouts, your time to act is almost gone. Stand with us, let your story be heard, and contact Abused in Scouting today for a free confidential consultation. Call us right now.
Call 800-749-0789. That's 800-749-0789.
It's almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up. We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 87 degrees, under mostly cloudy skies. This afternoon, mostly cloudy skies, high 88. Winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 78. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Monday, mainly clear. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 91. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Live look at SpaceX Mission Control headquarters in Hawthorne, California, just outside LAX Airport. This is where they are monitoring Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, who will come back to Earth. Now it's 2:48. They pushed it back a little bit for splashdown. But why are we talking about this here on the Weather Channel? It's because the tropical storm now has pushed that to the other side of Florida. Normally, NASA would splash down historically in the Atlantic, but they're not doing that this time around. Because of Tropical Storm Isaias, they are actually moving that to the other side of Florida, just below the Panhandle in the Gulf of Mexico. Bob and Doug will splash down around 2:48 because over here we are having wind gusts of 26 miles per hour. They actually have to splash down in the ocean and then, or in the Gulf, and then they get recovery ships and they bring those out to them and they will pull them out of what is now called the Endeavour spacecraft, which is the Dragon crew capsule that they went up in historically. That was the first time that we've launched from U.S. soil since the space shuttle program was ended several years ago, more than about a decade ago. And then they actually docked that to the space station. You remember that from Launch America. Then they got back in the same exact automated vehicle, came back, they slept on the vehicle, and while they were sleeping, there were a couple burns that happened to get them into their deorbit acceleration around the Earth and send them right back down here to Florida, where they lifted off in that historic back to space moment that we all watched breathlessly. And now we are just so excited to have Bob and Doug come down here. That will be 2:48 in the Florida Panhandle, right off the ocean. They will bring those guys back. It was very fun to watch them last night or this morning when they woke up from their sleep, Carl, where their children were waking them up, and we are very, very glad to welcome them back here to Florida. But right now we're just watching from NASA headquarters and also from the headquarters for SpaceX right near LAX in Hawthorne.
All right, Dave, thank you so much. And it looks like it's going to be a gusty day today along the east coast of Florida, but that's going to be about it. Certainly some modest water level rises as well. We talked about how disorganized the storm was yesterday, and it got a little more organized, but all of the deep thunderstorms, all of the tall thunderstorms are on the north and east side of the circulation. That center of circulation is basically right on shore. If this was a more classic hurricane where you had an eye wall that was wrapped all the way around that center of circulation, well, we'd be getting pounded on the coast right now with wind and rain and surge. But as it stands, it looks like that weather is going to remain farther offshore, the more significant weather. So we are going to see some wind gusts, maybe to strong tropical storm force in immediate coastal areas. Here's a look at a forecast showing you the winds being pretty strong there in Melbourne going through this evening, 44 miles per hour, perhaps gusting to 44 miles per hour. And then even into tomorrow morning, still some gusty wind. And then it's going to be lifting up and into the Carolinas. So the water level rise is going to be more modest along the east coast of Florida, which is what we thought might be the case yesterday based on the structure of the storm. Now, here's the wind speed forecast going forward, and it is going to have some time out over the open water, so it actually could get more organized before it moves up into the Carolinas. That's one thing. The second thing is that rather than skirting the coast, it's going to come right in to the coastline there in South and North Carolina, and that's going to be late tomorrow. So we're going to get the full force of that wind. All that weather that's been displaced out to the east is going to come right into the coast there in North and South Carolina and lead to a water level rise of 2 to 4 feet. That is life-threatening storm surge from Edisto Beach in South Carolina on up past Myrtle and then up into Cape Fear as well. And all those areas you want to be away from the coast, particularly tomorrow night. And that's when the maximum wind is going to come in. And we've also got high tide, Chris, tomorrow night, about 8 p.m. for those areas. Back to you.
Yeah, and speaking of stormy seas, Carl, take a look at some of this video off of the Florida shore. This from Singer Island, a very rough surf here on the beaches. This area just north of Palm Beach. And as you can see, the spray from these waves getting wind driven and blown sideways. And those gusty winds, you can hear the wind out there. All right, so Florida aside, let's get a look at some of the impacts that we're going to see farther north. We'll start here in Savannah and then work our way up the coast. Starting to see those 20-plus mile-per-hour winds increase throughout the day tomorrow. So by the time you wake up in the morning, the sunny skies we've been seeing out there today, they're going to be long gone. Fairly cloudy, breezy. with some of the squalls we could see, rain coming in, that's when we'll have those chances for 40+ mile per hour wind gusts. Rainfall shouldn't be too threatening. We're looking at about 1 to 2 inches, but more so as we work our way up the coast. We'll show you that. So Monday's going to be a stormy day here. It'll be certainly breezy and at times gusty as those squalls come in. Let's get a look at Charleston, because timing Monday afternoon into Monday night, that's when we're going to have the potential here of those tropical storm force gusts, widespread rains, and once the core gets in closer towards the Carolina coast, that's when we're really going to see the rain start to enhance. And it could get better organized, or at least get some more moisture on the western center of the circulation. That would impact the land much more. So Myrtle Beach, Grand Strand, Monday into Monday night, expecting some of the worst of the heaviest rain. And there we go in Wilmington with those 30+ mile per hour wind gusts expected late tomorrow into Tuesday. We've, of course, got team coverage, and there is a live look at Sebastian Inlet, Florida.
Okay, everyone, our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Great tasting Ensure with 9 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients to support immune health.
My new normal, fewer asthma attacks.
Less oral steroids.
Taking my treatment at home.
Nucala is a once-monthly add-on injection for severe eosinophilic asthma, not for sudden breathing problems. Allergic reactions can occur. Get help right away for swelling of face, mouth, tongue, or trouble breathing. Infections that can cause shingles have occurred. Don't stop steroids unless told by your doctor. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. May cause headache, injection site reactions, back pain, and fatigue. Ask your doctor about Nucala at home. Find your new normal with Nucala.
Looks like they picked the wrong getaway driver.
Gonna be paying for this for a long time.
They will, but with accident forgiveness. Allstate won't raise your rates just because of an accident, even if it's your fault.
Cut! Sonny.
Is that good?
Line. The desert never lies.
Isn't that what I said?
No, you were talking about Allstate and insurance. Let's try again. Everybody back to 1.
Accident forgiveness from Allstate. Click or call for a quote today.
This year, the Alzheimer's Association Walk to End Alzheimer's is everywhere. On every sidewalk, track, and trail across this country. All of us are raising funds for one goal: a world without Alzheimer's and all other dementia. Because this disease isn't waiting, neither are you. Take the first step on your walk right now. Go to alz.org/walk.
As a real estate agent, I've learned it's excess moisture that causes musty odors. Pro tip, use Damp Rid.
Damp Rid drop-in tabs attract and trap excess moisture out of the air, eliminating musty odors.
Works every time.
Get rid of dampness.
Damp Rid.
Oh, it's a beautiful day. Oh, I never felt this way before. Give us some more.
Kids can change minds. They can even change the world around us. Packed with protein plus 21 vitamins and minerals, we nourish them with Carnation Breakfast Essentials. Because today could change everything.
Who are you? I'm your daydream. Come.
What a day for a daydream.
What a day for a daydream.
You're never too far from the Life Arts Club.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Did you know that feeling sluggish or weighed down could be signs that your digestive system isn't working at its best? Taking Metamucil every day can help. Metamucil supports your daily digestive health using a special plant-based fiber called psyllium. Psyllium works by forming a gel in your digestive system to trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Metamucil's gelling action also helps to lower cholesterol and slows sugar absorption to promote healthy blood sugar levels. So start feeling lighter and more energetic by taking Metamucil every day.
And Tropical Storm Isaias turning off of the Atlantic coast here in Florida, driving tropical storm strength wind gusts on shore, delivering soaking rains, and even creating the threat for flash flooding. There are more than 600 miles of coastline under tropical storm warnings at this hour, and you're looking at scenes up and down the Florida shore. We are live here on the Weather Channel tracking Isaias as it charges up the coast of Florida. And here's what we know at this point. We've also got some new video in from the hurricane hunters. Take a look at this as they have been flying into and out of this storm, crisscrossing it in every which way you can imagine, trying to get the latest measurements and data. But wow, it really is an incredible sight to see it from this perspective. You notice there is dry air. Sometimes you'll see these flights and it just looks like a whiteout. It looks pretty smooth from this vantage point, and you'd certainly see clearing skies there off in the horizon. So this must be them looking off somewhere in the westerly direction where there has been a lot drier air, and that's thankfully been along the Florida coast. We haven't seen a lot in the way of rainfall, and that has certainly been a blessing for so many along the Florida shore. That will change though. And that's a concern because I think, Carl, what a lot of people are going to do is take what Florida is getting and thinking like, okay, this is what we can expect, but yet it's going to be a very different impact in the Carolinas than what we're going to see in Florida.
Yeah, really important point, Chris, because what we're looking at here is a storm that is largely offshore relative to Florida, but it's going to be coming onshore in the Carolinas come tomorrow night. And so that's a whole different ball game there. 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm right now. It's expected to continue to be a strong tropical storm, but that's just a shade away from being a hurricane. Certainly could re-strengthen to a hurricane, and again it's going to crash right into the Carolinas late tomorrow with wind and surge and very heavy rain, and then bring heavy rain up into the northeast as well. Looking at the satellite presentation, big bursting of thunderstorms today, very impressive on the satellite. As we get a little bit closer, we see that the strongest of winds are just offshore. Most of the weather has been displaced to the north and out to the east. But we are seeing some of these little showers pivoting in, and some stronger winds in Melbourne now gusting to about 44. So where we see these bands coming in, we certainly could get some pretty gusty winds from time to time. That's what you want to watch out for as you watch the radar. And going forward, we expect that the business end of the storm is largely going to be offshore relative to Florida, but then it's going to pull away from the coast a little bit, and it may have some opportunity to get more organized as it's sitting directly out over the warm waters of the Gulf Stream. And so we could be looking at a formidable storm coming into South and North Carolina. There are tropical storm warnings in effect. Would not be surprised if they have to turn those into hurricane warnings at some point. We're looking for a pretty sizable area of very strong tropical storm force winds in the eastern Carolinas. That's going to mean a lot of trees down, a lot of power lines down as well. And then storm surge values from Edisto Beach up through Charleston, right into Myrtle as well, Georgetown, and then up past Frying Pan Shoals there and into Wilmington and Cape Fear. And all of those areas, that is a life-threatening surge. And we're going to be looking at the high tide tomorrow evening at about 8 p.m. And then beyond that, heavy rain coming in late tomorrow night and early Tuesday morning. So a serious flash flood threat, and that will extend up into Raleigh, North Carolina, going through the day on Tuesday. Chris, over to you.
All right, so I want to go look at some timing, and we'll start in Florida and then kind of work our way up the coast. Daytona Beach, you're kind of next in line for some of the strongest winds that we'll see, and it's really going to be key on if we get some of those thunderstorms to pop up over the coast. If we don't, expect pretty strong breezes, at times maybe up to 35, 40 miles per hour, but the stronger gusts are only going to be in those storms. They're not going to be persistent unless we were to see a jog off towards the coast, which we don't expect. Rainfall here too minimal because we are on the dry side of the circulation. Even though the core is only mere miles from the coastline, it's dry on the western half, and so that's kept us on the a blessing for much of the state of Florida. We will see those bands come in, and they may increase. We've actually seen more rain in central and west Florida than we have right at the shore, just because of that dry air and the lopsidedness of Isaias. Scattered showers and storms, they'll be quick moving, but in those storms alone, that's where we'll have some of the strongest winds. There's the core, and again, that will stay off the coast, but coming in early in the morning tomorrow and then moving farther north from there off the first coast of Florida and then getting into the Georgia Isles. We'll still have some bands even after it pulls north of us, impacting us throughout the day tomorrow, too. Jacksonville, clouds on the increase, even some showers throughout the rest of the afternoon, increasing overnight and into the morning hours. That's when winds really go up. And here in Miami, actually, weather improving. Now, we may still see a shower or storm or two through the day tomorrow, but better conditions ahead. Now, we are just moments away from the splashdown of SpaceX's Crew Dragon Endeavour in the Gulf of Mexico, expected to splash down at about 2:48 p.m. with astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley. Weather is a go right now. They actually say the water looks like glass, and that is good. That means winds are calm, and we should see an incredible scene here in the Gulf of Mexico.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you? Wait, what? The handling. It's good, right? No compromise there. Nope. Watch this.
Breathe.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
Kids can change minds. They can even change the world around us. Packed with protein plus 21 vitamins and minerals, we nourish them with Carnation Breakfast Essentials. Because today could change everything.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
How is Tidy Cat's Breeze changing the litter game? By providing outstanding odor control with simple cleanup. Number 1 goes to the bottom, and number 2 stays on top for easy scooping. Switch the Breeze pads weekly, the pellets monthly, and you're good to go. Discover the ease of Breeze today.
New Lean Cuisine Bowls. With 20% more food. For 20% more satisfaction. They're nutritious and delicious. New Lean Cuisine Bowls. Delicious your way.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
At Southern New Hampshire University, we're committed to making college more accessible by making it more affordable. That's why we're keeping our tuition the same through the year 2021.
I knew SNHU was the place for me when I saw how affordable it was. I ran to my husband with my computer and I said, look, we can do this.
Take advantage of some of the lowest online tuition rates in the nation. Find your degree at snhu.edu.
And welcome in, everyone. You are watching Weather Underground.
Both weekend days look great, Saturday and Sunday.
Get outside, enjoy, go for a bike ride, walk the dog. Why? Because it's going to be awesome.
Wow. Looks fantastic.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for waking up with us on AMHQ.
Jim, Jen, and Steph all here with you to get you out the door, help you kick off a new week.
Can you get a better forecast than that?
I have never seen anything like that. Summer is just better when it starts with the Weather Channel.
It's hurricane season. You need to know what weather is heading your way.
We've already got some rain out there this morning and severe storms developing.
America's Morning Headquarters has you covered. So start every day with the best in weather.
Time to check out the tropics for you. We're focused in here on the Western Atlantic.
AMHQ.
Welcome back into AMHQ, your morning headquarters for weather.
Join Jim Cantori, Stephanie Abrams, and Jen Carfagno. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
And breaking news now from the Gulf of Mexico, where the Crew Dragon Endeavour is about to splash down here in the Gulf of Mexico in about 10 minutes. In fact, a little less than 10 minutes, just south of Pensacola. You've got astronauts Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken who are on board the craft, and NASA and SpaceX had designated 7 potential landing sites, 3 of which were in the Atlantic and 4 in the Gulf of Mexico. Isaias obviously driving the decision to splash down in the Gulf rather than the Atlantic, and the plan now is to refurbish the Endeavour and launch it again sometime next spring, believe it or not. This mission is considered a test flight, and the first operational mission for a Dragon space capsule is set to launch in late September, which will be carrying 4 astronauts instead of just 2. So let's get a look here at those two potential sites. It's going to be off the shores of Pensacola. Weather looks great. In fact, there's almost no clouds in the sky at all. You can see the actual track of Isaias. That's where all the weather is. So thankfully, we didn't have only options in the Atlantic and not in the Gulf. But the Gulf is going to be good to go. Radar is clear, and we're going to see this and capture it here on the Weather Channel.
So Floridians should be executing their plans, particularly if you're on the east coast of Florida, in the Palm Beach and north of there. You should have 7 days of food, water, and medicine. You very well may experience power outages, so just be prepared for that.
Now, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis reminding residents to be prepared for power outages as Isaias passes. And indeed, Florida Power and Light crews, 12,000 strong, by the way, stayed busy overnight restoring power for 25,000 customers. Officials say they'll be working as long as necessary and as long as winds remain below 35 miles per hour. That's crucial. All right, so it's not just a Florida storm. We've got impacts that will be far and wide, and we're going to see that moving up the southeast coast as we head into the work week. Carl.
Yeah, Chris, and some of those environmental factors that have been bothering Isaias over the last couple of days are still present. There is still dry air seen all around the periphery of the storm in parts of Florida as well as the Gulf, and then on up into the southeast in that orange coloring there. So that's not really going away. Another thing that's still going to be in place is the wind shear. Very strong winds driving in and into the west and northwest side of that circulation. And so for those reasons, there is most likely a ceiling on the intensity of the storm. It might regain hurricane status, but we don't think it's going to get much stronger than that. It is forecast to be a strong tropical storm, which of course is just a shade away from being a hurricane, but it does have time out over the open water. That's a very important point. And so it's probably going to become a lot more organized, where right now we're seeing all of the weather on the east side of the circulation for the most part. We could very well be looking at a much more organized, much more concentric area of weather. You see the eye wall perhaps wrapping all the way around and into the west in this model depiction. And if it happens like that, we'll be looking at a more formidable storm coming into South and North Carolina. And that's going to be approaching tomorrow afternoon, and then it's going to be coming in late tomorrow. So we'll be looking at a real rapid uptick in wind along the coast there. There's going to be concern about surge and also very heavy rain. So tropical storm warnings in effect along the Georgia coastline, but then farther north and well inland all the way into the 95 corridor up into Fayetteville, including Wilmington, and those coastal areas in particular are going to be in for some really strong wind, which may extend well across eastern North Carolina. So we could be talking about widespread tree damage and power line damage. And we've got this storm surge potential from Edisto into Charleston, right on up into Myrtle Beach and Georgetown and Wilmington as well. In all these areas, significant water level rise possible tomorrow evening in particular as the storm is coming in. Chris, over to you.
All right, well, let's get a look at one of the Carolinas and one of the cities that we want to focus on the potential here for some significant coastal issues when it comes to flooding. It's not just the push of water inland from Isaias, but the rainfall threat as well. And then all of this kind of happening near high tide, we've got some problems. And it's the high tide tomorrow evening and then heading into Tuesday morning that we're most concerned about. But by Tuesday, we start to get the winds coming back offshore. So there's a look at the onshore wind we're going to have throughout much of the day tomorrow. That will then pile the water up into all of the narrow inlets and riverways and waterways here in the low country coast. We know how vulnerable a city like Charleston is to flooding, and that is a big concern. When you get the rain to then come down and you've already backlogged all of your waterways, that water then can't run back out to sea like it's supposed to. So it's haltered and it rises, and that's when you see the water kind of filling in city streets from the drains and coming in from the ground up. So flash flood watches are up for that very reason. We've really got to pay close attention to the areas here around Charleston, Pawleys Island, getting into the Grand Strand, even out towards Riceville Beach and Carolina Beach. So those are going to be spots to watch. Inland flash flooding too will be a big concern, especially given how wet this summer has been. And of course, we'll be monitoring the latest in the Carolinas too, as well as in Florida. That's where we're going to go out live now to our Dave Malkoff.
Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley are in their capsule right now, their Endeavour SpaceX Dragon crew capsule. You can see them in there, and outside the capsule, it is about 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Inside the capsule, 85 degrees Fahrenheit. They are burning through the atmosphere and will splash down in just minutes. Stick with us. We will have a live report and show their return to Earth on the other side of this break. We are in Florida, tracking Isaias.
Who are you? I'm your daydream. Come.
What a day for a daydream. What a day for a daydream.
You're never too far from the Life Artois.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it. Deliver it.
Deliver it. Frisbee it.
So we went with what we do best. Delivery to your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, truck's perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
Where are you?
Honey, did you hear about these new Geico savings?
Mom?
You'll get an extra 15% on top of what Geico could already save you.
Can I call you back, Mom?
Your father's been researching our genealogy. We're Vikings.
There's never been a better time to save with Geico. Switch by October 7th for an extra 15% on car and motorcycle insurance.
Hey, we lost the Wi-Fi password. Do you remember what that is?
Only Lay's has chips that taste so light, so airy, so crispy. One taste, and you're in love.
Experience the adventure of a bigger world in a highly capable Lexus SUV at the Golden Opportunity Sales Event.
Lease the 2020 NX 300 for $339 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Every glass of Tropicana watermelon has a million little sips of sunshine, turning a moment of summer refreshment into a moment of summer amazement. Tropicana, sip your sunshine.
John Tyson's motto was, "When better chickens are hatched, we will hatch them." It's why all of the Tyson chicken that bears his name is raised with no antibiotics ever. Every nugget, strip, and drumstick. Keep it real. Keep it Tyson.
Real people are realizing there's a better way to mobile.
My carrier probably has a lot of fees I don't even know are there. Basic phone line access, federal universal service charge, I don't even know what that is. Why am I paying these fees?
At Spectrum Mobile, there are no added taxes and fees. What you see is what you pay. $45 a line with our unlimited data plan or $14 a gig with our Buy the Gig plan.
The calculator said that we would save $600 a year. We've actually saved $612 in half a year.
With Spectrum Mobile, I'm saving over $350 a year.
$650 a year. It's true. Most customers who use our calculator find they could save hundreds every year. Don't wait. Find your savings at SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115 and get it all with free nationwide talk and text and no contracts.
I'm ready to switch.
Get more for less with our unlimited data plan for $45 a line or our Buy the Gig plan for $14 a gig. Plus, get the flexibility to mix and match plans. Visit a Spectrum store. Go to SpectrumMobile.com or call 844-258-8115.
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat. We are live on the ground.
Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 88 degrees under partly cloudy skies. This afternoon, mostly cloudy skies. High 88. Winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Tonight, partly cloudy. Low 78. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Monday, mainly clear. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 91. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Just momentarily, 20 meters off the ocean.
All right. Breaking news moments ago, this is literally less than a minute ago, you see the space capsule making a splashdown. There it is. You see the parachutes in the Gulf of Mexico. That's a first, too, by the way. Usually this happens in the Atlantic, but of course, Isaias having different plans, but was still able to get this underway. Wow, what a feat. Really cool. And you can see the boats then coming to race to them, and there's a whole process to get them out and then get them back to stable conditions here on Earth after being in space for a couple of months here. Now, the Gulf, Isaias obviously driving the decision to splash down in the Gulf, and the plan now is to refurbish the Endeavour and launch it again sometime next spring. This mission is considered a test flight, and the first operational mission for a Dragon space capsule is set for launch in late September. And get this one will be carrying 4 astronauts instead of 2. All right, you're looking live now at the situation in the Gulf of Mexico. Weather was great. I mean, a little hazy from this perspective, but we're viewing this from pretty afar. Sunny skies, there is no rain nearby, and the water was like glass, almost as still as could be. So you couldn't have asked for better conditions here, and thankfully was able to get this off without a hitch. So I don't know if you got to see it yourself, Dave Malkoff. He's standing outside on the east coast of Florida, where weather is a little different than what we've been seeing off the coast of Pensacola. But it was so cool to see that in person. And thankfully, everything is smooth sailing here for them to get back on Earth.
That's just so good to know that Bob and Doug are down and they are safe, and they couldn't come down over here because of, look at this wild weather that's going on behind us. Normally they would land in the Atlantic. There were several different splashdown sites on the east side of Florida and also on the west side of Florida through the Panhandle, and they selected that one near the Panhandle where they just splashed down minutes ago. Think about that, 63 days in space on the space station, being able to launch on May 30th and go up in an American-made rocket off American soil and get to the International Space Station, where they met with their Russian colleagues and they got onto the space station, and they spent 63 days there getting back into the capsule, sleeping overnight, having those deorbit burns, and then all of a sudden the 4 main parachutes come out and they splash down in the Gulf of Mexico. They couldn't do it because of all this wind over here, but over there it is very, very nice for them. Think of how fast they were going. There is some really, really cool science here. From New Zealand to Florida, as they were flying over New Zealand to Florida, how long does that take on a plane ride? It takes, hours and almost a day of flying, but they got that done in 37 minutes, with the outside of the capsule going about 3,000 degrees because of the friction in the atmosphere and burning through the atmosphere. But inside, it never goes above about 85 degrees Fahrenheit. So once again, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley safe back on Earth. This is exactly what we wanted to happen. A safe launch, a safe mission, and also a safe return back to Earth for Bob and Doug. And as you know, those SpaceX capsules, those go back into use. Same thing with the rockets. They land on those flat drone ships, Carl, and they use those rockets over again.
Yeah, it's great. Really nice to see you, Dave. Thank you so much. And, it's interesting because Dave is now just west of the center of this tropical storm, but all the weather is out over the open water. You can really see that when you look at the satellite picture. You can get a sense of that. We're seeing a lot more deep convection, a lot more bright color in the cloud today. 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm. It's really, really important to not say it's just a tropical storm, because this storm is going to bring very serious impacts to a lot of areas, particularly the Carolinas, because while it will be largely offshore in Florida, it is going to come right into the Carolinas late tomorrow with very strong wind. It's not impossible that it becomes a hurricane once again. We're also going to be looking at surge, life-threatening surge along the coast. and heavy rain extending well inland all the way up into Raleigh, North Carolina. Satellite picture again, very impressive, but almost all of that weather is now located offshore, but it's close. It's really close. When you look at these wind fields here, as they stand right now, we're seeing some pretty strong wind, which is now not very far away. Let me see if I can get a look at just how far away from the coast that is. So, there you go. You're talking about, go a little bit farther, 25 miles away from sustained winds of 50 miles per hour. And so one of the questions is this structure going to continue? It is for the most part, but some of this weather may make its way a little farther west, and we'll talk much more about that coming up in just a few minutes.
Life doesn't give you many second chances, but a Subaru can.
You guys okay?
Eyesight with pre-collision braking. Standard on the Subaru Ascent. The 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
If you love peanut butter most, this cup has your name on it. If you love chocolate most, this cup has your name on it. Not literally. That'd be a logistical nightmare, especially if we used last names. Then we'd have to do both sides. Reese's lovers? Yeah, they're back.
Who are you? I'm your daydream. Come.
What a day for a daydream.
What a day for a daydream. You're never too far from the Life Artois.
Where can a healthier heart lead you? For people with heart failure taking Entresto, it may lead to a world of possibilities. Entresto helps people stay alive and out of the hospital. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause harm or death to an unborn baby. Don't take Entresto with an ACE inhibitor or aliskiren, or if you've had angioedema with an ACE or ARB. The most serious side effects are angioedema, low blood pressure, kidney problems, or high blood potassium. Ask your doctor about Entresto.
Kids can change minds. They can even change the world around us. Packed with protein plus 21 vitamins and minerals, we nourish them with Carnation Breakfast Essentials. Because today could change everything.
Stouffer's mac and cheese is made with 100% real cheese.
So creamy.
So cheesy.
It's too bad you're a dog. This is really creamy. You'd love it.
Stouffer's, the taste you love at a price you'll love.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
At Safelite, we're committed to taking care of you and your car. We'll fix it right with no contact service you can trust.
So if you have auto glass damage, stay safe with Safelite.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace. Do I use a toothpaste that whitens my teeth or one that's good for my teeth? Now I don't have to choose.
Crest 3D White. It removes up to 95% of surface stains and strengthens enamel. From the #1 toothpaste brand in America, Crest.
This year, the Alzheimer's Association Walk to End Alzheimer's is everywhere. On every sidewalk, track, and trail across this country. All of us are raising funds for one goal: a world without Alzheimer's and all other dementia. Because this disease isn't waiting, neither are you. Take the first step on your walk right now. Go to alz.org/walk.
Waves have really been picking up considerably. You're going to be dealing along the coast with conditions that will be getting worse.
Gusty winds, perhaps over 50 miles per hour as this continues. Coastal flooding is going to likely be an issue.
And right now, Tropical Storm Isaias lashing out at Florida's east coast. Winds whipping up big waves and dropping heavy rain. Even tropical storm warnings that stretch for more than 600 miles from the Sunshine State into the Carolinas, where the storm could drop more than 3 inches of rain or more this week. We've got storm specialist Carl Parker, who will be taking us into the forecast in a few minutes. We'll also check in live with the Weather Channel's Dave Malkoff along the Treasure Coast and our own meteorologist Stephanie Abrams, who's live from Jacksonville Beach. Well, welcome back in to our continuing live team coverage here of Tropical Storm Isaias. Thanks for joining us here on this Sunday afternoon. I'm meteorologist Chris Bruin. Latest guidance suggests a possible landfall here along the border of North and South Carolina. Currently, 65 million people are within the cone of the National Hurricane Center. And as millions prepare during the COVID-19 pandemic, FEMA recommends you pack 2 masks for each person in your family, along with enough food and water to last you and your family for 72 hours. So we want to get the latest. Of course, we have the 2 p.m. intermediate advisory. The next full advisory will be at 5 p.m. And just by observing the satellites, Carl, have you noticed anything that stands out? Are you noticing an intense increase of thunderstorms near the center or a better organization of the storm as a whole?
Well, we're seeing a lot of bursting of thunderstorms, still not really co-located with the center, but the hurricane hunters have found some stronger winds from time to time, so it may be getting a little bit stronger. It is now largely out over the open water, still beset to some extent by wind shear and some drier air. So if it does intensify, it's certainly not going to happen quickly, but it is possible that it does become more organized in the next day or so. A 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm right now, and expected to continue to be a strong tropical storm, but certainly not outside of the realm of possibility that it becomes a hurricane before it comes into the Carolinas. And while it's mostly offshore right now, it will be coming right into the Carolinas, and so significant impacts on the way, and there could be very heavy rain right up the 95 corridor into the northeast as well. Tropical storm warnings now in effect along the east coast of Florida. You see a lot of very tall cloud here, big bursting of thunderstorms away from the center of circulation, but we are seeing some stronger winds just offshore, and the big question is, are some of these banding features going to manage to sort of wrap around and make their way to the coast? I think some of that is possible later today. Winds now gusting to 40 miles per hour in Melbourne, could get stronger as we get deeper into the evening. 33, the most recent gust in Daytona Beach. And we're going to see some stronger tropical storm force winds from time to time, particularly in bands that rotate in. And I want to show you also the storm surge potential, which is more modest with most of the weather being offshore. So take a look at the high resolution model here, and you notice that as we get into very late tonight, we are seeing some of this banding getting really, really close to the Space Coast. And so as more of that reaches over and gets over into parts of central Florida, that's where we could be looking at some very strong winds. Wherever that manages to make its way onshore, then the storm moves north and up towards the Carolinas, and it actually may get more organized before it comes into the Carolinas. It's going to be solidly out over the open water. It's going to have some time to get its act together with all that warm water. And so, again, a strong tropical storm is what is expected, but that is just a shade lower than a hurricane. So we could be looking at a hurricane coming into the Carolinas, and along with that, very serious threat for strong winds. It's going to be enough wind to easily bring down trees and power lines over a large area in North Carolina and South Carolina. Also, we're going to be looking at very heavy rain, and the hurricane hunters are going to be, they're out in the storm right now, and they're going to be going in later today to get a better look at what is going on. So, and we've got the North Carolina governor coming up in just a few seconds. I also want to show you what's going on with the rain potential, because that too is very serious across a lot of this region. We're looking at excessive rain likely coming into South Carolina and into North Carolina. And that's going to be from Charleston and Wilmington up into Raleigh. So we're talking about potentially flash flooding in those areas. Let's go to the North Carolina governor right now.
Just because it's now categorized as a tropical storm doesn't change its potential threat. The storm continued its march toward North Carolina overnight. State emergency managers here, along with our local partners, are preparing for the heavy winds and rain that this storm may bring. And we're asking North Carolinians in the storm's path to make sure they are prepared. I've declared a state of emergency, and we have received a federal emergency declaration for 25 counties so far. We in North Carolina mostly know what to do. You pack your emergency kit, follow local evacuation orders, stay in a safe place, and never drive through flooded roadways. But this time, pack your masks and hand sanitizer in your kit and remember to social distance. The 3 W's, wash, wear, and wait, are just as important during a storm as they ever were. The COVID-19 pandemic remains a threat, and preparations may take longer and look a little different. We can stay safe from the storm and the virus if we're ready. We're watching the forecast carefully and know the storm will impact much of our Piedmont and coastal plain. Tropical storm force winds are expected to begin after dark Monday and into Tuesday morning. Sustained tropical storm force winds are forecast for much of the eastern third of the state, with gusts of 50 to 65 miles per hour for the coastal plain and 30 to 45 miles per hour in central North Carolina. That's enough wind to bring down trees and power lines. Over the weekend, the storm turned much more inland, which increases the threat of heavy rain, tornadoes, and flash flooding in eastern North Carolina. Right now, we expect the heaviest rain along the I-95 corridor, with as much as 7 inches in some places. You can go to readync.org to find flood maps and evacuation zones and see if your home is at risk for flooding. Remember, when it comes to evacuations, know your zone. The forecast has the storm moving quickly, which we hope means the rain and wind won't last as long. But a lot of rain is expected to fall at once, so be on alert for flash flooding and river flooding, especially along the Neuse and Tar rivers. We're coordinating with utility companies which expect widespread outages. I've activated up to 150 National Guard soldiers to help with storm preparations and response as needed. We've been so grateful for their work overseas and during the pandemic here at home. We also appreciate our first responders who are going the extra mile yet again to protect our communities. It's essential to listen to local officials and follow evacuation orders when they're issued. During the pandemic, your home has been the safest place. But that may change as Isaias arrives. The storm, the most important thing is to get out of harm's way if you are told to evacuate. Try to have a plan to stay with friends or family outside of the danger zone. If that doesn't work, or a hotel or a motel is the next option if you can afford it. Shelters will be available for those who need them. Visit your county government website for instructions on sheltering options. Shelters will be screening people for coronavirus symptoms. If someone has symptoms, they'll be directed to a sheltering option where they can more easily isolate or receive medical attention. We know the pandemic has dominated everyone's attention these last few months, but North Carolina emergency managers have been carefully planning for the storm response in a COVID-19 environment. Our state has weathered more than our fair share of storms in recent years. We know how to plan, prepare, and respond when it's over. Nothing about that has changed. But this time, we're going to have to do it with a mask on. Helping your neighbors and loved ones is even more important as this storm approaches. Do it safely, and we'll get through this thing together. I'd like to recognize Mike Sprayberry, our Director of Emergency Management, to provide an update. Mike?
Thank you, Governor, and thank you for your leadership. Good afternoon. Today is day 146 of the COVID-19 response at the State Emergency Operations Center. We have also been activated for Tropical Storm Isaias since Friday. We are continuing to closely monitor the storm track and intensity and possible impacts to North Carolina. While the storm is changing in intensity, now is not the time to be complacent, especially as we may experience storm impacts overnight on Monday. As the storm tracks closer to the state, please heed warnings and directions from local and state authorities. An incident management assistance team from FEMA has now joined us here at the State EOC. Some members are here inside the State EOC, and others are working remotely. Everybody in the State EOC is physically distanced. That's the case with many of our state emergency response team partners. Approximately 120 National Guard personnel are already staging at armories in the east, ready to respond if needed. We have repositioned several water rescue teams consisting of approximately 20 Zodiac boats and 100 swiftwater rescue technicians from the western part of the state to the east, where they are ready to support impacted communities. This is in addition to the local water rescue teams based in the east and central parts of the state. We're also coordinating closely with our counties as they make preparations and finalize decisions about evacuations, sheltering, and other preparations that will be needed. PPE is being provided to our responders to enable them to operate in the COVID-19 environment. Commodities like food, water, and tarps are also being delivered to our county partners. Your personal preparations for a disaster plan and an emergency kit should be completed by now. Be prepared for power outages and the possibility of flooding. In your emergency kit this year, be sure to include masks and face coverings, hand sanitizer, and cleaning products to help keep your families healthy. Visit readync.org for a complete list of items to include your emergency kit. The Ready NC mobile.
All right, you've been listening to North Carolina emergency officials, one being the North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper. Some of the important information he's been giving out to his residents, issuing an emergency declaration for 25 counties in advance of Tropical Storm Isaias. And if you want to know your flood zone, go to readync.org for the latest on that. And when it comes to evacuations, you want to know your zone and only leave if you are being ordered to keep the shelters able to heed by the CDC guidelines during this COVID-19 pandemic. All right, we're already seeing impacts from Isaias farther south in Florida. I want to go live there now to Stuart, where we find our own Dave Malkoff. He's on the shores. Talk to us what you've been seeing out there today. How have weather conditions been? Have you seen a lot of rain?
Well, the ocean's been very angry. The risk of rip currents is not zero here. Take a look at how wild these ocean waves are. But still, we've got somebody out there on a surfboard or a boogie board. Not a good idea. The beaches are technically closed. There are no lifeguards here. So if somebody got in trouble, they would get in trouble without immediate help. That would be a problem. There's also a problem with power outages. Just a few in Palm Beach County, less than 100 here in our county on Stewart Beach. But you can see these power lines just sparking down there. There are people coming from FPL. They are coming from all sorts of different places to try to help out. And in just a moment, we're going to be talking to the Florida Power and Light folks who are staging in many places around here trying to get the power back on. But it's not as easy as it has been in years past. They have to do it in different ways because of the social distancing that they have to implement on the job site. So there's a lot of difference between the storms from last year and the storms from this year, and a lot of difference between here and up north in Jacksonville Beach, where we find Stephanie Abrams. And it's coming your way, is it not? And it's still, people say, hey, it's just a tropical storm. That's not something you should say. It really could be a danger.
Okay, so let's talk about what's happening in Jacksonville Beach. It's been a pretty good day overall, but just recently we had a really big thunderstorm blow through, and you can see behind me there are more storms that are headed in our direction. So they had the lifeguards actually going up the beach, up and down the beach, telling for everyone to get off the beach. And now that we've had some clearing, people have come back on the beach. It's not as busy, but people are here. So the lifeguards are warning people to get off the beach, and they will continue to do that as these bands sporadically move in, bring us a lot of rain, bringing some lightning lightning as well and some thunder, and then people will come back out. Speaking of lifeguards, you can see there's some, it looks like junior lifeguard training. I'm going to find out exactly what they are, but they look like junior lifeguards there, and they've been doing some runs here. So it's kind of business as usual today, but tomorrow is the day for Jacksonville. I really should say later this afternoon into this evening is when we will continue to see more rain and those winds pick up as well. So Monday will be the day that we have the worst weather here in Jacksonville. You do have to worry about the potential for some power outages. So know where your flashlight is in the event that you do lose power. We have more after this break.
With Domino's $5.99 mix and match deal, you can feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person. So we asked one of our families to help us make this commercial about that deal.
Enjoy your pizza.
Safely feed a family of 4 for about $3 per person with the $5.99 mix and match deal.
From Domino's.
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning. Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
These fudge brownie M&Ms are really fudgy.
Yes, they are.
To put a fudge brownie center in an M&M's is...
Genius. I know.
I was going to say hard.
Why won't you?
Why won't you go in?
New fudge brownie M&Ms.
Is that net carbs or total? Not enough fiber. Chocolate would be good.
Snacking should be sweet and simple. The delicious taste of Glucerna gives you the sweetness you crave while helping you manage your blood sugar with nutrients to help support immune health.
At Safelite, we're committed to taking care of you and your car. We'll fix it right with no contact service you can trust.
So if you have auto glass damage, stay safe with Safelite.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
Crack open summer with the taste of freedom. Budweiser's red, white, and blue camo cans. Available for a limited time only. In stores now.
Kids can change minds. They can even change the world around us. Packed with protein plus 21 vitamins and minerals, we nourish them with Carnation Breakfast Essentials. Because today could change everything.
Stouffer's mac and cheese is made with 100% real cheese.
So creamy.
So cheesy.
It's too bad you're a dog. This is really creamy. You'd love it.
Stouffer's, the taste you love at a price you'll love.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again. And wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
What if a university could lock its tuition? From your first dream to your first dollar, from between shifts and after hours, from the struggle to the reckoning, to the moment you sit in that auditorium and realize that your whole life is about to change. What if a university could guarantee fixed, affordable tuition from your first class to your last?
I'm Jeff Anderson. For 37 years, we have been fighting for survivors of child sex abuse. Even in these uniquely challenging times, we're still fighting with dedication and devotion. New York law gives survivors a chance to take legal action, but only for a limited time. If you were sexually abused by a priest, scout leader, coach, or teacher, contact us confidentially today. It's time.
It's a familiar story. Allergies ruining your sleep and next day too. Taking Zysol at night relieves allergies while you sleep, so you wake refreshed. Plus, it works faster than Claritin and on first dose provides the same relief as Zyrtec at nearly half the size. Be wise all, take Zysol at night.
I found a way to relieve my constipation that's both gentle and fast.
New great tasting Dalcolac soft juice works naturally with the water in your body in as little as 30 minutes. Puts you comfortably in control. New Dalcolac soft juice.
Almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up. We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
Currently in our area, 88 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 78. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Monday, sunny along with a few clouds. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 91. Monday night, scattered thunderstorms. Low 76. Chance of rain 60%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And we've got a tornado watch now from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma. This for eastern New York, upstate New York, all the way down into parts of the tri-state area. Also western Connecticut, western Mass, and western Vermont. That going until 10 p.m. this evening. Got some storms firing in this area right now. Severe thunderstorms, no tornado warnings as of yet, but there is a lot of instability, which is to say plenty of fuel for these storms to develop, depicted in those red and orange colors there. And we're also seeing winds coming out of different directions in the lowest 5,000 feet of the atmosphere. So conditions are supportive of tornadoes, and be on your toes. And of course, we'll give you any warnings as they pop up. We want to get out to Dave Malkoff right now, reporting on the storm for us in Stewart. And Dave, boy, that sea is certainly showing you that you've got a big old system offshore, but you have not had a lot of rain there today.
Not a lot of rain, just a little bit of drizzle, a lot of flying sand, though. Look at all the wind that's coming through here. We've got 30 miles an hour gusts here every once in a while, and that has taken down some power lines, and it's put some customers in the dark for a while. So we want to get to an interview with David Reuter, who's with Florida Power and Light. David, thanks for joining us. You have somewhere around 9,000 crews staged around the state right now, right?
That's correct, Dave. Yes, we started yesterday and over the weekend building our force up for the impact of this storm. And right now we have about 9,000 crews in place and ready as the storm goes up the coastline to handle any outages that may happen.
Those are not just FPL crews, but you've also contracted with out-of-state crews as well to help you out.
That is correct, yes. We did bring in about 3,000 restoration workers from out of state to support us in this case. With COVID-19 going on, we expect longer to restore power potentially, and the support from the out-of-state crews is very much welcome.
Explain how that works. We are approaching 500,000 positive tests here in Florida. That puts us in a solid number 2 with California for the outbreak. And so what actually causes the restoration to be delayed because of the COVID-19 pandemic?
Well, it really comes down to efficiency. So the measures that we put in place from a safety standpoint with both crews coming in from out of state and require us to go through more of a screening process. So all the crews that come in come to a staging site. We put them through temperature checks to make sure that they don't have an elevated temperature, and they also get a health screening. In addition, just the overall efficiency of the work, the need to social distance, the need to wear masks, all of those components together, it just means it's going to take us a little bit longer to restore power than we might during a normal period of time or during a normal storm.
So you have a level of safety equipment, PPE, for the flowing electricity, and then you've got an additional level of PPE for the exchange of the coronavirus between possible between your crews out there. So you got to keep people away from each other. So how many power outages do you have right now in the state of Florida?
So overnight, we restored about 25,000 customers within the Florida Power and Light Service area. Right now, we've got just a few thousand that are out at the moment. So as the storm has been making its way up the coast, we've been moving our crews up the coast as the bands have come through, and it's been safe to get the bucket trucks out and flying so that we can assess the damage and repair those outages. We've been doing so. So it's been rolling as the day has gone on and through last evening. But right now, just a few thousand out at the current time.
And really quick before you go, what is one tip that you wish people knew about not having power in their house? Should they not open the refrigerator? What is one thing that you wish people would know about those hours that you don't have power?
Well, certainly keeping the refrigerator closed is a good thing because that way the food in both the freezer and the refrigerator can stay as cold as possible. Also, we have a lot of customers who have generators, and we want them to use those safely. So don't use the generator inside the garage or inside the house. In particular, if you're plugging appliances into the generator, make sure that you do that directly and not back into the actual electrical panel, because that can actually backfeed electricity into the network and cause a safety hazard. So those are the two big things that we always tell customers.
Thank you, David Reuter. He is the spokesperson for FPL here in Florida. Carbon monoxide poisoning is a silent killer, so you got to make sure that if you are running a gas-powered generator, you keep that outside, and always keep your refrigerator closed if the power goes out. They are doing their best to get the power back on. Here in our county, here in Martin County, we have less than 100 customers who are without power right now, and they're trying to restore that. We're still watching this tropical storm as it pushes up the East Coast. We have reporters staged all over the coast, and we will have live reports coming up right after this break. We'll be right back.
The new house is amazing. So much character.
Original crown molding, walk-in closets.
We do have a rat problem. At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
It does help us save.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
So I'm going to hold on promoting you this quarter. Cool?
Drop the taco. Get in the car. Does this Sentra feel like a compromise to you?
Wait, what?
The handling, it's good, right? No compromise there.
Nope. Watch this. Breathe.
Rear automatic braking.
So if this Nissan Sentra isn't going to compromise, why should you? You're right.
Atta girl.
The all-new Nissan Sentra, with more standard safety features than any other car in its class.
I know people love the dish remote. It's great. So why build in the Google Assistant? I mean, who really needs a TV remote that can turn the thermostat up?
Change temperature to 72.
The lights down.
Dim the lights.
And still access their DVR.
Play Rio.
Actually, some people could absolutely use a remote like that. The new Dish Voice Remote. Dish, tuned in to you.
At Domino's, we're delivery experts. So when it comes to carry-out, our team members had a few thoughts on how to make it even safer and more convenient.
Deliver it.
Delivering.
Frisbee it.
So we went with what we do best. Delivery to your car. Introducing Domino's Carside Delivery.
Yep, truck's perfect.
We do the carrying out for you, contact-free, while you conveniently stay in your car.
Thank you.
Just pull up at the store, check in online, and we bring your food to you. Try Domino's Carside Delivery next time you carry out 3-topping pizzas for $7.99 each.
Kids can change minds. They can even change the world around us. Packed with protein plus 21 vitamins and minerals, we nourish them with Carnation Breakfast Essentials. Because today could change everything.
These fudge brownie M&Ms are really fudgy.
Yes, they are.
To put a fudge brownie center in an M&M's is...
Genius. I know.
I was going to say hard.
Why won't you... Why won't you go in?
New fudge brownie M&Ms.
A guy like this, who relies on his truck for work, knows that his truck will take care of him, that he takes care of his truck. And WeatherTech has always been the ultimate protection.
From floor liners to no-drill mud flaps to tech liner for your truck bed to bump step to the handy under-seat storage system. And Cup Foam keeps phones secure in any cup holder. Order your American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
Who are you? I'm your daydream. Come.
What a day for a daydream. What a day for a daydream.
You're never too far from the Life Artois.
It's hurricane season. You need to know what weather is heading your way.
We've already got some rain out there this morning and severe storms developing.
America's Morning Headquarters has you covered. So start every day with the best in weather.
Time now to check out the tropics for you. We're focused in here on the western Atlantic.
AMHQ.
Welcome back into AMHQ, your morning headquarters for weather.
Join Jim Cantori, Stephanie Abrams, and Jen Carfagno. Weekday mornings on the Weather Channel.
Tropical storm Isaias turning off of the Atlantic coast of Florida, driving tropical storm strength wind gusts onshore, delivering soaking rains, and even creating the threat here of flash flooding. And there are more than 600 miles of coastline under tropical storm warnings at this hour, with that expected to increase. And we are tracking Isaias as it charges up the eastern seaboard. Here's what we know right now. With the latest advisory, Raleigh, North Carolina is now under its first tropical storm advisory since Dorian of last year. All city-owned parking garages in Charleston, South Carolina are now open free of charge for cars only to get to higher ground. And sandbagging operations have now stopped in St. Johns County, Florida, as we prepare for some of the worst of the weather to arrive. This covers the greater St. Augustine area. Well, it's been not the best beach day here along Florida's coast, but at least we're hanging in there, Carl. And as far as the latest updates go with Isaias, are we expecting strengthening, and who can expect some of the worst conditions going forth?
Well, I think certainly along the Space Coast, just because of the way that it sticks out, we're going to be seeing more wind. We've been looking at winds gusting in the middle 40s from time to time near there, and that's probably just going to continue to step up a little bit through tonight, especially as we get some bands coming through. There's some pretty strong wind that's just offshore, and some of that, if some of those rain bands continue to reach onshore, is going to be brought down to the ground. So 65-mile-per-hour storm right now. It's moving to the north-northwest at 9 miles per hour. Here's the forecast track from the National Hurricane Center. It's expected to remain just offshore until late tomorrow, and then it is going to come into the Carolinas, and so that is dramatically going to step up impacts along the coast. We're going to be looking at very strong wind, surge values of 2 to 4 feet from Edisto all the way up to Cape Fear, and then beyond that, heavy rain well inland into Raleigh, North Carolina, and then perhaps targeting the major metros in the Northeast as well. You look at the satellite presentation, really different as compared to yesterday. We've got a lot more in the way of deep convection, but it is not co-located with the center of circulation. We are seeing some pretty strong winds near that center and out to the east, but a real lack of thunderstorms near that center. So one of the questions is, this weather that is located north and east of the center, is some of that going to make its way over and into the coast? And some of the modeling showing that getting a little bit closer going through the night tonight. So where we see that, where we see more significant rain bands coming through, that certainly is going to step up the potential for heavy rains. Looking at this model forecast going forward, you see that's just offshore relative to the Space Coast. And again, as the storm continues to move north, could get more organized before it moves up towards the Carolinas. Right now, we want to go to the director of the National Hurricane Center, Ken Graham. And Ken, as we were saying last hour, really, really important not to dismiss this storm because it's a tropical storm. I mean, when you look at history, some of the very worst storms that we've seen in this country have been tropical storms.
Yeah, definitely, Carl. No such thing as just a tropical storm. I mean, these things could produce all the rainfall and the storm surge. We got to talk about all the different aspects of the impacts. That's what's going to happen here. I mean, it doesn't even look like the typical storm, but we don't want people to let their guard down. That little tilt, you were mentioning it, Carl, the shear, just a little bit of a tilt where the low-level circulation and the upper-level circulation are displaced. But all of this is going to be moving northward. The Carolinas through the northeast U.S. are going to see some impacts from this storm.
And you've got a lot of low-lying terrain there in the Carolinas, and tomorrow night a strong tropical storm coming in, just a shade away from being a hurricane. And the way that it's going to be coming in, we could be looking at some significant surge with that high tide tomorrow evening.
Yeah, absolutely. We're doing those calculations, looking at those numbers, and all this is moving northward. So 8 p.m. Monday, reaching the South Carolina coast and then moving inland through the day Tuesday. So that's what we're looking at, going to have that rainfall, and really looking at the rain and the storm surge, just really looking at inland places, not just coastal, but inland places getting some of that rain. But as you mentioned, Carl, that the storm surge, look at some of these values. I mean, the water gets trapped in these concave areas, the shape of the coastline. The water comes in, the wind blows it in, it gets trapped 2 to 4 feet in some of these areas. Not every area, the barrier islands and also areas on the other side of the barrier islands. When you have the wind shift, sometimes you actually see the wind blowing some of that water from the opposite direction as well after the storm passes. So those are the little details. You got to listen to those local officials and really keep yourself safe on these barrier islands and also inland.
All right, Ken Graham, Director of the National Hurricane Center. Thank you, sir, for your expertise. We certainly do appreciate it. All right, we want to get out to Stephanie Abrams right now. She is in Jacksonville Beach, and Steph's seen some bands coming in from time to time there.
We do, Carl. So we want to show you. Let's do a little meteorology here, a little geography. We are looking west. You see all that sunshine? What's coming in from the east? The bands from Isaias. As we turn around, you're going to see just how dark it is there. And I anticipate within the next 10 minutes, we'll see that come in. You can see the radar. We'll continue.
At Olive Garden, it's easier than ever to enjoy what you love from us in the comfort of your own home. Order and pay online. Choose from all your favorites. Then bring it all home with Carside Pickup. Only at Olive Garden.
Experience the joy of a bigger world in a highly connected Lexus vehicle at the Golden Opportunity Sales Event.
Lease the 2020 ES350 for $359 a month for 36 months.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Water? Why? Incoming! Perfect! Right? No, I'm good. I'm gonna walk. Let's go!
Water tastes like, well, water. So we fixed it. Neo.
Do you remember your first kiss?
It was a long kiss.
So I wouldn't say it was that long.
Did she know it was coming? I think so.
The first kiss was a shocker. I remember being pretty caught off guard.
Kellogg's combine crunchy oat clusters with a touch of honey, plump, juicy raisins, and tasty fiber into one delicious cereal? It took a lot of brainstorming. Get it? Kellogg's Raisin Bran Crunch. 2 scoops of delicious.
Ugh, is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, your wish is our latest littervention. Naturally strong, with odor-absorbing activated charcoal. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
This year, the Alzheimer's Association Walk to End Alzheimer's is everywhere. On every sidewalk, track, and trail across this country. All of us are raising funds for one goal: a world without Alzheimer's and all other dementia. Because this disease isn't waiting, neither are you. Take the first step on your walk right now. Go to alz.org/walk.
When we started Carvana, they told us that selling cars 100% online wouldn't work. But we went to work, building an experience that lets you shop over 17,000 cars from home, creating a coast-to-coast network to deliver your car as soon as tomorrow, recruiting an army of customer advocates to make your experience incredible, and putting you in control of the whole thing with powerful technology. That's why we've become the nation's fastest-growing retailer, because our customers love it. See for yourself at Carvana.com.
Yes, feeling.
And welcome in, everyone. You are watching Weather Underground.
Both weekend days look great, Saturday and Sunday.
Get outside, enjoy, go for a bike ride, walk the dog. Why? Because it's going to be awesome. Wow.
looks fantastic.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for waking up with us on AMHQ.
Jim, Jen, and Steph all here with you to get you out the door, help you kick off a new week.
Can you get a better forecast than that?
I have never seen anything like that. Summer is just better when it starts with the Weather Channel.
So Floridians should be executing their plans, particularly if you're on the east coast of Florida, in the Palm Beach and north of there. You should have 7 days of food, water, and medicine. You very well may experience power outages, so just be prepared for that.
All right, some new video into us here showing power trucks rolling through Fort Pierce, Florida. That's on the east central coast of the state. Officials say there are about 10,000 workers ready to restore power as it's lost due to Isaias. And of course, weather permitting, they can only get out there and fix the power lines if the winds are below 35 miles per hour, which for the most part they have been when we're talking about sustained winds, but we have seen some stronger gusts, especially out across the beaches this afternoon. So let's get a look at some of the impacts here with our storm specialist, Carl Parker.
You know, we've been looking at a couple of limiting factors over the last couple of days, one of those being dry air surrounding this circulation, and that is still the case. You can see that very clearly in the water vapor imagery, a lot of orange color right there, and so that's never very far away. And we've still got wind shear that's also going to be driving that dry air into the system. But one thing that is going to be a little bit different is that the storm will be farther away from land. It's going to be out over the open water solidly going into tomorrow and right into tomorrow evening as it is approaching the Carolinas. So at least we think it's going to hold its own in terms of intensity. There is some chance that it will actually get stronger as it approaches. There's a look at a model forecast showing perhaps a little more organization as it is coming towards the coast there. And so looking at the wind field, that'll be getting closer in the afternoon tomorrow, but then really starting to crash into the coastline by late tomorrow. High tide, by the way, along a lot of the coast about 8 o'clock. And so we're going to be looking at a maximum water level rise at that time as the storm is coming in. Very strong winds in those coastal areas, Myrtle Beach and into Wilmington and across much of eastern North Carolina, where tropical storm watches are now in effect, tropical storm warnings farther to the south. And so widespread areas of strong tropical storm force winds, and that's easily going to be enough to bring down a lot of trees and power lines and also pile up the water along the coast. And so storm surge of 2 to 4 feet from Cape Fear on southward down to Charleston and Edisto. Chris, over to you.
All right, thanks, Carl. Well, Isaias is charging up the coast, and along the Outer Banks of North Carolina, some mandatory evacuations are already taking place. Join us now is Sam Walker, the news director of OBX Today and OBXtoday.com. Sam, thanks for joining us this afternoon. What's the latest on evacuation plans there on the Outer Banks?
Well, currently we have Ocracoke Island under a mandatory evacuation and Hatteras Island under a mandatory evacuation for residents, non-resident property owners, and visitors. And access is restricted. You cannot go farther south than Oregon Inlet now if you're not someone with the proper credentials. Currituck County, which is Corova and Corolla, decided they're going to wait. They're probably not going to issue an evacuation order, at least through today. Dare County officials also said they're going to wait to issue any evacuation orders that might be necessary for Duck, Southern Shores, Kitty Hawk, Killable Hills, Nags Head, and Roanoke Island. So that's where we stand right now. And if things continue to hold like they are, that may be how we stay.
All right, so any word about when ferry service might change or stop or be affected at all?
Yeah, the last ferries from Ocracoke, the plan is right now to continue to run the mainland route ferries. Those are the ones that go from Ocracoke to Cedar Island and to Swan Quarter across the Pamlico Sound. Those are going to wrap up tomorrow at 10:30. The ferries across Hatteras Inlet from Ocracoke to Hatteras, those are going to continue until conditions no longer allow safe passage. So those ferries will still operate, but the mainland ferries are bigger ones that take the longer trip. Those are going to stop tomorrow morning.
Okay, so let's say residents stay. Let's say there's no additional evacuation orders issued, and even vacationers there for the latter half of the summer staying. Route 12, we know, is a major thoroughfare, but also one that gets shut down often, even in storms that aren't even named or even tropical. What is the current status of the roadway right now, and what do we expect as we see Isaias push closer in?
Well, right now we are starting to see a little bit of overwash coming with high tide. We've got another high tide tonight around 8 o'clock. And as we get that south swell continuing to build along Hatteras Island, P Island, it's called the Canal Zone, Merlot Beach. Then you get into Avon at the motels in Buxton, along the south-facing beaches, on down between Frisco and Hatteras, and on the north end of Ocracoke Island. We'll start to see some overwash there. We don't have a lot of dune line there. They're constantly trying to rebuild it, and the ocean just keeps trying to take it away. So those are going to be problem areas. Another concern, maybe not so much on the ocean side up on the north end of the Outer Banks as you get up into Nags Head and Kill Double Hills and Kitty Hawk, is the sound side surge that we may see. And we're seeing, I just looked at the latest models. We're talking about maybe up to 3 feet of water coming in on the sound side above ground for areas like downtown Manio and even up into Bay Drive and Collington and Kill Double Hills.
All right, great pointers there. Thanks for taking the time to talk with us, Sam Walker from OBX today. So we're going to go from the Outer Banks to Jacksonville Beach. And you heard him, Steph, already a little bit of overwash in areas that don't have a lot of dunes in the Outer Banks, North Carolina.
All right, Chris, thanks for that. We want to show you now what's happening here in Jacksonville Beach. We've had some rain moved in. We showed you that on the radar. It is starting to chase some people off the beach, but look, we have still got some of the water, which is not great news because we do have that rip current risk here. Others are still just sitting on the beach. Very wide beaches here in Jacksonville. There are the storm clouds as the northern fans of this system move in.
My new normal, fewer asthma attacks.
Less oral steroids.
Taking my treatment at home.
Nucala is a once-monthly add-on injection for severe eosinophilic asthma, not for sudden breathing problems. Allergic reactions can occur. Get help right away for swelling of face, mouth, tongue, or trouble breathing. Infections that can cause shingles have occurred. Don't stop steroids unless told by your doctor. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. May cause headache, injection site reactions, back pain, and fatigue. Ask your doctor about Nucala at home. Find your new normal with Nucala.
Only Lay's has chips that taste so light, so airy, so crispy. One taste, and you're in love.
Add some resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
Ta-da! Did you know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need?
I should get a quote.
Do it.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hi, I'm Pat, and I'm 75 years old. We live in the mountains, so I like to walk. I'm really busy in my life. I'm always doing something. I'm not a person that's going to sit too long. In the morning, I wake up, and the first thing I do is go to my art studio. A couple came up and handed me a brochure on Prevagen. I've been taking Prevagen for about 4 years. I feel a little bit brighter, and my mind just feels sharper. I would recommend it to anyone. It absolutely works.
Prevagen, healthier brain, better life.
Kids can change minds. They can even change the world around us. Packed with protein plus 21 vitamins and minerals, we nourish them with Carnation Breakfast Essentials. Because today could change everything.
Bunny is just breaking through every time. He's getting pressure on Velociraptor. You gotta fill the gap. You gotta know.
Dad,
yes?
I need Lammy back.
Well, Lammy is Daddy's tight end.
I know, but we're having a tea party.
Oh, do you know who loves tea and has hands of stone? Muffin. Just big concrete mitts. She hasn't caught a pass all day.
Want NFL Red Zone? Get the Spectrum TV Sports Pack. Over 10 sports channels for just $5 more a month. Upgrade now on channel 2495.
Shake it, kiddo. Love, comma, dad.
I've got this.
Rice Krispies treats. A little love when it's needed.
I just couldn't stay in shape like I used to.
But luckily, I found Nugenix.
Nugenix is a unique man-boosting formula that helps increase your free testosterone levels. To get a complimentary bottle, text RANK to 369-369.
Cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up.
We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
A flash flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 87 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies, low 78. Winds southwest at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Monday, sunny along with a few clouds. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 91. Monday night, scattered thunderstorms, low 76. Chance of rain 60%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Dave Malkoff. We are on Stewart Beach here in Florida. We are covering Tropical Storm Isaias. I want to tell you that the sustained winds here are at 21 miles an hour, gusting to 29. So it's very windy. It's chopping up the ocean, even though it's staying off to our east. But not to glorify this, but I do want to show you what's going on here with these huge waves. It has been attracting surfers all day. This is a dangerous situation because there are no lifeguards here. The beach is technically closed. They shouldn't legally be doing this, but it doesn't stop people from going out there and getting in the waves. If they got into trouble, that would be real trouble because there's nobody here to technically rescue them right away. Take you up in the sky and you can see just the next beach up. You can see what this looks like from high above in the drone, and you can see just how choppy this water is out there, being churned up by the tropical storm. It will continue to move up the Florida coastline to Jacksonville, and it's already started raining up there, and that's where meteorologist Stephanie Abrams is standing by for this live report. Stephanie.
All right, so the rain has started to come in, and this is what it's been like in Jacksonville today, where you get a batch of rain, sometimes a little thunder and lightning, and then it breaks down. You see the lifeguards actually, Austin, behind us. Austin is my brilliant photographer out here with their lights on. They've been going up and down the beach when these bands have been coming in, trying to clear people off the beach. There's still some people in the water, and there's a rip current risk, and the lifeguards told us they talked to 1,200 people yesterday, educating them about how to stay safe here so that they didn't have to rescue as many people. 6 rescues yesterday. They had 4 assists, and at 1 minute after midnight, they are shutting the beach down to swimming because of that rip current risk here, which actually lasts until Monday night. And so even though, you know, maybe the winds won't be super bad, maybe the rain isn't going to be super bad, you still could lose power, by the way, with those tropical storm force winds and gusts. You could have some, you know, minor flooding. You have to keep in mind that. But if you have a minute of sunshine when this goes through, because we will again, you don't want to get in the water because of that rip current risk here. And so this is something that could be a big issue in Jacksonville, is if people, you know, don't take this seriously and then they get on in the water. There's a coastal flood advisory until 2 a.m. Overall, probably 2 to 4 inches of rain for us. Our big day will be tomorrow. So as we head into the overnight hours, tomorrow morning, I'll be live here, and then it's going to be racing up into the Carolinas, where we have other colleagues for the Weather Channel that will be covering this storm for you. So we've got it for you no matter where it's going to be, and we'll tell you all the details. But this is the rain right now, which actually is a little bit welcomed because it has been so hot in Florida. The thing is we don't need a lot of rain, so it's good that it's heavily loaded more on the east side versus on the west side of this system. All right, so Carl, you know, the thing is here in Jacksonville, they don't seem too phased yet, but I'm glad that they are shutting down swimming to people come midnight tonight, because we lose too many people unnecessarily in the water.
Yeah, a lot of times people don't take take a storm like this very seriously, and it is still very much a serious storm. And right now, 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm. It is moving to the north-northwest at 9 miles per hour. As Stephanie mentioned, a lot of the weather on the east side of the circulation, and so we're going to get sort of brushed by the storm in Florida, but then it's going to come right into the Carolinas. That is going to be late tomorrow, and so very strong wind in the Carolinas, along with storm surge, life-threatening storm surge, and heavy rain well inland all the way up to Raleigh and into Virginia and on up through the northeast corridor as well. We've seen a big burst of thunderstorms today around that center, but just displaced off to the east. Some pretty strong winds now just offshore, and these thunderstorms continue to try to push towards the coast, but they just don't quite make it to the coast. So we see some little sprinkles, some showers coming through from time to time, and with those there could be some gusty winds, but it's this type of weather that really brings you the very strong wind, and unless that can reach over, we're not going to get winds of 50, 60 miles per hour. That is possible. We could see some of that later tonight. Winds now gusting to nearly 40 in Vero and also in Melbourne. Farther up the coast, winds now 12 miles per hour in Daytona. But you look at the model forecast here, and we do see some of those storms getting really close to the Space Coast late tonight. So, Chris, that could be the opportunity for some stronger winds later tonight.
All right, thanks, Carl, for that update. You know, tropical weather not the only factor in the country right now. We've actually got a tornado watch for many of us in New England and across the Northeast. That goes until 10 p.m. tonight, and it includes pretty much New York City northward up towards the upstate and northern parts of Vermont. There's a look at where we expect the likelihood of strong and severe storms, and right in there we've got numerous warnings along with a couple of stronger thunderstorms in western North Carolina. Let's zoom in a little bit more closely. Just east of Hartford here in Connecticut, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Toland and Windham counties. That includes you around Coventry, Mansfield, and Stewart's until 4:30 p.m. Expect potential for hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds.
I may not be able to tell time, but I know what time it is. It's grilled cheese o'clock.
Valspar Signature holds up to common stains and cleans up easy. Discover what's possible at Lowe's.
Just between us, you know what's better than mopping? Anything. At the end of a long day, it's the last thing I want to do. Ugh. Well, I switched to Swiffer WetJet, and it's awesome. It's an all-in-one, so it's ready to go when I am.
The cleaning solution actually breaks down dirt and grime, and the pad absorbs it deep inside, so it prevents streaks and haze better than my old mop.
Plus, it's safe to use on all my floors, even wood. Glad I got that off my chest. And the day off my floor.
Try WetJet with a money-back guarantee.
This summer, we've all got miles to make up. Miles to the job site, to the campsite, and anything else we set our sights on. Miles back to those who can make this summer mean more than ever. We can help you get the most out of those miles during the Ram Summer Clearance Event.
Right now, get 0% financing for 72 months on the 2020 Ram 1500. Go to ram.com to shop and buy today.
Is there a natural litter that actually works?
At Tidy Cats, your wish is our latest littervention, naturally strong, with odor-absorbing activated charcoal. 100% natural, 100% powerful. There's a Tidy Cats for that.
I didn't order a pizza.
I know, but that Parker promo saved me so much on my insurance. Brought you a little something special.
Parker, State Farm offers everyone surprisingly great rates.
You're the man, man.
And you want the real deal? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Kids can change minds. They can even change the world around us. Packed with protein plus 21 vitamins and minerals, we nourish them with Carnation Breakfast Essentials. Because today could change everything.
Who are you? I'm your daydream. Come.
What a day for a daydream. What a day for a daydream.
You're never too far from the Life Artois.
Target's same-day delivery.
Contactless delivery right to your door, designed for your day, so you can work out, join in, and game on. Just download the Target app and try it today.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again, and wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Waves have really been picking up considerably. You're going to be dealing along the coast with conditions that will be getting worse.
Gusty winds, perhaps over 50 miles per hour as this continues. Coastal flooding is going to likely be an issue.
And right now, Tropical Storm Isaias lashing out at Florida's east coast. Winds whipping up big waves and dropping heavy rain. Tropical storm warnings actually stretch for more than 600 miles from the Sunshine State all the way up through the Carolinas, and where this storm could drop more than 3 inches or more of rain this week. Storm specialist Carl Parker will take us into the forecast in just a few minutes, and we're also going to check in live with the Weather Channel's Dave Malkoff. He's in Stuart, Florida, along the Treasure Coast, and our own meteorologist Stephanie Abrams, who's in Jacksonville Beach, waiting for the worst of the weather to arrive there. And welcome into our continuing live team coverage here of Tropical Storm Isaias. I'm meteorologist Chris Bruin. Thanks for joining us here on your Sunday afternoon. Winds, they are growing stronger and rain bands heavier. Take a look at some of this video in from Royal Palm Beach, that's in South Florida, as Isaias moves closer towards the coast. Tropical storm force winds already recorded. We had gusts over 50 miles per hour in numerous locations throughout Palm Beach County, including the Palm Beach Executive Airport. And we're going to watch those winds hurl right up the I-95 corridor up towards Melbourne and the Space Coast, getting into Titusville and Daytona Beach, and eventually St. Augustine and Ponte Vedra and Jax Beach. The top gust so far, 58 miles per hour. That's the highest wind we have seen. And thousands are still without power in parts of Florida due to Isaias. And crews working much of the day to as many as 25,000 customers who lost power late yesterday. And dorms will be closed tomorrow at the University of North Carolina, Wilmington. Students were to begin moving in for the fall semester on Monday. So it's time now to break down the latest here in Isaias. We're about an hour or so away from the latest advisory. That will have an updated track, and we're pretty consistent. There's a lot more agreement, Carl, now with the path of Isaias, and intensity likely to maintain where it is. Still going to have impacts here, especially as we go into Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah, the big difference is where a lot of the weather has been offshore relative to Florida, it is going to be coming into the Carolinas late tomorrow and then working up through the Carolinas and Virginia and into the Northeast corridor as well. Right now, a 65 mile per hour tropical storm. It's moving to the northwest at 9 miles per hour. Forecast track keeps the storm just offshore relative to Florida, but again, it crashes into South and North Carolina tomorrow night. Likely as a strong tropical storm, but not very far away from being a hurricane, and we can't rule out it becoming a hurricane, and then some heavy rain in the Northeast beyond that. We've had this discombobulated sort of system for a while now, where you've got a low-level center sitting right in there, and then all that weather displaced off to the north and east. Some pretty strong winds that are just offshore, but they're not quite making it onshore because that weather is not translating to the coast. We might see some banding from time to time, getting a little bit closer. Winds now gusting to about 44 miles per hour in Vero Beach and 33 in Melbourne. We're going to see more of that going through the night tonight. One of the questions is, can some of this banding associated with the center get a little bit closer, especially to, say, the Space Coast, where it kind of sticks out there? I think that's a possibility through late tonight and early in the morning, where we could see some more significant banding edging onshore and some stronger winds with that. And then notice the orientation of the system into tomorrow, where we've got the weather wrapping a little bit more around the north side. And so all of that is what's going to be coming into the coast by late tomorrow, and that is going to mean significant impacts there. Do not think that this is just, quote unquote, a tropical storm. It's going to be really close to hurricane and might actually become a hurricane. Tropical storm warnings in effect, Wilmington down through Charleston, Savannah, and winds widespread here and strong tropical storm force in the eastern Carolinas, easily causing down trees and power lines, and also significant surge from Edisto and Charleston up through Wilmington, Georgetown, and into Cape Fear as well. So a lot of impacts on the way in the Carolinas, no doubt about that. Let's get out now to Dave Malkoff. He is in Stuart on the east coast of Florida. And Dave, it's been remarkable to see just how the structure of this storm has been so consistent. And so, you know, you've got a very angry sea behind you because of all the wind that is offshore, but that strongest of wind remains there offshore.
Yeah, but even here onshore, we are getting gusts of 29 miles an hour. It was 30 a while ago, but we're still getting those gusts, and that is taking down power lines throughout the state. FPL, the Florida Power and Light Company, is putting up those power lines, but it's taking a long time to do that because they not only have to have their electric PPE, but they also have to have their COVID-19 PPE and their social distancing and the screening for the out-of-state crews, 9,000 crews that are staged throughout the state, but they are on top of it, putting the power back on. There's also faith-based organizations that are helping out here. We talked to William Porter from Team Rubicon, who is here on the ground helping out with the storm recovery.
We can also help with down trees, and really that's like the biggest thing at this point. Even with 65-mile-per-hour winds, you know, trees are going to come down. They could be blocking roadways. They could be blocking, you know, access to somebody's driveway or their garage. We can come in and we can actually saw those up and get them out of the way.
Yeah, it's really interesting how they come in and they remove those trees no matter how big they are. They can get them off of the roadways, and then that really helps to open up the roadways, not just for the people who live there, but also for the emergency crews who have to get in and out of areas that may be blocked by those trees. So the effort is going underway here as the wind is blowing, but as you said, the wind is blowing mostly offshore here, so that's a good thing, even though we're still getting a lot of waves, a lot of beach erosion, and also a lot of wind here in Stuart.
All right, thanks for the update there, Dave. Good to see things pretty tame compared to what they could be, especially given how close we are to the center of circulation. It's just because of dry air. Atmospheric conditions alone have been very hostile here to Isaias, and it's kept the worst of the weather off the coast. There have been some intense thunderstorms, but they've mainly been over the Bahamas, and so that's helped us out in South Florida out very well. We have seen some higher gusts, though, and of course power outages will continue, and we will have that risk for more bands setting up even after the center pulls well off to the north. There's a look at the timing. Not going to happen exactly like you see here, but it gives you a depiction as to what to expect. And even as we go into the day tomorrow, we may still get a few bands kind of setting up shop across portions of South Florida, maybe towards Miami or Fort Lauderdale, West Palm Beach. So timing wise, farther north here in Melbourne, gusty winds, 30 to 40 miles per hour. And then some of those bands, squally weather may bring in some heavier gusts, especially as we go into the overnight hours. Rainfall will be minimal. We're looking at about 1 to 2 inches for the most part. And a quick look here across central Florida and up towards Daytona Beach, even Orlando. Now, remember, inland, your wind gusts are going to go down pretty quickly, especially once you get some of that friction to kind of slow the wind speeds a bit. But we'll still have a breezy day. Could have some, minor power outages, especially with weak trees in your yard or your neighborhood, and some spotty showers from time to time. Other than that, things are going to improve fairly quickly. Still a few thunderstorms and some squalls coming through central Florida heading into the day tomorrow. And then we head farther north up towards Daytona Beach, and we'll see the worst of the weather overnight tonight into early tomorrow morning. Then we want to go even farther north up towards Jacksonville Beach. We've seen some of the bands kind of far reaching. We had a 40-mile-per-hour gust on Anna Maria Island. That's south of Tampa. So those squalls can produce some stronger winds. Have you seen any of that there in Jax Beach, Seth?
We have not seen a lot of winds, but we have had, obviously, the rain come through. It could be heavy at times. Right now it's very light, and then it goes, and I'm telling you, it is sunny and blistering hot. I think that's why a lot of people haven't really left the beach. There was a lot smaller crowds today than yesterday when we rolled into town. The lifeguards actually confirmed that. They said yesterday they talked to 1,200 people about the rip current risk. At 12:01, they're shutting the beach down to any swimming because tomorrow we will see that weather. So tonight into tomorrow will be our day. Now remember, for landfall, the center of circulation has to go over land. The last tropical storm that we had to make landfall in Florida was Claudette in August of 2009. And then the most recent August landfall for a hurricane was Katrina in 2005. So it's been a bit of time. And, you know, I think a lot of people, at least up here into Jacksonville, Ponte Vedra, they think Michael, because remember, Michael came very close to the coast here and it actually undermined some homes in Ponte Vedra. The sand came out from underneath them. That storm was a lot bigger, a lot stronger. We're not expecting the same things with that. But, you know, as Chris was mentioning, you get a 40-mile-an-hour gust, you get a 50-mile-an-hour gust out of some of these winds, and you could lose power. So, you know, I think that everyone should just know where their flashlights are, that type of thing. Pay attention to those types of things. You know where you are. We're going to give you a list of what we expect, and then you will know what affects you right around your house. You know, if you're right on the St. Johns River and, you know, you're one of those areas, Carl, that floods a lot with the St. Johns River and the push, just something to think about, right? Because those rivers, they can affect you very far inland when you have a storm pushing everything west.
Yeah, I mean, think about Matthew. That's precisely what happened in the case of Matthew, which of course was a more robust storm, but we got some very serious flooding there in northern Florida. Steph, thanks you so much. And let's take a look at what's going on with the environment here. And a lot of the players are still in place, the limiting factors. There's still this dry air, as seen by the orange shading there, sort of surrounding the storm. There is still wind shear, which is driving into the storm. You see the path of the storm there indicated by those yellow lines. That's still going to be in place. And so that is likely going to keep a lid on the intensity of the storm. We're not going to see it explode over the next 24 hours. But that having been said, it is going to have some time out over the open water of the Atlantic. And so that will allow it to at least maintain its strength, if not actually get stronger. It's forecast to be a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm, but certainly not outside of the realm of possibility that it gets a little more organized and does become a hurricane. It's just a shade below that. This is a model depiction of what it could look like by, say, this time tomorrow or very close to it. And you see this well-developed area right in here. Remember, the weather has been on the north and east side, and so it's been offshore relative to Florida. But if it's driving up and into the Carolinas, well, all of that weather is going to come right into the coast, and that is going to maximize the wind potential. We're going to be looking at very strong winds just offshore tomorrow afternoon, and then crashing into the coast by late tomorrow and through the overnight as well. And that's when it's going to get really rough in terms of power outages, trees coming down. We'll also see a high tide tomorrow evening at 8 p.m. And so a water level rise of 2 to 4 feet from Edisto and Charleston right up through Wilmington and farther north up to Cape Fear. And then also a lot of wind here in eastern North Carolina in particular. And so, Chris, we could be looking at widespread power outages as the storm finally bodily comes on shore.
Yeah, especially there in the Carolinas. It's going to be very different than what we've been seeing here in Florida. Speaking of which, let's take you out to earlier this afternoon in Myrtle Beach, Florida. Or this is Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Again, not too bad as far as beach conditions go today, but things are going to change. We have a lot of sunshine out there. It's hard to imagine we got tropical weather not too far away, but it will be here before we know it. So let's talk about some of the impacts. And we have now seen more extensions to the flash flood watches. The one being added, including the far low country coast in South Carolina, Hilton Head, right on into Edisto Island, and getting into Charleston, Myrtle Beach, much of North Carolina. These have been expanded now well to the west and to parts of even Boone. You're under a flash flood watch for the potential very heavy rainfall. Much of the state of Virginia now under flash flood watches, including you in D.C., New York City, all of New Jersey, and areas there in the Delmarva, eastern PA as well. Philadelphia, that includes you. So flash flood watches here are going to be something we're going to be watching very closely. Beyond that, here's a look at the likelihood for flash flooding over the next 24 hours. Starting into the overnight and throughout the day tomorrow, heading into tomorrow night, we will have that risk of very heavy rainfall and the likelihood that we will see flash flooding in these spots shaded in yellow. That includes around Charleston and Pawleys Island, getting into the Grand Strand, Wilmington, also up towards Fayetteville, and inland, Conway, South Carolina. We're going to see that risk here for very heavy rainfall, and then the potential stretching well inland and north from there. And then, Carl, heading into Tuesday and through much of the day on Tuesday night into Wednesday, that's spreading farther north. This could impact some big-time cities and locations, too, like Washington, D.C. and Richmond, as well as Williamsburg, and points north from there.
Yeah, that is the big question going forward. Just how bad is it going to be in D.C., in Baltimore, in Philly, and also in New York? And we could be talking about significant flash flooding in any of those areas. We're going to be looking at a mid-grade tropical storm most likely, but certainly it's going to bring a huge slug of deep tropical moisture along with it. There's a look at the timing going into Tuesday. Heavy rain coming up there into the Delmarva and then making its way up into New England on Wednesday. So I want to show you the model forecast from the European model. And we were looking at this yesterday, and for the most part, it is similar. This is actually the brand new run of the European. And so, for the most part, it is similar to what we have been looking at in the past, but we do see variations from run to run. But what it is showing are these pockets of 3 to 5 inches of rainfall around D.C., around Philly, New Jersey, and also New York. And when you combine that much rainfall with urban areas, you have got a recipe for disaster. We could be talking about, again, significant flooding, and that may extend all the way up into parts of New England. The GFS model a little bit different in terms of placement, but the idea is there. It's certainly going to be a threat here going into Tuesday and Wednesday. All right, let's go back out to Dave now. He is in Stuart in Florida. And Dave, I'm sure it's amazing to watch that ocean behind you. It's just mesmerizing to see such an agitated sea like that.
Yeah, and it's unfortunately attracting a lot of folks who want to go out there and try to get in the water. That's not a very smart thing to do. It's very dangerous because there are no lifeguards here. Also, we have a system of power outages around here. How do they deal with that and COVID at the same time? We'll explain that coming up on the other side of the break.
Kelsey loves how essential oils help her chill. And now she has those same scents in the laundry room. Ah, new Gain with essential oils detergent.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising Crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed Crust is literally mouth-watering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
We know to wash our hands. Here's a reminder from Cetaphil to wash your face, too. Dermatologist recommended Cetaphil washes away germs in 20 seconds and leaves skin moisturized and healthy. Show your sensitive skin some love with Cetaphil.
Water? Why? Incoming! Right? No, I'm good. I'm gonna walk. Let's go!
Water tastes like, well, water. So we fixed it. Mio.
Life doesn't give you many second chances. But a Subaru can.
You guys okay?
Eyesight with pre-collision braking. Standard on the Subaru Ascent. The 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes a Subaru a Subaru.
Get 0% APR financing for 63 months on select models during the Subaru A Lot to Love event.
When you've got auto glass damage, Safe Light can come to you.
And you'll get a text when we're on our way. Just leave your keys on the dash, and we'll replace your windshield with safe, no-contact service. Schedule at safelight.com.
Safe Light Repair, Safe Light Replace.
When a few simple ingredients come together every day to make Alfredo this delicious, you don't mess with perfection. Introducing more of the Alfredo sauce you love on more of your favorite dishes. You heard that right. More Alfredo sauce. So much more, you can even dip your breadsticks in it. Hold your applause.
Looks like they picked the wrong getaway driver.
Gonna be paying for this for a long time.
They will, but with accident forgiveness.
Allstate won't raise your rates just because of an accident, even if it's your fault.
Cut! Sonny.
Is that good?
Line.
The desert never lies.
Isn't that what I said?
No, you were talking about Allstate and insurance.
Let's try again. Everybody back to one.
Accident forgiveness from Allstate. Click or call for a quote today.
As you get older, staying sharp is more important than ever.
Where's my tab?
Oh, you have to remember the names of your grandkids, pets, your son-in-law.
Favorite son-in-law.
And the eternal question, where did you put your glasses? Sure, you can spend the day looking for things that you misplaced, or you can take Natrol Cognium. Cognium improves memory and recall in healthy adults. It's safe and is shown to be effective in multiple human clinical trials.
6-letter word for head?
Noggin. Stay sharp. Stay you with Natrol Cognium.
And my password?
The terror of public speaking. Getting stranded at sea. Gas station bathrooms. Poisonous snakes. Paying too much for a bed that isn't right for you. These are the most commonly cited fears in America. That's why Mattress Firm came up with the Rest Assured Promise. So you'll find the right bed at the right price, guaranteed. With help from a sleep expert in a poisonous snake-free environment.
Almost cloud-free at this point.
Plus, it's not cold at all.
We're drying out and even warming up.
We love it that way.
Better days start with the Weather Channel.
A flash flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 87 degrees, under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 78. Chance of rain 80%. Monday, sunny along with a few clouds. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 91. Monday night, variably cloudy with scattered thunderstorms. Low 77. Chance of rain 60%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
And we have splashdown and recovery of the two NASA SpaceX astronauts, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, being taken out of that SpaceX crew capsule, and the Dragon crew capsule. You can see they're kind of being put on a stretcher. What is wrong with them? Well, they haven't used their muscles that much in about 63 days. They have been aboard the space station, and there are a lot of equipment. There's a lot of exercise equipment up there. One of them is right next to the bathroom. It's on the wall, but everything's the floor on the space station. And they try to make sure that their muscles are working, but sometimes the atrophy and coming down to 1G on Earth is very jarring after 63 days on the space station. But they are okay. Their family are waiting for them. Why didn't they land out here in the Atlantic and they landed out in the Gulf instead? Well, we've got a tropical storm, and that pushed them away from this landing spot over to the landing spot near the Florida Panhandle. Another thing that's been happening with this storm is it's been taking out power throughout the state. There are still about 2,000 FPL customers who are without power, but they have restored 17,000 customers. This restoring process is complicated because they not only have out-of-state crews coming in to help out, but they have this COVID-19 pandemic to deal with. So they have to screen those out-of-state crews. They have to put on PPE for the electricity and also PPE for the pandemic. That slows things down.
Well, it really comes down to efficiency. So the measures that we put in place from a safety standpoint with both crews coming in from out of state and require us to go through more of a screening process. So all the crews that come in come to a staging site. We put them through temperature checks to make sure that they don't have an elevated temperature, and they also get a health screening. In addition, just the overall efficiency of the work, the need to social distance, the need to wear masks, all of those components together, it just means that it's going to take us a little bit longer to restore power than we might during a normal period of time or during a normal storm.
And you can help yourself when you're waiting for the power to be restored by making sure, if you are using a generator, to keep that outside and make sure that's not venting to the inside of your home. Those off gases are very dangerous, especially with carbon monoxide. That is the silent killer. They want to make sure that if you are using a generator, you are using it outside, you're not plugging it back into the power grid and feeding back in. That's another fire risk as well. Keep your refrigerator closed. But Carl, they are going to try to turn the power back on as soon as they can, but it will be delayed because of COVID-19.
Yeah, and awfully good thing that this storm was not all that it could have been, that's for sure. And when you look at it on the satellite and radar picture, you can see that it is really discombobulated. We talked about yesterday how the center was exposed. We weren't seeing any thunderstorms wrapping about that center. And, you know, they've been trying to wrap in for a while now. There's been weather on the north and east side, but it just has not gotten involved with the core of the storm. And that has an impact on the intensity of the system. In fact, when you look at the core right in here, you notice the real absence of weather right around there. You'd had thunderstorms wrapped all about that center. It'd be a stronger storm for one thing, and also you'd be getting very strong winds right along the coast. With that position, we probably would have been looking at hurricane force winds in coastal areas now from Fort Pierce and Stewart on up to Melbourne and the Space Coast and farther north if you had storms wrapped about that center. But as it stands, it's just mostly going to be offshore. We may see some of this weather try to reach a little farther towards the shore, particularly towards the Space Coast, just because of the way that it juts out there. So looking at potential for some strong tropical storm force winds in the coastal areas, and then low-grade tropical storm force along 95, and storm surge values of 1 to 3 feet, which have been lowered because, again, Chris, most of the weather is offshore. Over to you.
All right, thanks, Carl, for that update. Well, very rough surf along the beaches at Singer Island, Florida this morning. That's close to Hutchinson Island. This area just north of Palm Beach. And as you can see, the spray from the crashing waves getting blown up and blown away sideways because of the persistent wind that we have seen off the Atlantic shores. So, Florida side, let's look northward and talk about some of the city impacts next in line. Of course, Jacksonville, you're going to see the weather go downhill overnight. Tomorrow morning is going to be kind of our worst situation there. And then we'll see in the Georgia Isles, areas around Savannah, Tybee Island. We're looking at much of the day tomorrow, kind of persistent winds over 30 miles per hour from time to time. And then as these squalls come in, we could have gusts higher than that, above 40. But those are really going to be isolated to the thunderstorms. Rainfall minimal, especially as we'll be a little bit farther away from the center of thunderstorm activity than, say, South Carolina and North Carolina will be. So there's a look at your forecast. Pretty rough day in store for Savannah and Tybee Island tomorrow. And then on Monday night, things should be quieting down. Remember, this is going to speed up. We're going to see Isaias really race up towards the Carolinas and then into New England. So things are going to be moving much more quickly than what we're seeing out there right now. Here in Charleston, this is going to be a spot to watch, especially with inland flooding, 3 to 5 inches of rainfall, and of course that onshore push building up that water. Coastal flooding will be a problem. I want to take you live though out to Sebastian, Florida right now. You can get a look at some of the current conditions we're facing, and a lot of wind and wave action. You can see a little bit of that blurriness kind of impacting the camera.
Valspar Signature holds up to common stains and cleans up easy. Discover what's possible at Lowe's.
COPD makes it hard to breathe. So to breathe better, I started Once Daily Anoro.
COPD tries to say go this way. I say I'll go my own way with Anoro.
Once Daily Anoro contains 2 medicines called bronchodilators that work together to significantly improve lung function all day and all night. Do not use Anoro if you have asthma. Anoro won't replace rescue inhalers for sudden symptoms and should not be used more than once a day. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition, high blood pressure, glaucoma, prostate, bladder, or urinary problems. These may worsen with Anoro. Call your doctor if you have worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain while taking Anoro. The most common side effects are sore throat, diarrhea, and pain in the arms and legs.
Ask your doctor about Once Daily Anoro to start treating your COPD.
We're here for you during this challenging time, and always find support at Anoro.com.
How do you make a Pinot Noir taste like no other?
Start with grapes from 3 California regions. Push flavor in new directions. And put a bear on the label. Made like no other for a taste like no other. Mayomi. Flavor forward.
Ta-da! Did you know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need?
Given my unique lifestyle, that'd be perfect. Let me grab a pen and some paper. Know what? I'm gonna switch now. Just need my desk, my chair, and my phone. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Every glass of Tropicana watermelon has a million little sips of sunshine, turning a moment of summer refreshment into a moment of summer amazement. Tropicana, sip your sunshine.
Here's Candace, who works from home and then works from home. But she can handle pickup even when her bladder makes a little drop off. Because Candace has poise. Poise under pressure and poise in her pants. It takes poise.
On the road again.
Book 2 separate qualifying stays and earn a free night. The open road is open again. And wherever you're headed, Choice Hotels is there. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Your new Honda is ready to go. Like the Pilot or Passport. Get a great deal on the Pilot at the Honda Summer Clearance Event today.
New Lean Cuisine Bowls. With 20% more food for 20% more satisfaction. They're nutritious and delicious. New Lean Cuisine Bowls. Delicious your way.
And welcome in, everyone. You are watching Weather Underground.
Both weekend days look great, Saturday and Sunday.
Get outside, enjoy, go for a bike ride, walk the dog. Why? Because it's going to be awesome.
Looks fantastic.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for waking up with us on AMHQ.
Jim, Jen, and Steph all here with you to get you out the door, help you kick off a new week.
Can you get a better forecast than that?
I have never seen anything like that. Summer is just better when it starts with the Weather Channel.
Tropical storm Isaias turning off of the Atlantic coast here in Florida, driving tropical storm strength wind gusts onshore. It's also been delivering soaking rains and expect that to increase. And the threat for flash flooding with more than 600 miles of coastline under tropical storm warnings at this hour. Thanks for joining us here on this Sunday afternoon. We are tracking Isaias as it charges up the coast, and here's what we know at this point. We've got some new video, and ahead of Isaias, baby sea turtles have been a big concern here, especially with how close some of the nesting sites have been to the breaks of the waves. And there was concern these could be washed out with some overwashed by some of the increased water. But so far, so good. You can see the little sea turtles here from Jupiter Beach getting their action on as they run to the water as fast as they can, trying to get to some safety. Of course, most should be fine, but that was a concern across many Florida beaches. Now on the Outer Banks of North Carolina, ferries from Ocracoke Island to the North Carolina mainland will stop running tomorrow at about 10:30 a.m. And in Florida, crews are working to restore power to thousands of customers. In fact, last night, 25,000 customers lost power due to Isaias. And at this time, landfall is now expected near the border between North and South Carolina. That puts areas like Myrtle Beach and North Myrtle Beach kind of near the core of Isaias going forward. So we've got to watch this very closely. And again, we can't emphasize it enough. I know people in the Carolinas are seeing sunshine out there right now, Carl, and they're looking at Florida like, okay, we got this. But what you see in Florida is going to be very different than what we end up getting.
Yeah, the really critical difference is that the storm is largely offshore relative to Florida, and it's going to be coming onshore in South Carolina and North Carolina tomorrow night. So that is going to bring the full suite of problems. We're talking about very strong winds reaching well inland. There are going to be widespread power outages, trees down, storm surge 2 to 4 feet from Edisto Beach and Charleston on northward into Wilmington and Cape Fear, and especially coinciding with the high tide tomorrow night. And then also we'll be looking at heavy rain on the coast and well inland up into Raleigh and also into Virginia. So a lot of really serious impacts on the way with this storm. Right now, a 65-mile-per-hour tropical storm. It may not be quite that strong based on some of the data that we're seeing from the Hurricane hunters, but it does have some time out over the open water and will likely maintain its intensity, if not actually increase in strength before it comes into the Carolina coast. And then beyond that, will tangle with a lot of the northeast. We'll see some heavy rain, perhaps in some of our major metros up there. We've been looking at this big burst of thunderstorms today on the infrared satellite imagery, really, really different relative to what we saw yesterday. But almost all of the strong wind is offshore. It's just grazing the coast around Melbourne. And you can see where all this heavy rain is. That is to the north and to the east of the center. That associated with the mid-level center that is displaced relative to that low-level center. So it just has not been getting its act together. But one of the questions going forward is, will some of that weather or more of it be able to reach a little bit closer to the coast later tonight? And some of the models suggesting that that could be the case. And so we'll need to watch out there around Melbourne and near the Space Coast later tonight. Then the storm does begin to sort of veer away from the coast and continues to develop as it moves up towards North and South Carolina. And that, Chris, is going to be the critical period when we do expect to see really serious impacts late tomorrow.
Yeah, especially when it comes to wind and flash flooding. Now, for North Florida, we'll start here in Daytona Beach. 60+ mile per hour gusts are going to be hard to do, especially with the current track being as far offshore as it is and all just the lopsidedness of the center of circulation. However, if there were to be some of those more intense thunderstorms kind of grazing parts of the eastern seaboard of Florida, we could have gusts over 50 miles per hour. Otherwise, our windiest time is going to be from now through about sunrise tomorrow there, at least in Daytona Beach, with rainfall on the lower end, especially with how much dry air we've been dealing with, but about 1 to 2 inches on average here across East Central Florida. Quick look at the timing. You know, here in Central Florida, Orlando too, we're going to have some squalls come through. So quick moving showers, maybe a brief gust up to 30, maybe 35 miles per hour can't be ruled out. A little bit higher as you work your way up 95 towards the coastline. That's where wind speeds could be anywhere from 30 to 40 miles per hour. And those strongest winds are really going to be kind of concentrated in those bands that come on shore, not persistent like we've been seeing. We can take you out in the action right now with meteorologist Stephanie Abrams, who's live for us in Jacksonville Beach, Florida. Steph.
Yeah, and you know what, everything's kind of settled down here in Jacksonville. We did have a few rounds of rain that came through. That actually cleared the beach. And speaking of the beach, coming up, we're going to talk to a lifeguard and find out what they're doing to educate those here on Jacksonville Beach, because they've been doing incredible outreach work to help keep people out of the water, as our main threat here will be rip current risk. So we're going to have that interview coming up after this short break. And then the timing here for the northeast coast of Florida going into Georgia. When exactly will we get more rain? That answer is coming up after this quick break.
Valspar Signature holds up to common stains and cleans up easy. Discover what's possible at Lowe's.
This summer, we've all got miles to make up. Miles to the job site, to the campsite, and anything else we set our sights on. Miles that take us back to the people we've missed, and to those who could make this summer mean more than ever before. Get the most out of those miles during the Ram Summer Clearance event.
At Safelite, we're committed to taking care of you and your car. We'll fix it right with no contact service you can trust.
So if you have auto glass damage, stay safe with Safelite.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
Who are you? I'm your daydream. Come.
What a day for a daydream.
What a day for a daydream.
You're never too far from the Life Artois.
Add some resistance. Sarah, your Movie Plus trial is about to expire. Do you want to continue or cancel?
Capital One knows life doesn't update you about your credit card. So meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that looks out for charges that might surprise you and helps you fix them. Another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. What's in your wallet?
Experience the adventure of a bigger world in a highly capable Lexus SUV at the Golden Opportunity Sales Event.
Get 0% financing on all 2020 Lexus models.
Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
This year, the Alzheimer's Association Walk to End Alzheimer's is everywhere. On every sidewalk, track, and trail across this country. All of us are raising funds for one goal, a world without Alzheimer's and all other dementia. Because this disease isn't waiting, neither are you. Take the first step on your walk right now. Go to alz.org/walk.
Staying connected to your community is more important than ever. So why not stream it, just like everything else you love, with Local Now. Local Now has your area's latest news, weather, and more. Plus, we've added tons of free movies. It's all the information and entertainment you need anywhere, on any screen. Whoa! Start streaming Local Now wherever and whenever you want, all for free. Local Now. News, weather, movies, and more. Available in your favorite app store.
I've declared a state of emergency, and we have received a federal emergency declaration for 25 counties so far. We in North Carolina mostly know what to do. You pack your emergency kit, follow local evacuation orders, stay in a safe place, and never drive through flooded roadways.
And it's not only North Carolina, but South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, a lot of people that have to watch out for this system. And here in Florida, we want to take you into St. Augustine, where, you know, we've had some wind, we've had some showers that have come and gone here into northern Florida. And we anticipate more of that as the, sun goes down and as we head into tomorrow. So let's find out how they're preparing the beaches, because the beaches really will be the ones that get hit the most. You have no friction, meaning, you have some friction. I don't want all my physicists to jump on me. You have friction, obviously, but I'm talking trees, buildings, and that sort of stuff, right? You don't have that at the beach, so the effects are always worse. Let's bring in here the lieutenant of the lifeguards, Max Urbanian, who is the lieutenant here of the lifeguards. So how you guys yesterday spoke to 1,200 people about rip current? I'm very impressed.
Yes, ma'am. We are an extremely preventative agency to where we're trying to advise bathers and beachgoers of the dangers before we have to get into the water to rescue them.
Were people receptive? Were they, or did they kind of blow you off?
It really depends. A lot of people do understand the risk and heed to our warnings, but a lot of people too, they just kind of blow us off, go back in, and sometimes those are the ones who we have to rescue.
And I saw that when the storms were coming, you guys were driving up and down the beach. Were you trying to alert people to get off the beach because the storm is coming?
Absolutely. Anytime we have dangerous weather conditions where we are evacuating our lifeguards off the beach, we will also advise all bathers and beachgoers to get out of the water, to leave the beach, and seek shelter for their safety.
So when do your lifeguards get off the beach? At what point?
We generally do it between 10 to 15 miles of the area or within specific wind gust. It's all a measure of how dangerous it is to be on the beach property.
Okay, so starting at 12:01, the beach will be shut down for swimming. Is that correct?
In Jacksonville or in Duval County, we are not shutting down the beach, but in St. Johns County, they are shutting down the beach.
Okay, so, with this storm approaching, is this kind of good, I don't want to say a dry run because it's not completely dry, but kind of with everything going on, things are so different this day and age when it comes to this type of system?
Our lifeguards, our command staff, we plan, we prepare, we work with our local officials and our local emergency management agency to make sure that we are having the best information and to advise all bathers and beachgoers the most safe operation that we can have.
Max, I appreciate you and
Thank
all the work
you.
that you guys are doing. And they're actually training some kids, Chris, the youngest 16, to get them in the lifeguard program. So we saw them training a little bit early. But can you believe 1,200 people to educate them about rip current and how to stay safe? Always talk to lifeguards. Every lifeguard I've ever spoken to, and I grew up in Florida, every single one of them is friendly. So never fear, and it's never a dumb question.
Yeah, so friendly and so knowledgeable. You always find out some new stat or info that you didn't know about before. So thanks for that update there, Steph. Okay, so that was the latest conditions there in North Florida, Jacksonville Beach. And we're going to see that weather really go downhill, I think, late tonight and throughout the morning tomorrow. Steph will be back up again tomorrow morning, so be sure to tune in here to the Weather Channel for the latest on that. Beyond that, then we got to look into the Carolinas and then getting into the Mid-Atlantic. By the way, those green areas that have been shaded have expanded. These are flash flood watches. They were just in North and South Carolina, but now much of Virginia, you are now under a flash flood watch, and this extends into the Delmarva, into the district, eastern Pennsylvania, New York City, and much of the state of New Jersey included in that flash flood watch as well. So let's get a look at flash flooding, especially in the short term through tomorrow and tomorrow night. The highest risk will be really from Hilton Head all the way up through Charleston, much of eastern South Carolina and North Carolina. Raleigh, that includes you. The yellow is areas where we expect there will be flash flooding. Some of the latest river graphs on forecasting flood gauges. The Neuse River is going to be one to watch, especially given how much rain we have seen so far this summer and the heavy rain that is yet to come. So we're going to watch this out very closely, especially heading into the next 48 hours, because Tuesday we're still dealing with the rain here in North Carolina, but now it's spreading into Baltimore and D.C. You're under that likelihood of flash flooding. This includes much of the land around the Chesapeake Bay, getting into the tri-state area. Philadelphia, you're in that yellow. That's the likelihood of flash flooding. So this is going to be a big story that we're going to be following here, even as we head through midweek. A city like Charleston, South Carolina, by the way, not only do we have the heavy rain threat, but we have the risk of that onshore push that we're going to be dealing with that is going to enhance coastal flooding and the risk here for downtown flooding from the water coming in. So you look at the high tides, it's the one not necessarily tomorrow morning that we're most concerned about. It'll be the one tomorrow evening. So we're going to have higher than normal high tides, certainly, given the fact we're going to get that onshore push ahead. But we may have water surges of upwards of 2 to 4 feet on top of the heavy rain that's got to then drain out, which we'll have a hard time doing, and build on top of the water. So that's something we're going to be watching here very closely. All right, we want to take you live back out to Sebastian Inlet, Florida. You can kind of get a look at the current conditions. Winds have been gusting here. Tropical storm force, 44 miles per hour at last check, 82 degrees, fairly cloudy, not too wet, at least right now, but persistent winds on the beaches, and this can be expected farther north towards the Space Coast and up in towards Jacksonville.
My new normal, fewer asthma attacks.
Less oral steroids.
Taking my treatment at home.
Nucala is a once-monthly add-on injection for severe eosinophilic asthma, not for sudden breathing problems. Allergic reactions can occur. Get help right away for swelling of face, mouth, tongue, or trouble breathing. Infections that can cause shingles have occurred. Don't stop steroids unless told by your doctor. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection. May cause headache, injection site reactions, back pain, and fatigue. Ask your doctor about Nucala at home. Find your new normal with Nucala.
Mornings were made for better things than rheumatoid arthritis. When considering another treatment, ask about Xeljanz, a pill for adults with moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis when methotrexate has not helped enough. Xeljanz can reduce pain, swelling, and further joint damage, even without methotrexate. Xeljanz can lower your ability to fight infections. Before and during treatment, your doctor should check for infections like TB and do blood tests. Tell your doctor if you've had hepatitis B or C, have flu-like symptoms, or are prone to infections. Serious, sometimes fatal infections, cancers, including lymphoma, and blood clots have happened. Taking a higher than recommended dose of Xeljanz for RA may increase risk of death. Tears in the stomach or intestines and serious allergic reactions have happened. Don't let another morning go by without asking your doctor about the pill first prescribed for RA more than 7 years ago. Xeljanz.
At Safelite, we're committed to taking care of you and your car. We'll fix it right with no contact service you can trust.
So if you have auto glass damage, stay safe with Safelite.
Safelite Repair, Safelite Replace.
My age-related macular degeneration could lead to vision loss. So today I made a plan with my doctor, which includes Preservision, because he said a multivitamin alone may not be enough. And it's my vision, my morning walk, my Sunday drive, my grandson's beautiful face.
Only Preservision A-Reds 2 contains the exact nutrient formula recommended by the National Eye Institute to help reduce the risk of moderate to advanced AMD progression.
It's how I see my life. Because it's my vision, Preservision.
When it's especially important to keep skin clean, keep reaching for Cetaphil. Recommended by dermatologists. Awarded by Allure. And most of all, loved by skin. Cetaphil, the cleanser sensitive skin loves.
Things are starting to look up for small businesses. Your doors are open, customers are calling, orders are picking up. So now, more than ever, your business is going to need reliable internet and phone solutions for less. That's why Spectrum Business is proud to offer new customers the best internet, phone, and TV services for free for 1 month when you switch. Call 888-839-9449 today, and your business will get the best value available. With our faster internet speeds that start at 200 megabits per second for only $49.99 per month. Add our reliable business phone service, and you'll get unlimited local and long-distance calling. Plus over 35 calling features to help you stay connected at work or away for just $19.99 per month. At Spectrum Business, we're here for you because you're here for all of us. Get 1 free month of internet, phone, and TV when you switch to Spectrum Business today. Call 888-839-9449.
This is epic!
You're watching America's most trusted TV news network.
We've got a severe weather threat. We are live on the ground. Right now, it's coming down.
The Weather Channel.
A flash flood watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 87 degrees, under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, thunderstorms early. A few storms may be severe. Low 78. Chance of rain 80%. Monday, sunny along with a few clouds. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. High 91. Monday night, variably cloudy with scattered thunderstorms. Low 77. Chance of rain 60%. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back to our team coverage of Tropical Storm Isaias, which is now strengthened to 70 miles an hour, so still below that hurricane status. Right here onshore, it is still staying offshore, so we are experiencing somewhere around 30-mile-an-hour gusts. But the major wind, those 70-mile-an-hour winds, are way out there. But we are still getting a lot of angry seas. Look at this behind me. You can see that this sea is really wavy back here, and it's even attracting some surfers, which could be a dangerous situation because we don't have any lifeguards here. These beaches are shut down. Let's take you up in the sky over to Jensen Beach. That is just north of us. If you look at a map, we are about 100 miles from Miami, about 100 miles from the Space Coast, so right in the middle. That's where we in Jensen Beach are, and right here about 300 feet in the air, you can see how much the wind is mixing with the water to create all these waves here. But Stephanie Abrams is in more rain than we are right now. We're just getting a little drizzle. Let's head all the way up to Jacksonville, where meteorologist Stephanie Abrams is getting a lot of rain so far.
Yeah. It's been on and off, and right now we're in one of those calmer times, Dave. And I want to show you what isn't calm, and that's the water. There's your red flag right there, flapping here outside of the lifeguard stand, who we just spoke to. And they said, the lieutenant told me they spoke to 1,200 people yesterday to tell them about the rip current. And look at the waves. Now, here's the thing. East Coast beaches, if you've never been to East Coast beaches, they're pretty rough overall, okay? I grew up in South Florida. It is very turbulent on a regular basis, right? But we expect that to kick up more as Isaias moves closer towards us. You see, there are plenty of people on the beach. I'll tell you, yesterday, there were a lot more. So people are definitely, heeding the warnings. Unfortunately, we've seen a lot of people in the water, and it is definitely rough out there. There's a rip current risk that lasts all the way through Monday. So even though you get, clear skies like this, everyone kind of runs off the beach when the rain comes through, and then they come right back out here. It can be very deceiving, right? If you don't have a full-fledged storm right on top of you, there are dangers lurking in that water that you cannot see. They had to do 6 rescues yesterday and 4 assists as well, and they're really trying to prevent that. So, Carl, as the night gets closer and into tomorrow, our conditions will deteriorate, and I'm told that 5 p.m. advisory has just gotten in. What does it say, Carl?
Well, some strengthening now. We're looking at a 70-mile-per-hour tropical storm, so just a shade below hurricane status, now moving north-northwest at 9 miles per hour. Also, hurricane watches up from near Charleston to near Wilmington, North Carolina. So there is a chance that we will be looking at a hurricane. It's forecast to be a strong tropical storm, a 70-mile-per-hour storm, as it is coming towards the coast. So again, that's just a shade below hurricane. There's really very little difference between a strong tropical storm and a low-grade Category 1 hurricane. We're talking about a very strong, very dangerous storm coming right into the coast, and that's the critical difference relative to what we have seen so far. Also, that heavy rain threat from the Carolinas, Virginia, up through that 95 corridor. Big burst of convection today associated with the system. Most of the weather has been offshore. It's trying to wrap around the north side. If it can manage to get a little bit closer to the Space Coast in particular, we could be looking at some stronger winds than what we're seeing right now, gusting to about 40 miles per hour in Melbourne. And this is the model forecast showing that weather getting very close later tonight to the Space Coast. Then the storm continues to lift northward and towards North and South Carolina. And all that weather that has been offshore is going to be coming charging right into North and South Carolina, again, as a strong tropical storm or possibly a hurricane. And we have the addition of hurricane watches up in these areas where we're expecting some very strong winds, certainly enough to cause damage to trees and power lines, maybe some structural damage. Storm surge of 2 to 4 feet. That is life-threatening surge. And also we're looking at heavy rain potential well inland, and that may be one of the biggest impacts of this storm. Chris?
Thanks for that update there, Carl. And let's get a look. Aside from tropics, we're monitoring severe weather too. We've got a tornado watch, which is in effect for much of New England, including you in western Connecticut and Massachusetts, upstate New York, and northern Vermont. That goes until 10 p.m. tonight. Now, a lot of the thunderstorm activity has kind of been along the southern extent of the Appalachians, across western North Carolina, Virginia. We have been watching a few storms here in Massachusetts, some of which have gone severe, but we've got to watch our upper level low kind of swinging in, and those are going to enhance some of these storms as we go into the next few hours. Here's a good depiction as to what it may look like on the radar as you're sitting down for dinner on your Sunday, 7 p.m. Some pop-up showers and storms, some of which could be strong and severe in the Hudson River Valley, even around New York City, and then things winding down with some lingering thunderstorms here across central Virginia. Of course, team coverage will continue right here on the Weather Channel. We've got crews spanned all along the Florida coastline and into the Carolinas. Jim Cantore live tonight.
When you have diabetes, managing your blood sugar is crucial. Try Boost Glucose Control. The patented blend is clinically shown to help manage blood sugar levels. It provides 60% more protein than the leading diabetes nutrition shake. Try Boost Glucose Control.
DiGiorno has 7 delicious crusts, and your family food critics will rave. Rising Crust is fresh baked deliciousness. Stuffed Crust is literally mouth-watering. There's a 5-star pizza for everyone in your family to love. It's not delivery, it's DiGiorno.
Where can a healthier heart lead you? For people with heart failure taking Entresto, it may lead to a world of possibilities. Entresto helps people stay alive and out of the hospital. Don't take Entresto if pregnant. It can cause